no place to hide.
The Titans come to take us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar!
He tears through walls with rage and might, no end in sight, just endless night.
Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of furious tide.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast, and I invite Reese to suck it.
Oh man, you got him good this time.
Joining
Sorry, I'm
me
not gay.
is Reese, Blackline, and Random 11.
Hello.
I don't know if we're going to see why he's now called Blackline, but we'll see when we get there. So,
I mean, we could make an attempt.
Reese is also missing his numbers. He looks very pale.
I always
Alright.
look my numbers.
if you guys would like to, oh, wait, no. I'm like, why is this all off?
Oh, no.
There we go. If you guys like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to go to the OCApodcast.com/support page, where you will see this wonderful suggestive animation of how we can get into the black by 2030. It will, in fact, require another $78.01 donation before the end of July. Here is where that number changes. Let me I'll show you this fucking email that I got from StreamYard. Hi, we're reaching out to inform you about the upcoming renewal of your advanced plan and about a price change to your StreamYard subscription. Back in August, we introduced, back in August, like a year ago, we introduced new subscription plans that have been curated to bring more of our top features to more customers than ever before. Okay. In my mind, they're saying we are going to take premium features that you're paying for and give them to everybody else, right? For instance, all core customers started having access to full HD. Wow, how about that? While all advanced customers could use up to 4 hours of pre-recorded streams, on-air webinars with up to 1,000 viewers, and 4K local recordings. Dear God, I cannot even imagine the file sizes of those 4K local recordings when we do streams that are 5.5 hours, right? You can explore the features that were introduced in this table. Okay, so if you didn't catch this, we use the advanced tier, right? All the essential studio features, yeah, across the board. No longer is that a feature. All of these, unlimited. Local recordings are unlimited? I don't think so. I have 50 hours. That's it. On-screen participants. Oh, look, they're all the fucking same. Cloud storage. All the fucking same. Seats, which this is like a backside thing where it's like your team. So for now, we have 4 But what we did beforehand is everybody just logged into my account, and that's how we were able to all control everything. We could easily go back to that without issue. Multi-stream destinations. Here's the problem. Core only lets us do 3. What we're using now lets us do 8. So we are currently streaming to YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Twitter, Facebook, Rumble. Did I miss any? I don't think I did.
There were 2 Facebooks.
But we're not using one of them because Facebook's bullshit. And we're also not using the other Twitter account because the Twitter's bullshit. So in order to remove the StreamYard logo, which was, remember when we first started using StreamYard, right there.
You did the stupid thing of slashing it off of the I remember that. That was a
add personal logos, overlays, and backgrounds. So, all the stuff but guess what? Every single tier has this. Custom RTMP and guest destinations. That thing that we use to stream to Rumble. Yep, all of them can do that. Okay, here's what's new for me, right, and everybody else apparently. Dark mode. Wow, that's useful to the audience. Camera shapes. Wow, that's shit we don't use. 1080p screen sharing. Did we not have that before? Was it noticeable in the change? I don't understand about that. Pre-recorded streams, 2 hours, 4 hours, we don't do any of that. Backstage participants, now we can have 15 people backstage. Still can only have 10 on camera at any given moment. Full HD, 1080p, everybody has that. Reusable studios, everybody has that. 4K local recordings, I'm going to lose that, but I'm not using it. On-air webinars, up to 1,000 people. So this is what we use for the watch parties. So this is going to affect us if we switch here. So I just want to show you. There's also the extra camera, which I don't use, and the ability to download a transcript, which I also don't use. And then we don't use this because we're not in the Teams tier. In light of these changes, and again, the changes are dark mode, gasp, that thing I could have lived without or had a Chrome extension do. Camera shapes, 1080p streaming, which everything has. Like the literal only difference here is pre-recorded streams and backstage participants and on-air viewers has increased. And these are all things I don't really use, right? It says here, in light of these changes, we've adjusted the pricing of each plan. On August 25th, 2025, your advanced plan will automatically renew at an annual price of $827.88. That is almost double what we were currently paying. It is literally an 84% increase because they added dark mode and gimmicky bullshit. Holy shit. If you have a valid discount, it will continue to be applied. So technically, I do have a valid discount. We have a lifetime discount because we bought in when StreamYard was brand new. So for us, it's $788. Still an 84% increase in price, right? Very upset about this. So just going to let you guys know. Yes, I agree. This is a huge fucking ripoff, right? Now, ironically, this is my favorite part about this. Ironically, because it is because they've upgraded the other tier, which they've also increased the price on, we now do not need to keep the tier that we're currently using that they've just doubled the price on. So we could, and probably will, actually migrate back to core. The only place this is really going to bite us is the multi-stream destinations. But, and this is the funny thing, I could stream to YouTube and Twitch, and then instead of streaming, I could either go to Twitter, which is the only other place we get engagement from, or that third one could go to restream.io and just restream everywhere else through that. And then who fucking cares? The only problem is that if I do that, we won't see the comments from Twitter, right? So just want to share that with you guys. We are currently emailing them, and sadly, although they used to have perhaps the best customer service I've ever experienced, now I'm talking to an AI chatbot. So it has not gone well so far, but we'll see. Okay. Anyway, let me remind you, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, you can do so donating directly to us, or you can shop. We've got indirect ones you can do, like Tenga, if you need to get your nut on. Look, special 20th anniversary America Golden America Tenga. Who doesn't need that? You guys,
patriotic as fuck.
It's missing Trump's face on it.
It's a little bit behind 4th of July. But you guys can also support us.
Was that a French fry?
What
the fuck?
Anyway, you guys can go to patreon.com.
Does that not look like a French fry to you?
/OCA podcast. And you guys can support us that way. So there's also like the other ways you guys want to, if you want to support us, you can also do it through Subscribestar and Ko-fi. Just head over to ocapodcast.com/support. Skipping through that. Let me jump right in. So I feel like I've totally botched this intro for some reason. Let's jump right in. All right, let me that's what. Let me tell you about my week real quick. Let me rant for a minute. So you will now feel even worse for me. And then the donations are just going to roll in, right? So this last week was supposed to be all manifesto all the time. But it turns out that 3 of the 5 employees that work for my boss were off work last week, which meant absolutely fucking everything came over my desk. And I did not get any progress done whatsoever. Then Friday was a family outing that took all day, left me feeling sick AF, and eventually going to bed mad. I didn't get anything done. Weirdly, Saturday morning, I got as much progress done on the manifesto in like 2 hours as I would have expected after 16. So that was fucking great. And then after trying to get the doc started and everything, towards the end of Saturday, I went for a walk with my wife to walk the dog. My daughter jumped off of a chair onto the couch where my son was playing Minecraft on a laptop and destroyed the laptop screen. A laptop that I bought from Costco and was pretty sure I paid for the extended warranty for 3 years protection. I went to Costco that night to find that Costco closes at 7 on Saturdays, which blows my mind. Long story short, it turned into another family outing and didn't get back to the doc. Then today I went to Costco, found out that I am still under the Costco warranty, but I did not pay for the extended warranty, which is a problem because I'm pretty sure the Costco warranty is only for manufacturer defects, because Costco adds an additional year to whatever the manufacturer warranty is, right? Puts me in a tight spot. Anyway, it's been a hell of a day and week, but show must go on. Some of this has been a little bit rushed, but we set all that aside. I also got blinds. There's blinds behind the thing. You'll never see them, but hopefully they will stop some of the sunlight from destroying my stuff in here. So we're gonna deal with the consequences of my busy weekend, because if we miss doing the show, they can't happen. Because now that I work 10 hours a day, I can't just rush home at 5 and do a show at 5:30. Anyway, let's jump right in. Anybody have anything you want to say before we?
Nope.
Cool.
Sucks for your laptop. I hope
if anybody remembers, me and Brad live in the wonderful state of California where there are constant wildfires. Mm-hmm. And yesterday I had a bit of a scare because we were this close, like a few inches away from being on a warning. So that was fun.
This is the reason for the Black Line name.
Yeah.
Charred beyond recognition.
Right.
All right. So let's get into it. In Japan news, a record 65% of Japanese public support stricter regulations on foreigners. In a recent public opinion survey,
You have to regulate that bikini top.
Yeah, I was going to make the joke, but then I just thought, nah.
I think there's oil in between those. I need a drill.
Why is she wearing a collar? Like a shirt collar.
An ass.
Yeah,
There's no shirt.
Not an ass. It's sexy. Shut up. Just accept it. What are you, gay?
The real question is, where's the loop to attach the leash?
It's on the back of her neck.
All right. Anyway, so in a recent a recent public opinion survey conducted by Kyoto News, a record high 65.6% of respondents indicated that Japan should impose stricter regulations on foreigners. The survey asked participants whether regulations concerning immigration, property ownership, and other areas related to foreign residents should be strengthened. According to the poll results, 65.6% said regulations should be tightened, 26.7% believed the current rules are sufficient, and 4.4% said they should be relaxed. Hey, how did these non-Japanese people get into this survey? Right? This marked the highest ever percentage in favor of stricter controls, reflecting growing public concern over the rising number of foreign nationals entering Japan, particularly in the context of recent policy measures that have aimed to attract foreign workers and residents through various incentives. Public sentiment appears to be shifting, with many expressing frustration over the perceived consequences of these policies. While earlier efforts focused on attracting a larger foreign workforce to counter labor shortages and demographic decline, there is now a growing concern among some segments of the population that the country may struggle to maintain the pace and impact of increased foreign presence effectively. That was the last sentence. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I've got more news about this. Sorry, I feel really weird about this episode. Okay. With arrests of foreigners in Japan increasing, police are no longer guaranteeing in-person translators. Why does my screen... Night shift's not on. It feels like it's a different color than normal. Did I not turn on all the lights? What is going on? Maybe it's the blinds. Okay, whatever. I'll get used to it. Don't worry.
Did it just happen?
I don't know why, like, something feels off. I mean, I know I've known that was blooming. I made it so much worse. Did I fix it? Almost. Lens flare. All right. Anyway, let's just ignore it. Pretend everything's normal until it feels normal. With arrests of foreigners in Japan increasing, police are no longer guaranteeing in-person translators. Getting arrested in Japan is never a good idea, but it's about to become even more inadvisable for foreigners. Right now, if the Japanese police are formally questioning a person who doesn't speak Japanese, they're required to provide an interpreter who will provide in-person translations at the police station where the suspect is being questioned. That's going to change, though, and it's going to change very soon, due to the revision of the National Police Agency's criminal investigation protocols. They'll make sure you say there is no mistake in Japanese. Get cardboard and block it off. What am I needing to block off? Blocking off Japan with cardboard. That's going to change, though. It's going to change very soon. Do the revision of the National Police Agency criminal investigation protocols. According to the agency's statistics, 12,170 foreigners were arrested in Japan in 2024, the second consecutive annual increase and the largest amount in 15 years. In addition, there were over 9,500 other crimes determined to have been committed by foreigners with non-arrest outcomes, the agency says. With the need for interpreters increasing, an in-person interpreter will no longer be guaranteed, and instead, foreigners who are being questioned may be assigned an off-site interpreter who interprets over the phone or via a voice chat device. It just seems like use ChatGPT, right? Like then you have a record of the conversation.
I would not do that. I wouldn't trust it enough to know.
I'm trying to slam this guy. Let's interrogate the shit out of him. You know, like Japan currently has over 4,200 police officers and personnel who are proficient in a foreign, i.e. non-Japanese language. See, the problem is that it's not like they're just having to provide a translator to English speakers, right? Korean, Chinese, both Cantonese and Mandarin, right? Like Filipino, Tagalog, right? They're going to have so many Hindi. They're going to have so many different languages for people visiting Japan, German, French, right? Italian, that they'll need to be able to translate whatever gets thrown at them, right? And that just seems absurd, right? It really seems like having a like a chatbot or whatever to be able to aid in the translation is the easiest way to solve the problem. That might seem like a sufficiently large talent pool. Did I read all that? Japan currently has 4,200 police officers and personnel who are proficient in a foreign language, i.e. non-Japanese, supported by a network of roughly 9,600 civilian interpreters who can be called in if their services are needed. That might seem like a sufficiently large talent pool, but those are the numbers of potential interpreters nationwide. And for all languages, as Japan's resident foreign national and inbound international traveler demographics diversify, both in country of origin and where they're living/traveling in Japan, the National Police Agency says investigators aren't always able to locate a nearby translator who not only speaks the language, who not only speaks the specific native language of the suspect, but who's also available to come to the station on short notice. Under the new system, when an interpreter is not available, the suspect will be brought to the nearest police station for questioning, with an interpreter working remotely. For the police, the new system will allow for quicker questionings. What was the article? So the changes, it's just not going to be in person anymore? Motherfucker. Oh no, it's happening over Zoom. You know, like FaceTime.
Well, I mean, that does kind of slow down the flow of conversation, right? It's already probably slow because of an interpreter, but adding a line, like, and not being able to pick on body cues, like, I mean, it's not as good, but it's not as bad as no interpreter. And
I mean, it definitely could be worse, you know.
Yeah.
I just thought that the headline is burying the story by obfuscating the understanding that the headline provides, right? So for the police, the new system will allow for quicker questioning, which in turn could help in investigations of ongoing crimes or searches for at-large accomplices. From the perspective of the foreigner being questioned, though, this is a disadvantageous policy shift. Speaking over the phone adds an extra degree of difficulty to communication, increasing the possibility of linguistic mistranslation or psychological misinterpretation. I mean, are they also psychologically evaluating you while... that seems weird. I don't know why that matters as much. It also makes it more difficult for interpreters to reference documents, photos, or other physical items that the police might be presenting to the foreign suspect as part of the questioning, which could be especially dangerous if the suspect is being asked to sign forms that they're unable to read by the officers in the room. It's worth noting that even under the new rules, the prescribed preferred option is for investigators to search for an interpreter who's available to work in person. However, it appears the decision of when to call it quits and switch to a remote interpreter will be a judgment call to be made by local authorities. What? Oh. Okay. All right. Well, these went into effect already, so don't fucking get arrested.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a good plan.
When
Good
we go
advice.
to Japan, no gay sex, no karaoke, no bathing together, and no getting arrested. All right, like
Good rule set to take.
all right, you guys ready for pickups?
Hiccups.
All right.
Hiccups.
Do I even dare try?
I mean, you could. Then people will know why you're being called Blackline. You want to go first?
I think it would be a nice joke unless you're going to go first. That's
No, go ahead.
typically
Go ahead.
our
Let's try it.
forme of. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, allow
'Cause the sun's only going to go down, right?
It is. It is. Oh, look! You
There
can
he is,
actually
black
somewhat see
line.
me. Okay, I'm going to turn the light
No.
on just a tad bit and see if that helps.
Yep, I can see you.
It didn't really help, but you can still see me. So that's the important bit. So my pickup.
Is it me, or can anybody else not see? Okay, there he is.
I'm not being seen.
The whole time you were talking.
No.
I can see you now, but just like
Okay.
last podcast, you came up as a black screen.
So is that the way it is on the playback, on the recording?
No, yeah,
Or
but,
no?
but I can see you now, which means it's going to be that way for them as well.
Okay.
It's fine now, yeah.
So Mega House released. Oh, thank you, Reese. I appreciate that. But
That was me, but yes.
oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, AC. So, Mega House released a 25th, 15th year anniversary. I don't know. Colin Code Geass, typical for Greenlight. So this is the
Nice finger placement.
I know, it's fantastic. Well, I don't have a way to hold her very well because her jacket's loose. You could just, and then she's got the little key for a little mech. So this is
By
from
loose, you mean you can take it off?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
wow.
Is it a jacket?
Not-
I thought you
honestly-
were like a plug suit.
Honestly, you said
sorry,
jacket.
it is a plug suit.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
it is a plug suit. So
You said jacket. That's not what I thought you meant by jacket.
oh, and then in case anybody was wondering, they're black.
They're black.
So,
I was
black line. That's the other reason why it was black line. Haha. So yeah, it's from this is from the movie trilogy that I never really watched, the recap trilogy that they added like an extra scene. I don't know why they're in China or why she's wearing a China dress, but there it is. That's my pickup.
So you'll buy it.
I'll buy it on the precedent of it's my girl. I need to. They don't release many figures of her nowadays, so it's one of those situations where if there's a new Lupin release, if it sucks, Reese will still get it, type of thing. You know
when
what I mean?
Lupin is in the Chinese dress, we have to have it.
Yes, exactly.
That's how it goes.
All right.
Ah, wonderful.
Just getting a little palate cleanser.
I didn't know I was that ugly. I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't want to jump over to me with the baby. I needed a way to show it off without doing that. So I went to Book Off the other day, and I picked up 1 Week Friends for $5. I picked up Grave of the Fireflies Blu-ray for $9. One of the ones I don't have for part of the bootleg series. I'm trying to get. I was planning, because I already had like 7 different releases of this, to show that as like part of the understanding of spotting bootlegs, right? Some things do get released more than once, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Hello, waifu. Would you like your... You can leave, Bean. Go away.
There's the waifu, and then there's the animal.
Get out. Go. He's going to sit right on your blankets? Okay. All right, anyway. Okay, I said that already. And then I also bought Himawari 2. I might already have this. I can't remember.
I'm jealous that you're near a Book Off, but I'm also glad that I'm not near a Book Off because I think I would be more broke.
$7. Yeah, so they are selling a lot of stuff now for like prices that are sadly more reasonable, as in like the price they should be selling for versus the price I want to pay. Himawari 1 is apparently long out of print and expensive, but I managed to find it on eBay for like 30, so I closed that door. And then The Pet Girl of Sakura-so for $50. Amazon, it's $300.
Oh.
eBay, it's worse. So I got that, and then
it's out of print, or is this just?
Well, there is another version of this set, which is also getting up there in price, but still gettable for even less than $50.
Right.
That has
the dub. Yeah. Right. It has both languages, though. Why would you like? Why is the step only version like?
Because it's out of print, right?
I guess, but like, it doesn't have like the extra like. I guess the artwork maybe, but some of these things that are out of print are like bizarrely expensive that I feel like don't need to be.
Yeah, like the obsolete edition is always more expensive than the full edition.
Yeah, I got the thin LE for Aaliyah sometimes hides her feelings in Russian.
Okay.
We discussed this when we covered it. There'd just be like the art cards and that's it.
Mm-hmm. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I'd actually be fine if there were no art cards. I'd be fine if it was just a slipcase. I'm okay with that. Don't give me stickers. Don't give me keychains. Don't give me T-shirts. I don't want to pay for that. Just so you can make the box bigger.
Where are your gotcha funds?
They're in the.
They're over here?
Yeah, they're right behind me. Look at them in a second. They're in the backpack.
Sorry.
Then I also got the thin LE for Monster, and I can't remember why. Were we gonna watch this, or was it just cheap at the time? I don't know.
Maybe it was cheap.
It was the same price as Aaliyah.
And then the strongest magician in the Demon's Lord army was a human. Oh, I didn't actually look at the.
I love when it's like alternate artwork on the.
Yeah.
Me too. Wow, that's a suggestive screenshot there.
It is.
I like when the alternate art has boobs.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I think we all like when the alternate art has boobs.
All right.
Even
now,
your wife is smiling at that.
Yeah. Because who doesn't like boobs?
Did you want to hand me the gotchas? So, you guys remember I bought the gotcha backpack at Anime Expo?
No. You invested into the gotcha backpack.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So remember how I got the $200 worth of tokens for my investment, but they're for gotcha and not for the Bandai Namco version, Gasha pun, right? So turns out they do work in the Gashapon machines, although here's the problem. Gashapon tokens are less expensive than gotcha tokens. So it's kind of like a downgrade, but also I've never seen an actual gotcha machine in California. So other than at Anime Expo. So
at least you're not completely hosed.
Yeah, so I don't really know if if I'm ever gonna use them, right? So I use them at Book.
Next time you're at the airport, do a look.
Yeah, I'll look. But when I'm at the airport, I'm not usually gonna be like, if I'm at the airport, I'm going to be actually getting on a plane and going somewhere. I'm not
ideally it would be when you're
big look, I got my big jar. I told you, like,
just
He's
take a few.
late. Whenever he's at the airport, he's running late. He doesn't have time.
My boss, like, I don't know. He has the most unbelievable luck with flights. We will literally be like stuck in traffic, and it's like I'm drenching. I don't even. There's really no stakes here because he's gonna pay for the next flight, or I'm stressed out of my mind. He leisurely gets out, grabs the luggage. We walk in, get our bags checked, and we just walk through TSA and then walk right onto the plane. Like, the timing is always so perfect that it's annoying, right? But obviously there would be no time to be like, wait, I gotta get my gotcha.
So the solution would be look on your way home.
Yeah. So when I of course didn't bring my coins, yeah. Definitely.
Well, you take your coins with you.
Really, I'm gonna take my coins to Australia or some shit. Like,
Why not? Just put
although
a few.
honestly, not a bad
I mean, you don't need
idea,
to.
because in Australia is where I bought my first gacha, which was Foodnum.
You also don't need to take all of them. You can just take a little baggie of them.
Yeah. So anyway, I grabbed a bunch of them out of the car and I brought them in. And my daughter attempted to get some things that she wanted. All of the colorful ones are the extras because she does not have the gift. But apparently I do. Because
after she ran the last
holy cow, 3 times in a row.
3 times.
So there's this one that is a collab between Cardcaptor Sakura and Sanrio. And my daughter put in so many, it's like 4 coins each time. So many coins in pudding, right? Kuromi, right? I go over to a different one of them that is the exact same, right?
Oh.
First try, cinema roll, right? That's what she wanted. Then I go again. First try after cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon roll is so last year's. Okay. There's a new king in town. I don't know what it is, but cinnamon roll has been replaced.
Did you see the article we didn't cover on Sony News 24 where cinnamon roll got dethroned and it was purring weirdly. Yeah. So Sakura with cinnamon roll ears, right?
Well, they're dressed exactly alike.
Yeah. So
that is amazing.
So extra win for my daughter, right? Then,
but the real question is, did you get a metal Oopa?
These are my metal Oopas. So then I go to the one next to it. My daughter says she wants the cinema roll from this other one that's like Sanrio characters dressed up as teddy bears. Boom. First try, right? Then she wanted an Anya, but she specifically wanted a certain Anya because she doesn't like Anya's creepy face, right? Her smug face.
I think you should put your child up for adoption. Who doesn't like Anya's smug face?
What I said is like, well, it'll be a win even if I get the smug face because that's the one I want. Boom! First try, the exact way she wants. So I guess it was four perfect rolls. Yeah, I was hot, right? I was super hot that day with God.
Now you're gonna start going to those slot machines or something.
I probably should have, but I think the magic's worn off.
No.
I will bet you.
Wait, where's Pudding? You want to show him Pudding with its little butthole?
My wife decided you guys need to see Pudding's butthole.
It's the last one. Wait, you didn't show him Kero either.
Kero?
Kero.
Oh, Kero. Yeah. Where's the Kero? Okay, here's Pudding.
Yeah, why aren't you doing a good job in showing all of your pickups?
Well, because these were my daughter's.
This is a pickup segment. If Reese can get away with showing his gifts for his dad's birthday as pickups, I think that the things that you purchased with your own money for your daughter count.
Okay, so here's.
Especially the ones that we need to look at something's butthole.
Yeah. Here is the logo.
It's the butthole exception to the rule. Speaking of gambling, my uncle got my dad 2 lottery scratch offs for his birthday last week. 2 $20 ones. The first one was empty. The second one was $100.
Nice.
Reese, why didn't you put that in the pickup?
Dude. So here's Pudding, and here's Pudding's butthole.
Wow.
You might recognize it as the Collective Shout logo we'll be looking at later on.
Kind of looks like a Mega Dragonite from his ass view.
All right.
You would
So
know
there's-
about that, wouldn't you, Randy?
Fuck me. So there's Pudding. Julie, would you do me the honors of getting that back in there?
Yeah, I got you.
And then my daughter tried again after getting pudding, and instead of getting Sakura or Cinema Roll, she got Karo, right, from Cardcaptor Sakura.
That completes the collection too. You have them all.
We have them all. It's probably like those McDonald's, the McDonald's like Monopoly thing, where it's like you have to, the only place they give out the winning Hawaii ticket is in Hawaii, right? And then the last one is Cardcaptor Kuromi. Anyway, there you go. Unless you need me to get out my Spy Family hairpins.
You have to get them out and put them on for the rest of the stream.
Oh, fuck.
No, they're mine.
You're gonna get your cooties on them.
I like Lloyd. Oh no.
It's in a bag.
Saved by the bag.
No.
Right.
That's not Spy Family.
Yes, it is.
It's Lloyd, a forager.
Oh,
He kind of looks like he has
that's
green
your
hair.
point. Yeah.
Damn it. It was perfect before, but Reese is blind as fuck.
Sorry, I'm an eyeball.
You're a fucking eyeball. What are you doing? All right. Can I request your assistance?
What would you do if I wasn't in the...
I do it myself. All right. Comments. AC is doing that Wojak pose. That one. Baby on screen for the curtains. Yeah, I saw a big screen. Get cardboard to block out the windows. Yeah. No, the thing is that the blinds were. I didn't finish the story, but the frustration of this weekend was that my father-in-law just decided that we needed blinds, but wouldn't be bothered to come at a reasonable time. So the whole desk and like the whole office has been cleaned. The desk was pulled out away from the wall, and it just like I didn't have any place to work for most of Friday. Disaster.
Are you on the right mic?
Edit mic settings. That's not the right way to do it. It says I am. Let me switch to the mic MacBook. Wait. MacBook.
Yeah, that's worse.
Yeti. Default Yeti, which is what I want it to be. Okay. All right. Overnight.
Didn't change back.
Also, a rape incident in Japan by an
maybe
Indian man. We covered that last podcast, sort of. Baby on screen for the curtains. Yep. Not sure why, but Grave of the Fireflies is the only Ghibli movie that didn't get a Swedish Blu-ray release.
Grave of the Fireflies is also a movie, a Ghibli movie that I will never watch like a second time, unless like requested.
I think that's the case for most people.
By a friend. It's like, oh yeah, you want to watch Grave of the Fireflies? Like, no. Have you seen it? No, I really want to watch it. Fine, we'll watch it, but I just can't.
It's best. You should just said it's best watched alone.
Yeah.
Is your Yeti mic pointed at
How's that?
That's not helping.
How's that?
Tap it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's I don't know. You're just to let you know, your mic is picking up like a
rumbling,
a loud AC noise or fridge or something.
It is an AC. I'm trying to cool it down in here because it's too hot.
Okay.
If it's killing people, I can turn it off.
No.
I'll just be drenched in sweat the rest.
Compared to Reese's mic, it's a low ASMR hum.
Yeah. JT Vega says we used to have capsule dispensers in the 80s. Yeah, where the hell did those go? They used to buy bullshit all the time.
I remember, what were they, like Habbo people? Did you guys ever have those? Habbo
Habbo friends?
Yeah, Habbo friends.
Is that
Was that
what
what
it's
they
called?
were?
I'm making that up.
I mean, it kind of sounds familiar.
I don't know.
Hobo, was it Hobo Friends?
We all have hobo friends.
The capsule toys. What do they used to have? I can't think of any off the top of my head that I used to buy. Those like capsule toys. I remember the capsules had like the lid.
Yeah,
Right.
They still have those.
Well, JG Vega says they discontinued them back in 2003.
That's a lie.
So,
I walk by one every time I go into a pizza ranch.
well, just because they still exist doesn't mean they're still making them. All right. So, on
Maybe it was Homies. Homies. I think that's what I'm thinking of.
We all have homes.
did you grow up in the ghetto by chance? Like
Everyone
okay.
hobos in the ghetto, it's just called homies.
Yeah. So Enriv picked up season 2 of Honey and Clover and Dual Parallel Trouble Adventures. Watch Club One. Reese, you wanna tell me why your solo leveling looks like a classics edition or whatever that thing is?
It's emulating a screen thing. It's in the show.
Ugly as sin. I don't even want it.
Yeah, solo leveling season 1, and that kind of got reincarnated as slime season 3 part 1.
You are reminding me I have probably a lot of catching up to do in collecting that show.
I think this is the only one you don't have yet.
Oh, good. And then who is this? Enriv? Enriv picked up Sentai's something or other. Ninja Scroll,
Yeah.
Go Danner, Venus Wars, and Princess Principal 3? Season 3?
Movie 3.
Movie 3.
Crown Handler, I think.
And then Bobby Hill, you picked up Persona 4, the animation, part 2, it looks like, collection 2. This is Amanda Wynn Lee's character, right? Automatically don't want to watch it. And then you also got Picross 2. Now, I can't be the only one who saw it. Right?
Honestly, I didn't see it. And even after you posted it, I was like, what? Is it because he's wearing like a tan outfit? And then I saw it and I was like, oh my God.
Oh, no. And now you can't unsee it, right?
Yeah.
The nubs.
Yeah.
They just look like, it really feels like he's like, well, what am I going to do with these? You know?
I don't know how you gonna take. How does he hold the pick and the hammer and the chisel?
Okay, just in case anybody can't see it, his arms are crossed.
Yeah.
So he's got his gloves like kind of the white part, but at the distance like this, it just looks like a nub.
Looks like
yeah. Anyway, all right, moving on. Hey, look at this: the T app protecting women by publicly hosting their IDs, possibly vibe coded into incompetence.
Hope Julie wasn't on it.
No, why? Julie, are you on the T app?
I never heard of it.
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
She
joined just to make sure other women won't date me. T, a women-only dating advice and safety app, has experienced a major data exposure after it was discovered that users' identification documents were being stored in an unsecured, publicly accessible server.
This is hilarious.
Women, right? Like,
everyone's calling them hackers, and it's like, no, they're not hackers. It's just open.
They're just idiots who use ChatGPT to code, right? Like, the app requires users to verify their gender identity, typically by uploading a government-issued ID to access its community features. However, as revealed by users on 4chan, so it doesn't seem like it's telling us, so I'm just going to do it. It's basically, you guys remember the broken staircase during the Vic drama? It's basically that for Tinder. So if you have a date, this is how it's supposed to work. If you have a date and the guy like tries to force himself on you after the first date or whatever, it's basically like a Yelp for your dates. So you report the guys as being shitheads, right? Now
You can also report good things.
that's never gonna fucking happen. What woman is gonna have a great date with a guy and say,
That's fair.
ladies, you'll love him. You should give him the best time because he's wonderful. No, that bitch is gonna try to keep him for herself. I promise you, there are 0 positive reviews on this website unless it's somebody's mom trying to raise the score of their kid, or there's somebody's sister or something who feels bad, or like the person they friend zoned, they're like, maybe I'll just try to be his wingman. Other than that, there is no scenario where anybody's giving positive reviews because they would just try to keep the guy themselves. Now, as revealed by users on 4chan, the sensitive documents were left in a cloud storage bucket that was not password protected and did not require authentication. In total, over 60 gigabytes of data, including user-submitted IDs and selfies, were left exposed. Technically speaking, this was not a traditional breach, as the data was never behind a secure system to begin with. It had simply gone unnoticed until people actively went looking for it. In case you were wondering, yes, T-app users look exactly the way you'd expect them to. Oh, no. Whoa. Wow. You think she leaves good reviews, Randy?
No. You've convinced me there's not a single good review.
I'm eyeballing the first one in the second row, or the last one in the... Yeah, what on earth?
This one?
Yeah.
Psycho. Yeah, okay. Whoa.
This looks like another round of Smash or Pass for Lance.
Yeah. X to doubt on some of these actually being women, too.
Right.
All right, anyway. Internet AIDS is here. Welcome. Smash or Pass.
All pass?
All pass? You want to take them all?
Wow. They all pass your inspection, huh?
Bottom middle looks okay.
Bottom middle being this one?
No, the below her.
Hard pass on all.
You're not seeing her 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, true.
There could be anything down there, green line. You playing with
It
fire.
could be.
Once discovered, for all you know.
Once discovered, scripts were reportedly used to scrape and archive the information, which was then organized and shared publicly. The situation has raised significant concerns about user privacy and data handling on platforms targeting sensitive user groups. Get the T on your date. Avoid dating red flag men. Anonymous advice. Background checks. Reverse image search. T positions itself as a platform to help women stay safe while dating online, offering tools for background checks, community discussions, and advice. Ironically, the app's handling of sensitive information has introduced new risks for the very users it intended to protect. TLDR, the T app stores everyone's photo and ID. I think that's supposed to say unencrypted, not uncrypted, in a public Firebase storage bucket. Ha 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 ha. Was this vibe coded? Oh, I didn't get that at first. Now I get it. Some observers have noted that the platform's minimal security approach may be another example of a project being unintentionally vibe coded, a term used online to describe software that appears to prioritize intention or aesthetics over technical rigor. As of now, T has not issued a public statement, and it is unclear whether the server has since been secured. A little too late, if you ask me.
So, I don't know if you saw it, but obviously, like, if whether or not they vibe coded or not, obviously it's bad to keep things in public. There's also now a male version called Open Box, I think, or something like that. That's supposed to be the male equivalent. I don't know if it's equally vibe coded and open. I wouldn't use any of it. I don't know why anyone would want to upload.
I really cannot fathom any reason to have an app like this, because the only way it's ever going to get used is to smear people.
Yeah.
Right? Like, nobody is going to be like, hey, bros, this one will suck you off on the first date. Good luck. Have fun. You know, the only person who's doing that is somebody who is trying to get back at somebody else and lie. You know, like,
Yeah. See private chat. There's 2 links I posted. So on top of this happening, the UK just at the exact same time has implemented new rules that basically require websites to have Face ID or age verification, not Face ID, for adult websites.
Including Discord, right?
Including Discord, yeah. So we don't need to read the article, but like that is an article. And then the second one is the tweet.
Well, what about a simple trick exists? What's the simple trick?
The tweet.
Lie.
Well, I don't know what theirs is, but this one is the one that I thought was hilarious.
This channel is marked as age restricted because it contains adult content. Do you want to verify your age group to access this channel?
I think their simple trick is just using a VPN to get around
Making
it.
sure you're a real person. Close your mouth. What?
Yeah. So
Open
the
up
way.
Death Stranding and use the game. What?
Yeah. So so someone found out in Death Stranding's photo mode, you can like change the facial animation to like
that's funny.
take your photo or whatever. So people have in the Discord, they put up a picture of the guy in photo mode, and then when it says, you know, as a verification step, Discord requires you to close your mouth, like open your mouth and then close it, to make sure you're real. And so because the photo mode lets you open and close the game character's mouth, they can use it. It bypasses the.
So
I Death Stranding, take out that.
They don't have anything that says why does everyone look like Norman Reedus?
Yeah, Norman Reedus is into some weird shit. So since you brought it up, I guess I'll share my tweet I saw. Please verify your age. To continue, we require you to verify that you are 18 or older in line with the UK Online Safety Act, right? So this is what you see if you're in the UK. Oi, what is all this about, Ed? Can't have me a morning jillywaggy without the royal court spying on me, go on me North View and have it spish posh. Like sorry, but that was that was too good.
The lack of mate in there somewhere just makes me think that was all not written by an actual UK citizen.
The UK don't say mate. That's Australia, dumbass.
No, they do say mate.
No, they don't.
Too. Yeah, they do.
No.
Yeah, they do. Me mate went down to the pub.
ChatGPT. Do they say mate in England, or is that
to refer to a friend?
An Australian thing?
Because obviously they use the word mate.
Like someone they mate with, Randy. I
Well,
don't think.
I get that, but if you ask ChatGPT, do they use the word mate? It might say yes, they use the word mate for the term
during mating season.
Okay, so they use the term mate in the sense that like that is a word they use, like me mates. Like I'm having a palate, but the word mate being specifically used in a sentence like the way that Australians do it isn't something that they do it in the UK, where it becomes like the ending to the sentence as like an expletive. What do you call it? Like like the word right or or whatever. Like that's kind of how they use it in Australia, where it's sort of the ending to their statement, right? I don't know. I think that's a uniquely Australian thing. I stand by my position. Okay, so after the T app, let us jump into convention news. Boy, this is gonna be a weird podcast. 2 Americans decide to hike Mount Fuji before the trails open. Both need rescues on back-to-back days. God damn it, making us look bad, Americans. Fuck.
At least we're not British.
Yes, they say mate in UK. Damn it. If you combine the first and last name, if you combine the first and the last one, you get Ogloy. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Seb. Vicious. The first and the
was our
last
Ogloy
one? Detector.
detector.
This one and this one? Is that what we're saying? Whoa! That was brutal. This one's halfway to Ogloy too. Damn, Seth. Oh, homies, that was based on a Lowrider magazine comic strip. They did have them. All right. In separate instances, man in sandals and woman who'd never been to Mount Fuji before both require emergency assistance to get off Japan's tallest mountain. July 4th is just another day in Japan, but as an American living in the country, I usually try to do something fun to celebrate my home country's Independence Day. Eat a hamburger, go to the beach, or maybe even go to a local Japanese fireworks festival if one just so happens to coincidentally fall on the same day. But I've never... Grammar Nazi intensifies. But I've never spent the 4th of July in Japan the way one of my countrymen did this year, needing to be rescued from the side of Mount Fuji despite the trail still being officially closed. There are 4 trails that lead to the top of Mount Fuji. One of them, in Yamanashi Prefecture's Yoshida Trail, opened on July 1st, but the other 3, Shizuoka Prefecture's Fujinomiya Gotemba and Subashiri trails, aren't open for climbing until July 10th. So none of them were open when a 67-year-old American man decided to start hiking up the mountain on June 26th. But while he was apparently in a hurry to get onto the mountain, he doesn't seem to have been in a rush to leave, having set up a tent near Fujinomiya Trail's 7th station to camp out in. On July 4th, a call came in to Japan's 119 emergency services number from other people who were in the area that a foreign man is calling out for help from his tent. The people were then able to coordinate with the operator of a mountain hut who was able to locate the man and transport him using maintenance equipment back down to the trail's 5th station, where police and fire officials took over. The American man appeared to be suffering from hypothermia, and despite being dressed in cold weather clothing, had sandals on his feet.
What a moron.
Oh, no. Though it's unclear if he'd been wearing more appropriate footwear while making his ascent to where he'd set up his tent. The man told rescue workers that he'd hiked to the summit of Mount Fuji twice before this trip, which seems to have contributed to his overconfidence regarding his mountaineering capabilities. Then, in a lightning-fast example of history repeating itself, a similar situation happened the very next day. On the night of July 5th, the Shizuoka Prefectural Police received a call forwarded from a mobile phone service provider informing them that a 59-year-old American woman was lost and needed to be rescued from, once again, the Shizuoka side of Mount Fuji. The call came slightly after 8 p.m., and the woman had said, quote, "I'm lost on Mount Fuji. It's dark and I'm very frightened, so please help me." So once again, a rescue team was dispatched, and thankfully they were able to find her and escort her down safely. The woman, who had entered the Gotemba Trail earlier that day, had been able to make it to the summit of Mount Fuji, but then became lost while making her descent. taking a wrong turn onto a path that connects the Gotemba and Fujinomiya trails via Mount Hoe, a flank volcano next to Mount Fuji. This means she was making her descent through unfamiliar terrain in the dark and on a separate mountain from the one she'd hiked up, all of which no doubt contributed to her feeling of disorientation and fear. I mean, I don't know. To me, it feels like it'd be, as long as you can still walk, you know that going down is the way to go, right? Like, there's no, I don't understand. Like, oh, I'm disoriented and panicking. Where am I going to get back to civilization? You know, like,
well, I mean, to be fair, you don't want to go down the wrong side.
It's
Yeah,
so
you don't want to go on the
dark, I don't
other
know
side of
which
the
way is
damn
up.
mountain. Come on.
Like your car and everything is on the other side of the mountain. You get to the bottom, you're like, finally, I got to the bottom.
Cars. Come on, this is an American tourist.
Imagine you get to the bottom and it's like, shit, I just wandered into the suicide forest.
No, you go down and you come down.
It's so dark. You're like, I think I just bumped into somebody. Could you help me? It's like, you're very tall. Oof.
But think about it. Like, she goes down the wrong trail and ends up at the start of the ones that are closed, and she can't actually get out because it's like gated or something.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay. All of which no doubt contribute to her feeling of disorientation and fear. The woman told the rescue team that she was traveling in Japan on vacation, and while she's done mountain hikes outside Japan, this was her first time at Mount Fuji. So to review, in both cases, the people who needed to be rescued weren't just hiking outside of the official climbing season, which is already a bad idea, but compounded the risk of hiking alone. When we go, we'll go the day of official climbing season. Maybe we'll step onto it 10 minutes before so we can be like technically breaking the rules and putting our lives in danger. But then by the time we need help, it'll be climbing season, so they won't write an article about us.
Which is literally like 1 minute after climbing season's open.
Frozen eyeball found. Right?
I think I'll be fine because I know how to dress properly. Could be cool.
So you're saying you aren't going to wear sandals? Randy, if you're talking, you're muted. Looks like you're eating.
Just like Footnum and Green Line or Black Line. Sorry.
Gosh.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was not talking.
Okay. The trail still being closed means the full array of on-site. Wait, I think I skipped something. Odds are both of the American hikers who need rescuing figured they'd. Oh, yeah, boy. I have to look at what that was. Oh, it's a Japanese fox punching us. Nice. Appreciate that. And I know it's Japanese because he's got the Japanese flag bandana on his head. Thank you. Oh, good night. Oh, okay. Well, goodbye. Hope you enjoy the VOD. Appreciate the 50 secs. Let's see. Despite how gently Mount Fuji slopes appear when viewed from a distance, and how popular it's become as a tourism destination in recent years, it's still the tallest mountain in Japan, and trekking to the top can be very dangerous. Odds are both of the American hikers who needed rescuing figured they'd be fine, since they weren't hiking all that much ahead of when the Shizuoka trails open. However, the trails still being closed means that the full array of on-site support systems aren't up and running yet either, which in turn means a longer response time for rescue teams, which could have life-threatening results. So if you're going to climb Mount Fuji this summer, make sure you do it the right way. Damn. All right. I feel like I skipped a part of it, but I don't think it matters. All right. Let's move on. All right. So, in live action / somewhat streaming news, Netflix has greenlit the long-awaited Assassin's Creed live-action series as Ubisoft grapples with financial collapse. So, does this not mean that they are simultaneously making a anime and a live action at the same time?
Are they making an anime?
An anime in the same way that Devil May Cry and Castlevania are anime? We read about it.
I guess. With the live action, they've already tried this, and
yeah, with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Spectacular. No, that was Prince of Persia. Assassin's Creed.
You're thinking of Michael
Fassbender.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't
I
even
actually
see
enjoyed the Jake Gyllenhaal. Like
I did too. I was going to say, like, you're saying this is a failure, and then you pointed
No,
out
that's
accurately that I'm an idiot.
yeah, like you don't even remember it because it was
Yeah,
that bad.
I would honestly be afraid of doing any business with Ubisoft right now. Like if they go out of business and all of their IP gets like put in legal limbo, your series could just be, you know, okay, you had your 2 years on Netflix and then poof.
Yep. Good. Says here, in a move that could offer a fleeting lifeline to a struggling publisher, Netflix has officially greenlit a live-action series based on Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed franchise. For pennies on the dollar, I am sure. The announcement, made on July 17, 2025, follows nearly 5 years of development since the initial partnership between Netflix and Ubisoft was unveiled in 2020. Emmy nominees Roberto Patino and David Weiner are set to serve as creators, showrunners, and executive producers, drawing on their backgrounds in dramatic and speculative storytelling. What do you think that means? Speculative storytelling.
I think you pronounced that one guy's last name wrong.
Weiner?
Maybe.
You think it should be Weiner?
I think you said Weiner. I thought maybe it was Weiner.
Okay. I don't know. I don't remember how I said it, but either way, I wouldn't want to be known as a whiner or a wiener. So,
speculative storytelling. I don't really actually know what that like. I feel like it's one of those things where they could be trying to go off on the mystery angle because there was like some stuff in the background that was happening with Assassin's Creed, like lore and shit. That's kind of like it'd be too long to get into, but there's like extra, like there's huge amounts of lore with Assassin's Creed that they kind of just botched towards the end of the series.
So you were an actual player of Assassin's Creed. So
I was.
Well, I'm asking this question because you know the lore better than me because I didn't ever play it. But do you think you could successfully make like a Game of Thrones style epic, like, you know, each episode's like an hour long, eight episode seasons or whatever, right? And cover Assassin's Creed and follow like 3 different protagonists in different time zones and different.
I think you could.
You think that would work, or do you think it would be better to do them one season at a time or something?
I think, well, obviously it'd be better to do one season at a time, just where they're at financially. But if you were in like the heyday, if this was like 8 to 10 years ago, I would say go for it. Like,
just so we're clear, what I mean by one season at a time is like, okay, so you could do the sort of thing where each episode you follow sort of 3 stories so that you're constantly jumping around and keeping it interesting. One story might be the Connor character in North America, like, and then you could have like Ezio and Altair, right, all sort of happening simultaneously, or doing one each season would be like follow Altair for the first season, follow Ezio for the second season, follow Connor for the third season, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which do you think would work better as a framing device?
One at a time.
Probably one at a time, right? Because I don't see a way to make the climaxes culminate in a way where they would hold significance across each story simultaneously. You know what I mean?
I think you could do that. It does theoretically work, but it's such a like hard undertaking to do that and doing it right. If that makes any sense, like but the story of Assassin's Creed does lend itself to I don't know if you know the premise, but you're basically just reliving your ancestors' memories, and you could theoretically do different ancestors per episode theoretically, so you can do that. But it's such a risky move, I think, in my opinion, compared to doing it one at a time.
Yeah. I just like the way I'm kind of bringing it up is I'm just sort of thinking about the journey through Game of Thrones, where you would follow stories happening within like the Lannister camp and the Stark camp and the Targaryen camp, like sort of all throughout the whole story. So these sorts, the difference, of course, there is that the stuff happening in each of those camps eventually starts to clash when they.
So
when they meet up, right?
They theoretically could do the second one you were suggesting is that there was a there's always been like a MacGuffin. There's like I think I got mixed up for a second, but then I did remember it existed. There was a mystery box, so to speak, within the series. So what you theoretically could do, and this is just a wild out there suggestion, is that you could theoretically have this mystery box be like, okay, what's inside the box? And so you could theoretically per episode go through, okay, here's Ezio for 2 episodes. He had the box. What did he do with it? How did he get it? Where did it come from? And then you could move on throughout the series and go through multiple different angles to find out what would be inside this box theoretically.
Well, do you mean are you saying the box is the MacGuffin?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the because they did have a box. I was thinking of Kingdom Hearts, because Kingdom Hearts also has a mysterious, stupid box. But they also had a box in Assassin's Creed where it's like, oh, what's in the box? And then they kind of just dropped the plot point. So it's a matter of like trying to figure out like how do you have, because you can't really have like multiple. I mean, you can theoretically, but you can't really have multiple. You can't have multiple assassins from different time periods at the same time converging, because they died at some point in their lives.
Right.
But you could have them theoretically like talk to the person inside the Animus, which would be the modern day.
Yeah, I guess that would be the interest. The way to bridge interest is if they're all inside of these different things. Because I never actually played the games, but my brother-in-law did, and I just kind of through osmosis absorbed some of the story, which is that the story actually takes place in present day, and a person working at the company goes into some machine that puts their consciousness back into a assassin character that was from their ancestor, right? And so they control this ancestor with the knowledge they now have of how things went in whatever area, and they have missions and whatnot to prevent certain things from happening or ensure other things don't happen or whatever the hell, right? So so what you could do to bridge the stories together, if you wanted to tell multiple per season, is you could have the characters wielding the ancestors have communications and solve problems together in like modern day as a way to do it. That would be probably the most interesting way to do that version of telling the story. But if it were me, I would completely omit all that bullshit and just have it be the assassin in the past.
Right.
Because that other shit is stupid as hell. Right.
I think if you wrote it correctly, it could be interesting. The modern day stuff is what you're referring to. Yeah. Like it really like did become boring after a while. I did enjoy it like for the first like 3-ish games, because it was like building up to something, but then they kind of dropped the ball on it. But yeah, no, it was really kind of dumb towards the end. I think you could bridge the gap though with a decent writtenly modern day, but you would have to write it really well.
So they go on to say, described as a high-octane thriller, the series will focus on the clandestine conflict between 2 ancient factions, the Templars intent on shaping humanity's fate through domination and deceit, and the assassins who ostensibly defend free will. Traversing key historical moments, the narrative delves into themes of purpose, identity, destiny, faith, power, violence, greed, and vengeance. Yet Patino and Wiener stress that at its heart, the show examines the value of human connection across cultures and across time, and the existential threats when such ties erode.
I think, real quick, I think it'd also be interesting if you had like a leading character in modern day who entered the Animus, who had ancestors belonging to both assassins and Templars, because that's the other faction. That's the opposite, the bad guy, quote unquote, faction. And it would lead into some interesting storytelling, because the Templars, at one point or another, like have a point. It's the type of bad guy that it's like you see their point of view, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, like you can at least understand and appreciate why they're doing something.
Yeah,
even if you don't agree with it. Like, yeah, the reasoning is still sound, so to speak, from their perspective.
Right.
So the problem with that, though, I guess you'd have to, in that situation, it would really just depend on what side you were on in the future, because you're not going to go back and play both sides. You're going to go back and swing the pendulum one direction. Oh, if I want the assassins to win, I'm going to go back as my Templar self and make, sabotage, right?
Well, you can't, because it's not a time machine. You're just reliving the memories. It's just like a video player going over historical events.
Then what the fuck is the point of that?
To look back through history.
To find out the secrets of the apple of Eden or whatever it is, right?
God, that's retarded. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's I see your point.
In the game, if you desync, you desync if you go off the path.
Yeah. So I guess like from your perspective, like that makes more sense. Why it would be interesting to be able to see the Templar side and the assassin side, right? Yeah. Because you'd be doing it through the lens of sending person's consciousness or whatever into the memory viewer.
Right.
All right. So it says here, in their joint statement, Patino and Wiener professed their fandom for the series since its 2007 debut, which has amassed over 230 million copies sold globally. Quote, "Can you not, dog? Get out of here. What the hell? Back up. Be gone. Get out of here. Get right stuff. Go." He's trying to get under my desk. Weirdo. I'm going to make this opening significant. Stop! Jesus. Okay, good. I thought those were my podcast backup hard drives I just dropped, but they're not. Okay. Quote, "We've been fans of Assassin's Creed since its release in 2007. Every day we work on this show, we come away excited and humbled by the possibilities." They noted, highlighting the blend of action elements like parkour with profound human dilemmas, while pledging to craft an experience for fans and novices alike. Peter Friedlander, Netflix's vice president of scripted series, commented on the milestone as well, saying, quote, "When we first announced our partnership with Ubisoft in 2020, we set out with an ambitious goal to bring the rich, expansive world of Assassin's Creed to life in bold new ways. Now, after years of dedicated collaboration, it's inspiring to see just how far that vision has come. The production team extends to..." I must be going blind. Hold on. Wow, such big. What the fuck? Useless. Whatever. The production team extends to executive producers Gerard Guillemot, Margaret Boykin, Austin Dill from Ubisoft Film and Television, and Matt O'Toole. Boykin, Ubisoft Film and Television's head of content, expressed enthusiasm, saying, quote, "We are so excited to work alongside Roberto, David, and our Netflix partners to bring this beloved franchise to series." I'm sorry. Margaret Boykin is a man? Looking that shit up. Did you
Just like
dirty?
Marion.
Did you dirty there, didn't they? He said. This adaptation joins Netflix's portfolio of video game-inspired projects, including Castlevania, Arcane, Cyberpunk Edgerunners, and the forthcoming Splinter Cell Death Watch. The franchise's prior cinematic outing in 2016 featuring Michael Fassbender earned $240 million worldwide, but was widely panned for failing to capture the game's essence. I don't think we need to read about their catastrophic year. We already know all this. Anyway, any closing thoughts?
I just feel it's kind of silly. The best parts of the game are not going to be able to be adapted into a TV series. And then, so the stuff you're left with, why do you even need the franchise?
Yeah.
Just make your own historical show.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
The only thing you'd get from the franchise is the outfit. Like
the outfit,
the iconic
arguably
outfit,
the lore,
the
issue and the first civilization stuff, which you could theoretically just tweak to kind of get on random side. You can kind of tweak it and be like, it's like Assassin's Creed, but not. You'd have to tweak the Eden stuff and whatnot.
Well, I mean, the Bible, that's public domain.
Right.
Assassins being assassins, that's public domain, right? The Templar, that's public domain.
But then again, AC pointed out, it's pennies on the dollar probably that they're paying for.
Fixed it. Yeah. Okay.
No,
totally.
IP. But I do agree with. I think it was random that Let's said it's what do you like?
What's left after?
What fun? Part of the fun is the fact that it's a video game. It's one of those things where it's like adapting Doom, which they've already done. But it's how do you can't recreate that with film?
The worst part is they're gonna put some first person parkour into it, and it's
yeah,
you're gonna do it as a gimmick and not as
why first person.
I guess it was a third person game. Fair enough, but so maybe they won't. I don't know. I still bet it would.
They did a Mirror's Edge show.
Yeah,
I still bet it would happen.
Yeah,
if they have really good choreography, it could be good. But that's another thing that it has to have. It has to have really stupidly good choreography for me to even give a fuck about it, honestly. Because there's certain Assassin's Creed games where it made you feel like Brotherhood made me feel like a god, dude. I could get a 30 person kill streak. I can get a 30 kill streak with Ezio, just counterattacking and attacking and
I remember Onimusha 4 had the most satisfying chain combos. Holy shit, that was fun. Untouchable. Oh, there's a million guys here. Don't worry. Trigger the the combo and kill all of them.
I don't know if you want to get into it because we're moving on to a different article, but there's a trailer for Assassin's Creed Revelations, and this was when Ezio was 50 and he's taking on 20 dudes, and it looks pretty cool.
The best thing that's Assassin's Creed was the
Rule 34 content. What?
No. Was there even girl care? I only played the first game for 10 minutes.
There's been a couple. There's been
Well, I'm just saying from when we covered the Assassin's Creed Shadows nonsense, we covered that steamy scene that happened in one of the games or whatever. Anyway,
the thing I was gonna say was the best thing that's Assassin's Creed is Tobuscus.
Oh, the real Tobuscus.
Tobuscus. Yeah, the
what are they called? The something trailers? The literal trailer.
Yeah.
They say Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, where he sings the lyrics to the songs of the trailer.
Yeah, I've watched. I showed you guys that recently, and I remember being like, "Man, this was entertainment back a couple of years ago. Nowadays, it just feels cringe."
One of them was like, he's the first X-Men or something. Like, oh, there was a few good lines on some of them.
Mm. All right, I was just updating the doc while I had a free moment. All right, cool. All right, let's go into this. Anime fans reject streaming exclusivity. Prime Video's spring titles struggle to stay relevant. Damn. A new report shows that anime titles released as streaming exclusive, particularly on Prime Video, consistently fail to maintain momentum and attract new viewers over time. Despite strong debuts, series like Nazotoki wa Dinner no Ato de and Katainaka no Osan. Is that Uncle in Another World or whatever?
No, that's already done. That was on Netflix anyway.
I thought, was it? I thought it was on Amazon. Kenshi Ninaru, Becoming Kenshi, saw sharp drops in online engagement, highlighting how exclusivity stifles organic buzz. Streaming exclusivity may sound like a premium strategy, but for anime fans, it's proving to be a dead end. A new report from Bushi Road analyzing the 2025 spring anime season found that titles locked to a single platform, namely Prime Video, struggle to retain attention beyond their debut weeks and fail to convert social media buzz into search traffic or new viewer engagement. I mean, the thing about Amazon Prime is that you either have it or you don't. Nobody buys Amazon Prime to watch the shit. You buy Amazon Prime for the free shipping because you find that you use Amazon a lot.
Right.
And then you watch stuff because, well, I have it. Right?
And it's just like a free perk.
Yeah. It's like dark mode, right? A new report from Bushi Road analyzing the 2025 spring anime season found the titles locked to a single platform, namely Prime Video, struggled to retain attention beyond their debut weeks and failed to convert social media buzz into search traffic or new viewer engagement. The two Prime exclusive series spotlighted were the ones we read previously. I don't understand. How is this two different series when you list three things? Nazotoki wa Dinner no Ato de, and unless this is the second series, Katainaka no Osan Kenshi Ninaru? Is that the name of the series?
I guess.
That comma throws me off, man. Both anime launched with high interest due to their popular source material, ranking 3rd and 4th respectively in Google search volume during their premiere weeks. However, things quickly went south. Dinner no Ato de, briefly, okay, so that is the first series. Briefly rebounded in week 8 with a 61% Twitter posting rate, but search interest remained at a dismal 20%, eventually dropping to 15%. Similarly, Katainaka no Osan. See? That fucking had a 117% spike in Twitter mentions in week 2, but its search traffic already declined to 75%, and it kept plummeting, ending with only 15% posting volume and 40% search retention. What the hell, man? In contrast, anime made freely accessible, such as YouTube available everyday host and Maibashi Witches, performed far better. Everyday host saw a staggering 275% increase in search activity and activity mid-season, while Maibashi Witches climbed to 103%, showcasing that wider availability fuels word-of-mouth growth and viewer curiosity. The report concludes that exclusive streaming deals make it harder for shows to stay relevant, as buzz on social platforms doesn't translate into broader interest or discoverability. I mean, the problem that things are having right now is that when it comes to a show itself becoming popular, when it used to be, oh, well, we just watched that on Adult Swim or Cartoon Network, it's like, yeah, pretty much everybody has that, right? Because basically every household has a TV with cable. And if you have that, if you reach that bar, every fucking person here watched Pokemon growing up. You know what I mean? Like, that's an easy bar to reach because everybody already had it. You know what I mean? But once it becomes split off into, you know, all the different streaming services, then it becomes, oh, I can't watch that because I don't get that channel because it's a premium channel now, you know?
I feel part of the reason behind this, which is kind of my own personal thing. Like, I have Crunchyroll. People who watch anime have Crunchyroll. They have High Dive. We bought them specifically to watch, Crunchyroll, anime, Crunchyroll and High Dive. Bunch of shows are on Crunchyroll. Bunch of shows are on High Dive. Okay, if I had to go to a third app just to watch one show, I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Pokemon was also over the air. Like you didn't even need cable.
Yeah. That's why I brought it up afterward. I was like, yeah, well, actually, an even better argument is you don't even have to have cable to watch Pokemon because it was on Channel 5 at my house.
Yeah, WB and Fox. You can watch Pokemon and Digimon.
Yep.
And the worst is like with even with popular shows with like One Piece, it's on Netflix, but not episodes like 800 to 1100. Those are only on Crunchyroll. Like it's like they have every other episode, but like there's a gap. Why is there a gap? I don't know. Bad time to go to the bathroom.
He just wanted to make a gap in our streaming schedule.
I guess. What? It sounded like an alien just abducted him. What the hell? I don't know what that noise was. Looking for a new anime. Search results sucks.
Yeah.
20-year-old image showing up new. Yeah, it's new to Amazon. That's why.
That's why. Yeah. I think new to Amazon to call it new.
I remember I saw. And the other thing about streaming is like they'll be on Amazon, but then like, and you're like, oh, maybe I'll watch that. So you add it to your list, and then you go to watch it like, a couple.
On Amazon through Paramount Plus.
No,
Amazon
but like
HBO Max.
Let's say it's even on Prime, right? So you're like you're searching through Prime one day, you're like, okay, add it to Amazon or Netflix or whatever, right? And then it's like you don't want to watch it now, so you just add it to the list of like maybe I'll get to it one day. And then, like, maybe a year later, you're like, okay, let me go watch it. I'm really bored. I'll look through my list, and it's like, where was that anime that I?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not on Amazon anymore. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Like my dad rewatches like a lot of stuff. He watched, like Person of Interest. It was on Netflix at once.
Sorry, nature called, and I was thirsty.
And then, like the other night, he was like, "Wasn't I watching that on Netflix?" Turns out he was actually watching it. It's not on Netflix. He was watching it on Prime, because like 1 minute's on Netflix, the next minute's on Prime.
Yeah.
So it says here, the report concludes that excessive streaming deals make it harder for shows to stay relevant, as buzz on social platforms doesn't translate into broader interest or discoverability. The result is a walled garden effect. Fans talk about it, but no one outside the circle comes in. While anime streaming platforms chase exclusivity deals for control and revenue, it's the shows and fans that suffer. The data shows that limiting access stifles a title's ability to grow organically, and once again proves that putting anime behind a locked gate is a surefire way to kill the hype. Yeah, so I was thinking about this when we were reading it before, that honestly, you pay more for exclusive rights. If you want to watch this, you got to watch it on Netflix, right? But the show itself is sacrificing long-term value for short-term gain, because if it was available on more platforms, the real honest point of most shows is to create hype to then sell merch. Right? Because if you can create hype around the show, people then want to buy, the gachapons and the shirts and the hats and the
physical release that comes down the road.
So in order to do that, you have to create fans. And so like I brought up Pokemon. Pokemon's huge because everybody experienced it, right? And there's like the thing with Pokemon is that because you had the characters, like my parents used to try to point out a couple things, like the idea that the reason Pokemon is so successful is because there are Pokemon that you look at and say, oh, that Pokemon is cool. But then girls will have Pokemon look at and say, oh, it's so cute, right? And so the idea behind it is that they try to put it in there where there's basically something for everybody, right? And so when it comes to your favorite Pokemon, that's the one that's like, I mean, every time I go to Target, I think it's Target. There's one of the Targets by my house. Every time I go in there, the like section that used to hold movies, I walk there and be like, oh yeah, that's right, depression, but they have like a big selection of very large Pokemon, and they have this Cubone that I've been eyeballing and will probably buy the next time I go in there if it's still there. Like just one of those things where they've got these giant Pokemon, and it's like, if you see the one that is like, oh, that's mine, that's my favorite, right? Like, people buy that shit. Yeah. But the only reason that we got to this point is because everybody had a chance to become a fan. Everybody talked about it at school. It was the huge craze because of the Pokemon card tie-in, right? And the way that you make money is not to lock your, and the game is to not lock your franchise behind the wall, right? The walled garden effect, right? So long term, you're sacrificing, you're making a bet effectively that the show will not perform well enough given a wider release. It will not perform well enough to be worth that, and instead you're going to take the shorthand easy cash by getting the exclusivity.
Yeah.
Like,
The other thing about
sorry.
I was gonna...
Fine, Randy. Go. Okay. I was like this season even Amazon basically just killed Penny and Stocking. Mm-hmm. Not having it was exclusive to Amazon, not having the Funimation cash, gripes with Jamie Marchi and Monica Rial aside, they basically killed Penny and Stocking.
I disagree. I didn't like the original Panty and Stocking, but I liked the first episode.
It was already dead.
The point I'm saying, those of us who absolutely loved it, myself included, and like with it being Amazon exclusive, not keeping the original cast, probably won't get a physical release.
Well, despite
they basically killed it.
I think it will get a physical release eventually, but despite my dislike of Jamie Marchi and Monica Rial, I hope that when it does get a physical release, that we get the best of both worlds and they put both dubs on it, right? That they actually go to the trouble of giving people what they actually want. That would be, and this, again, just talking about the strategy behind, maximizing the value for a show. If, God damn it. Good enough. If you were to sign away the exclusivity instead of getting a mass appeal, which with Panty and Stocking, I mean, that show's kind of, you're not going to get that on every platform because it's fucking Panty and Stocking, right? You're not going to put that on kids' TV, right? Like Pokemon.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to maximize the value out of it, it would be worth to Crunchyroll to pay more to get access for a release of that and to redub it, right? That would be a place where the investment would be worth it, right? You have to put in the extra work, but the return on your investment will more than make it worth it, right?
Because there's a lot of fans who want consistency.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
most humans just want consistency, right? Like, just generally speaking, you don't want to. Good.
Along with what you were saying, where shows did well before because they were available to everyone, so everyone could talk about them. There were some shows that had exclusivity, like The Walking Dead or Game of Thrones. They were exclusive to HBO, right? It's sort of similar. AMC.
Shocking, really. Quick side note. Did you know that Walking Dead was pitched to HBO and they passed on it because they thought it would be too fucking violent? So then instead of going on a premium channel, it went on fucking AMC.
And blew up.
I mean, the show is absolute dog shit after like season 4, but still, I just found that so ridiculous.
Yeah, whoever said no, we shouldn't get this for HBO has probably hung himself after season 3.
So when those shows were coming out, there was also a campaign of whether it was, I don't think it was orchestrated by the companies themselves, but it was just kind of like a synergetic thing with. Well, AMC did do the Talking with Dead, right? So I guess that was with, Talking Dead or whatever, where they would talk about the episode after the episode aired, and it allowed you to talk about like theories about what you thought about the episode, and there was, what I was going to say is there was also YouTube channels like Nerdist or IGN even sometimes would do like a series review where every episode they'd have a remember
review. What series it was that I was watching, but there was a YouTube channel that I started watching when they were brand new called New Rockstars, who have blown up to the point where I don't even recognize them anymore. But they used to do, it was probably Game of Thrones that I was watching them for, where they would cover, like stuff that was different from the book and like theories and where they thought things would go based on stuff that they knew from the book and stuff. And that honestly was more fun than actually watching the show. You know what I mean? And I think I think you're right. Like that aspect of it is dramatically beneficial to the franchise, Yeah.
It gives a way for people to engage with the series and especially the YouTube stuff for free, right? Without needing to have the cable or whatever, have Netflix. But the bigger issue with those things is they've all fallen off. Probably because everyone that hosts them had figured, well, I could do this better on my own. Or just there's more competition, so less people showing up to them. I don't know. And also binging, like series being dropped full season has kind of removed the need for like a weekly, like, okay, on this episode, what did you think? What are the theories? So the whole idea of those kind of shows have kind of gone away.
Shut up.
And so now we're not having cultural debates about a show, and they kind of just get forgotten.
You know what's happening next.
I'll change my name.
I gotcha. For anybody who's not following, Reese just said this through my account. Dexter Original Sin from last year and Dexter Resurrection, which is the one airing, have been pretty good so far. Reus. All right. Yeah. So, what were you saying? You're saying that the binging model is. Oh, you know what? Stranger Things might have been the other thing I was watching New Rockstars talk about. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Just
binging has led to those shows not being profitable, and so now the big people don't really make those types of shows anymore, where they're talking about a show episode by episode. And smaller channels might still talk about the shows that are released weekly, but if there's one location to be like, oh well, this is where we go to talk about the show, it's one location, then that's fine. Everyone can like follow along with that. If it's like 1,000 different YouTubers all talking about it, it's less of an effect because now it's like, well, are you watching this show? I don't know. And so because the binge model has kind of, I think, maybe not made the big people focus on TV as much in terms of like a talk show about the show. It's gotten to the point where when a show gets released on binge, people might talk about it for a week or two and then it's forgotten. Just like a fart in the wind.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a consumer, I prefer to watch something and binge it, right? Like when I watched Bet, I watched it in like 3 sittings, and that's the way I prefer it because then it's like I fucking hate waiting, like especially when you binge the first like 8 episodes. It's like, oh shit, I got caught up. I have to wait a week for episode 9 and then another week for episode 10, and then what invariably happens is that once I've broken sort of the cycle I'm in for the content I'm consuming, and all of a sudden I have to wait a month or whatever, even I get busy or I watch something else, and then it's hard to come back to it to finish it up. You know, it definitely isn't the same. But
Well, I mean, the other thing is, if they're doing release schedules that are like, hey, okay, here's an episode, the next episode is going to be in a month or 6 weeks, you do start losing people. So it kind of only works with a weekly release schedule. Otherwise, you may as well just do the binge thing, because, like with Stranger Things, you're going to have to watch. You can binge like 3 episodes, but then you got to wait a week or 2 weeks, and then you get one more episode, then you got to wait another few days, and then you get the last episode. Like, I get they're trying to have it both ways, but where they're going to extend the news cycle of people talking about the episodes, they'll probably get maybe 2 months of like people subscribing to the series or to Netflix to watch the full series if they want to watch it right away. But what you're doing is you're making people, okay, I'm going to watch this and then now forget about it. And because I binged it, it's not going to be in my long-term memory anymore, and I'll probably not go back to it. Like, the odds of me going back to it are less, right?
So,
as opposed to weekly, where you're habitualizing it and you're putting it in long-term memory. Like, okay, this is long-term memory. I got to remember.
Well, there's also the value. Like, I remember I used to watch The Office when it aired. You know what I mean? Like, I used to wait for it every week and whatnot. And that created a very, like, that's the whole, talking about it around the water cooler kind of culture, right? Where no matter what class I was in college, there was always one person I knew was watching it, right? And that would, like, if I had class a day or two after we watched the episode, it's like we'd always talk about it. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. So, Greenland, were you going to say something?
I was. So I come from the I can't speak for everybody here, but I come from the
I come from the net
anime, the anime circuit of. I bought the Blu-ray, and so after buying the Blu-ray, I would have to, well, not have to, but I was inclined to binge the entire series that I just bought, or on DVD too, I guess.
Yeah,
but like, because I would have to either wait for the dub, or I hadn't seen the show. Oh wait, I'll buy it. Here it is on Amazon, Right Stuff. I'll buy it, and I'd watch it. So I was inclined to binge things, but after I kind of took once streaming started heavily, and I got into streaming proper, I've had to wait for certain shows to either finish airing, but I kind of want to see what's going on, so I'm trying to keep caught up for the most part anyways. And it is kind of this, it's nice at times to take breaks. I get the binge mentality, because you just like, I have to see what happens next. But me being incredibly patient, because I used to wait a year for like the dub to come out for a show sometimes. And with certain shows now, I get to, I've gone back with this mentality of, because I'll watch certain anime, and I've gushed enough about this already on this podcast, but I've gone back to the Toonami lineup, and I've binged 5 shows in a row, but I haven't like binged multiple episodes of the same show typically. I'll start a show and then okay, it's time for the next show. So I've really been able to like sink in in individual episodes with detail that I wasn't able to do before. I've noticed things now that I never noticed while binging a show, because I had to sit there and be like, oh, that's what happened. Oh, that's why they're talking about this. Oh, this is why Soccer is a piece of shit character, because
it's funny. I feel like that rewatching Attack on Titan season 4 right now. I've been watching it with my son, and it's like a bunch of stuff that the first time around, just simply because it's so different from the rest of the series in terms of how they dole out the information. I missed a lot in terms, like, stuff that to me I felt was like you have to really pay attention to follow what's happening in this part. Like if you miss this, you missed it. Then I'm like rewatching it, and I'm like, honestly, how could you miss it? They like bring it up like 15 times.
Yeah.
You know, like these different elements, right? But it's just tricky. Like when it's your first watch, and this is what's tricky also about the First Impression series is a lot of the stuff I see I don't really enjoy, and then when I'm editing, I'm like, oh, that was actually really awesome, but I didn't value it until I was rewatching it, and I could like pause and read the subtitles more thoroughly and rewind and understand. Oh, okay, I see what they're doing, you know. And then it's like a pain in the ass to edit because you're like, fuck, I look like an idiot.
With binging, you have this mentality of getting to the next plot point, the next thing, the next scene. With watching individual episodes as they come out, you're allowed to appreciate. I will argue, you're allowed to appreciate certain individual moments, like, oh, that's who that character is, or this is how this is it being introduced. Oh, this is what this scene looks like. And
I definitely think there's value in being forced to slow down in your media consumption, in the sense that when you do appreciate it more. Like if you actually, like, you watch the episode and you experience it first, and then midway through the week while you're waiting, you watch it again. Or the night before the episode drops, the next episode, or right, like you plan it out so that we're going to rewatch that episode with the DVR or whatever, and then we're going to watch the new episode as it drops. Like that has a tremendous effect on the way you experience the show, because then things stay fresh and whatnot. But I think that the problem is that because media has become so ubiquitous and, like, you know, we've either been spoiled with the sheer quantity of good media to watch, or we've become content to watch shit media and marvel at how terrible it is, that there's always something else to distract yourself with rather than sitting with the media you're watching in its off time and experiencing the feeling of processing what's going on and understanding and formulating ideas, which again is one of the reasons I really enjoyed our watch clubs for Attack on Titan, because getting into that place where you're like, I wonder what's going to happen next, and I'm trying to piece together all of these jagged puzzle pieces, and still, as you go through season 4, finding out that it does not fucking matter what you thought, because you're still fucking wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would also argue, and you'll forgive me if we brought this up already, but like, it's also the amount of, and I can't speak for everything, but I think you brought this up briefly, the quantity that we're getting, just the sheer amount of media that we're getting nowadays with, like, anime, for example, is just, before there was like 5 good shows that you'd watch and that was it. Now it's like 40 shows and it's like,
I'm watching 16 shows this season.
Yeah.
I would like to have income that allowed me to do that. I would like to be up to date. I don't want to jinx it, but if I got Stealth Weed back up with the help of ChatGPT to help fix perspective, I could churn shit out way faster. I'm still going to vectorize it and put the finishing touches on it. I'm not just going to ask the AI to give me a print file or whatever. But I could do stuff way faster. And if that shit was paying the bills, motherfucker, I'd be unstoppable. Anyway.
I had the manifesto done in like 3 days.
No. Look, I don't say this lightly. I do not say this lightly. The manifesto is a work of art. All right? Like, truly, you know, it has its strengths and weaknesses. There will be parts that are going to be a little wonk. But honestly, I can say with full confidence that even if you are the biggest Attack on Titan fan on the planet and you've read every interview and everything, I promise you I will still blow your mind with some of the insights I'm gonna bring to it. Okay? So hands down, like it's gonna be legendary.
Are you sure we won't blow our brains out before that happens?
You will probably blow your brains out, because I'm currently working on a portion of the thread that I call Footnam is a fucking moron. Anyway, all right. So let me.
I hope you keep that in your. Fuck, what's it called again? Your paper.
my my
What's it called?
dissertation.
Your what?
My dissertation.
No. It's the
Manifesto?
college paper.
Yeah, a dissertation.
Is that the thing?
Yeah.
No, that's not the term I'm thinking of.
Yes, when you file your dissertation to get your master's degree or your PhD or whatever.
Thesis? Is that the word you're thinking of?
Yeah,
thesis is another word for dissertation. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. All right. So, old man says.
That to the board. This is the section.
And this section is why my friend is wrong. I was looking for a new anime on Amazon last year, and the search results suck. 20-year-old anime was showing up as new. If it was new to streaming on Amazon, it was new. Sadly, we don't have kids blocks for Fox and ABC channels anymore. Or what do you mean, like?
Probably anymore.
Tubi is free streaming, but you have to watch advertising. Backlog RIP. Yeah. My dear friend Nogotan is on YouTube and Tubi. That anime was widely available on almost all platforms. All seven seasons of Ranma 1/2 is on YouTube also. It's one of my favorite anime. I remember hunting down all the DVD sets. They've been selling the DVDs on Amazon, also the Blu-rays. New Dexter, by the way, still haven't watched, and not because it's exclusive. I want these kids to leave my kids alone. Oh, actually,
In terms of not having the Fox Kids block, I honestly at this point I don't think it would save anything.
No.
Like if they decided
we've already moved, like the whole conversation about what worked with Pokemon isn't to say that just bring that back. The reason that doesn't exist anymore is because we all moved on from cable to streaming.
Yeah.
We aren't going to go back. I don't have TV in my house anymore, and I never will again. Because every time I go into a house that has TV, I'm reminded that commercials exist, and I want to kill myself.
Yeah.
JT Vega, I always collected anime at local retail. I could find amazing deals back in the day, even on some rare anime sets. Right here, buddy. It was a lot of fun walking into a store and not knowing what you find. Absolutely. Still to this day, I enjoy doing that. And it's one of those things where it's like I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, that Street Fighter 2 DVD. And it's like, I'd never seen this before. Like, I have the movie probably 2 or 3 times, but I'd never seen this release of it before. And when you find shit like that, I got to get it. I have to own this now, you know?
I have to own this for the 17th time.
Yep. I think binge kills the hype for an anime. Anime fans eagerly waiting on new episodes and discussing it afterward have been a thing for decades. I really liked buying anime in the mid-2000s and binging it in a single sitting. When it was really good for 12-episode series. Occasionally, Julie and I would do it with 26-episode series. But there was just always something really just special about just blocking off a day where the only time you stop is to get a pizza or something, to go grab food from somewhere and then come back to it. You know what I mean? I always loved that. That was a experience in my life I'd love to get back. In the Crunchyroll comments, there were fans eagerly discussing each episode as it aired. Now all the hype is gone because Crunchyroll deleted the comment section. Yeah, huge misstep, right? Anyway, let's go into this next topic here. So VShojo is shutting down.
How to destroy an empire in a day.
Yeah. Rome wasn't built in a day, but it did crumble in one. Yeah. VShojo CEO Justin "The Gun Run" Ignacio released a statement on the group's official social media page apologizing while at the same time claiming ignorance of the worst offenses. In his apology, Ignacio claims that the company was attempting to fundraise in order to center their talent-first approach to VTubing. I feel like I opened these in the wrong order. Hold on. All right, I'm going to trust myself that I didn't fuck it up, but I probably did. In his apology, Ignacio claims the company was attempting to fundraise in order to center their talent-first approach to VTubing. This is something they have admittedly lived up to, with allowing their talents to keep their IPs. right? Meaning that when their talents leave, they don't have to create a new brand and a new, model, the way that Gargura had to become Samako Saba when she left Hololive. However,
I think a lot of them came with their, like when they
joined VShojo, a lot of them already had their presence.
I think so.
VShojo
most places give you a new persona, and then that's why they don't let you go with it, because they were the ones that created
they invested in it. Yeah, they did all the work. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of shit though, because it's like, I feel like it would make more sense if you had like a revenue split or something. Like you can still have it, because otherwise you're doing nothing with it and it's going to die unless you get somebody else to fill the void. And then you're like, who is this? That voice is different. The mannerisms are different. You know what I mean? The Brett Cooper, Reagan situation from the Daily Wire, right? Like all of a sudden everybody hates the new talent because they are a facsimile of the old talent or whatever. The recent revelation that money earmarked for charity had been taken for operational costs at VShojo undermined the company's reputation. And as a result, almost every single talent has distanced themselves from the company, while also sharing stories about contractors not being paid or talents not being paid. Notably, Iron Mouse, who is the face of the company, says hundreds of thousands had been taken from the Immune Deficiency Foundation by VShojo. Furthermore, Ignacio's statement attempts to claim ignorance about the diverted charity funds, saying that he later learned the money was intended for a charitable initiative, creating the implication that the money had been taken without his knowledge or approval. It's difficult to say whether or not that's true, but fans are unhappy with the timid response from VShojo and what appears to be an attempt to avoid accountability. He also avoids talking about the money that contractors and talents weren't paid. While the charity funds were the largest issue, they were far from the only issue at VShojo. All right, I'm not going to trust myself. I'm going to do these in the order that I feel like they should have gone in. So this is the statement from VShojo. VShojo has failed, and I've mismanaged the company into the situation you're all witnessing. So today, I am sharing the difficult news that VShojo is shutting down, and I take full responsibility for the decisions that led us to this point. I've been doing everything I can to fundraise and right the ship these past few months, but despite my efforts, we are in a worse position, and those I care about are now paying the price. Over the past few years, we raised around $11 million to pursue a bold, talent-first approach in VTubing, prioritizing creators and community over short-term profits to achieve long-term sustainability. Our funding went directly to our creators through generous splits, debut investments, infrastructure, concerts, events, and staffing, all designed to support them. We also wanted talent to own their IP, which we knew was a unique creator-first approach for an agency. However, despite all our efforts, the business failed to generate the revenue we needed to sustain that model, and eventually we ran out of money. Additionally, I acknowledge that some of the money spent by the company was raised in connection with talent activity, which I later learned was intended for a charitable initiative. At the time, we were working hard to raise additional investment capital to cover our costs, and I firmly believed, based on the information available to us, that we would be able to do so and cover all expenses. We were unsuccessful in our fundraising efforts. I made the decision to pursue funding, and I own its consequences. I am deeply sorry to all the talents, staff, friends, and community members who believed in our brand. You did not deserve this. Now, the community note says, Justin claims not to know the purpose of the funds, but he personally congratulated Iron Mouse on the completion of her charity fundraising event and reposted Ludwig directly mentioning that half the funds would go to charity. So this is the...
there's like 4 tweets that are proof that he knew that the charity was like raising funds.
This is his real account, like not his VShojo one, but the one that's like his personal one. Reposting, thank you all so much, and that's the cyclothon for done. 1,069 $1,561 raised, right? And then the other image here. Amazing job to Sea-Dog VA and the team on passing $1 million raised for immune deficients during Cyclothon 4. Join him and Abroad in Japan, Premiere 2, and Iron Mouse as they reach the finish line, right? And then donate and all that stuff. So he's reposting this stuff and claiming.
Did you see that some news agency covered this, and they put Sea-Dog on the TV, and
as like the head of the company instead of
no, they put him up like because he had commented like this tweet up because he had tweeted out like good job funding the IDF or something because that
right.
thing they're donating to has the acronym ADF.
Yeah, IDF.
And people
Immunodeficient Fund. Yeah. So I was going to make that joke actually. Like at least it's like at least the money didn't go to the IDF, but it also didn't go to the IDF, right? Like, yeah, that would have made people very fucking mad. That's like.
So just to be clear, the news agency thought they meant the Israel Defense
Force,
Fund or whatever.
That's funny. That reminds me of when Russia, they had the celebrate Russia Day for her birthday or whatever, and it was like the same day that Russia invaded Ukraine. Oh, okay. So Shibuya Kaho exposes doxing VShojo staff. Former JAV actress Shibuya Kaho has publicly accused a VShojo staff member of sharing talent's real identities, including photos and marital status, with company contacts, marking a serious breach of trust and warning colleagues to prioritize talent protection. Shibuya Kaho posted on Twitter detailing troubling behavior from a staffer who had moved to VShojo's Japan branch after working at another VTuber company. She accused him of flaunting his income, pressuring her into a tax advice dinner, and ultimately displaying real-life photos of VTubers and their personal details, including marital status, to others. Here's her entire tweet. This person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me a few of his new business cards to give to my good contacts. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then the motherfucker wanted to meet up for tax advice because I'm a native in Japan and I hire an accountant. I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far for me, splitting the bill. That day, I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet, because I loved the talents he worked with, I was only secretly hoping he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info, like marital status. I now wanted to find a way to warn other employees. Today, I've learned the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. Don't know if he's involved with it, yet all my personal grudge is nothing compared to such betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers or agencies can be the talent's worst enemy. Please always support the talent first. Is she also a VTuber and a porn star?
She does Twitch streams.
I don't think she's a VTuber now.
Who is this?
Is that Centrea Putnam? Is that the one who's a dude?
Oh, on the cover, yeah.
They use a AI voice. Now it could be a girl with an ugly ass voice, but I fucking doubt it.
I'm trying to see because I could buy that this is.
Well, what is it? It's text to speech, from what I can tell. So I think it's just a dude.
Mm. Okay, so then somebody replied, if you knew about this guy, why didn't you speak up earlier, revealing VTubers' information is dangerous to them? It just looks like you joined the bandwagon when it became relevant. Actually, I just came back from the US where I gathered the info that he was still with the company, and I was actually meeting up with someone who's been working with him in Japan this week. Given that it's a story I heard from someone else, I thought it was best to do in person. Well, I guess the sharing part was somebody that was a story she heard from somebody else. According to Sportskeeda, another VTuber, Mugen, also stepped forward, confirming a VShojo staff member had doxed multiple talents and boasted about usurping their information for personal gain. The situation unfolded just after Iron Mouse officially parted ways with VShojo over alleged withheld earnings and hundreds of thousands owed to charity, a controversy that prompted Kaho's allegations the same day. Let's see what that's all about. VTuber agency VShojo shuts down amid accusation of mismanagement and wage theft. It is fucked up, and I am upset. On Tuesday, Iron Mouse left VShojo, claiming that the agency not only owed her money, but they also allegedly failed to pay the Immune Deficiency Foundation, the IDF, over $500,000 that she had raised for them. As one of the Western world's most popular VTubers, the torches and pitchforks were out, some even held by now former VShojo talent. That's fucking great. I love that. The news media thing. That's fucking great. So I'm gonna skip over this. This stuff again. Just skip over. This is the gun run Ignacio guy. For those unfamiliar, Iron Mouse is a VTuber who started streaming in 2017 as she suffers from common variable immunodeficiency. This means she has a poor to non-existent immune system and was bound to her room and bed. Initially streaming as a way to make friends, she grew from strength to strength, joining VShojo in 2020. She showed the world her brilliant singing voice, wicked humor, and huge heart. Why does this read like she's dead? What the fuck? Like, Iron Mouse used her fame to help others, championing charity drives for the IDF. The charity has honored her alongside her close friend Connor Mark Calhoun, Sea Dog VA. However, doxed, right? However, on July 21st, she would claim VShojo had badly handled those efforts. On the edge of tears, Iron Mouse explained she was leaving VShojo, explaining she had learned that over the past couple months, she believes she was owed a significant amount of funds which have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from VShojo. She claimed, explaining that she couldn't elaborate any further under instructions from her attorney. Damn. She recounted being reluctant to join VShojo at first, fearing for her anonymity and afraid to trust others. Quote, I felt like every time I put my trust in people, it always ends in grief for me. So I was worried about expectations and 1,000,001 other things. She then said, she, quote, would always be told how important I was for the company, and I was told that I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on me, to the point where I felt guilt tripped into singing. She explained, quote, I felt responsible for everybody who worked at VShojo. I felt like if I didn't do this, and if I didn't stay, I was hurting everybody and I was destroying everybody's life. What is this? Is this a music video?
Probably.
Her Iron Mouse lore. Okay. Growing more uncomfortable, Iron Mouse nonetheless allowed VShojo to handle her payments to ensure her privacy. Quote, one amazing thing for me was the fact that VShojo handled all my payments, and it meant that I never had to give out any of my personal information, so that was always a blessing to me. As time went on, I decided that I wanted to try to start pulling out my remaining funds because I wanted to start taking over my own finances. This is what led me to this point. Between her and Connor, they had raised around $4 million for the IDF through numerous charity events via Tiltify. After the success of her first subathon in 2022, she wanted to donate half of her earnings to the IDF for future subathons. The second subathon raised over $329,350 for the IDF, but this came in via Twitch revenue rather than Tiltify. As such, it required VShojo to make that donation on her Iron Mouse's behalf. She notes they had promptly sent the payment. The third subathon in 2024 raised $515,000 for the IDF, along with Iron Mouse breaking the record as the most subscribed streamer on Twitch. Quote, I once again asked VShojo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, still a year later, VShojo has not paid the charity, she claimed. Quote, this entire situation has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to the community that helped me. But unfortunately, that's not the case. I don't understand why your charity stream doesn't have the donations set up to go through a portal that is that charity.
Probably because they have to do the split, because 50% will go directly to VShojo and the other 50 is to the charity, right? Because they raised like $1 million, but
okay, so they did actually raise
was going
a
to
shit ton
charity.
more. It just seems to me like it would be safer to go to have the charity themselves, well,
you're right.
Under the assumption,
I
like, yeah,
they just
we're only going to take half of this.
To do that.
You know what I mean? The entire situation has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to a community that helped me. But unfortunately, that's not the case. I am at a loss of what to do right now. I'm kind of processing everything. I'm very sad and very confused. Once again, I want to apologize to the Immunodeficiency Foundation and to my community who has shown so much support to me. Iron Mouse then explained all ad revenue from the announcement video would go to the IDF, promoted a Tiltify donation fund, and will perform a special live stream later in the month to help raise money. Iron Mouse's video has captured the love and fury of the VTubing community, if not beyond. The aforementioned Tiltify link aimed to raise $10,000, but has raised over $563,000 at this time of writing, continuing to climb. Oh, okay.
It's actually hit over $1 million now.
Yeah, I was going to say, we should look it up. But even Tiltify cheered on Iron Mouse in their own post, and the IDF found themselves being surprised by the unexpected amount raised at that point. As of writing, the top donors include a who's who of VTubing and streaming, with nearly the top 50 donations giving $1,000 or more, along with VTube Studio giving $16,500. The program which made Iron Mouse's streaming possible. Of note is Zentreya, who left VShojo on July 11th, who has donated the sum of $8,000. People have also been made more aware thanks to videos by Moist Critical and many others.
I just realized, did Charlie not donate?
The internet would then rally behind Mousy, once again the biggest VTuber replying to her post. Who's Mousy? Is that
Iron Mouse?
Iron Mouse?
I feel like if Charlie donated, he'd probably do it quietly.
Maybe.
Many insisted she had succeeded on her own merits and work, and not because of VShojo. This even included then current and former VShojo talent. Giga, former VTuber for VShojo, made a call to arms with the donations, which was subsequently retweeted by Amelie, at the time a member. Nyanners left in April 2023, and Zentreya, former member Matar Khan, left May this year, also voiced her support in the replies. Zentreya told her own supporters on Twitter she was just as angry as they were, declaring, "Some of you have questions that I can't legally answer, but please know that it wasn't for me to bring to light, but it is fucked up and I am upset, and you have the right as well."
You'd think that they would be able to say it, because how can you get sued by a company with no money? But
yeah, I mean, it would be hard for them to muster the money to sue you.
Well, was that tweet before they shut down?
But either way, like if they've got no
Yeah.
money and they're stealing the charity,
the
and
reason they
everything,
left is because there's no money and you're not paying anyone.
I mean, especially if you're
Right.
in a jury situation, be like, do I want to award the people who stole from charity? No, probably not. Like, you know.
By the way, isn't like, so if they're not paying you, like NDAs don't support like covering up like crimes and all this stuff or whatever. So like, why would it be against your contract to say like they didn't pay me? They haven't paid me
Well,
for 2 years or whatever.
If you're not being paid, that's not a crime. That's a civil issue. So,
Well, still, the point is like, you know,
The
you
fraud,
can't just get away with
the
everything.
charity fraud is one thing. This not being paid is not really a crime.
Yeah. Sorry. I need to upload something to the brand. I'm just going to test if it's going to get copyright flagged or not. Did you guys ever watch home movies on Adult Swim?
I didn't get
know of
Adult
it.
Swim.
Oh, God. I fucking love that show.
It was on YTV too, late at night.
Hold on. My upload froze. It's already on YouTube, so I'm assuming that worst case scenario, it's going to be a revenue loss.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to start uploading it to the brand too, just so I have it ready. All right. So I can't not think of this intros and that's weird.
Good game. Good game.
Every
Good
time
job.
we switch brands, it does that now. Okay. I just need to see. Okay, no restrictions yet. We're gonna. It's a 2-minute clip, basically. So this is from an. So if you've never watched home movies, it is a cartoon about kids who make home movies on a cassette recorder, right? Like a tape recorder. What do you call it? Camcorder. Yeah, and it's very interestingly structured because the first season, which I think this is from, every line in the entire show was ad-libbed. So they literally are just doing improv in the recording booth, and then they animated to it with a loose structure for what the episode was going to be about. And because it's kids making home movies, they're sort of processing the world through their home movies, but the people playing the kids are all a bunch of adults. So it's really fucking funny. So I'm just going to play this for you.
How do I look, Father?
Our son, not so good. You were crushed by this wall here. I'm afraid you only have a few more minutes to live.
Oh, well, that sucks, Father.
Yes, it does,
Yeah.
my little lamb of God. Yes, it does.
I suppose you're here to give me my last rites then, huh?
Yes.
Hold on there. I'm trying to reach my wallet.
Oh, no, my son. Last rites are free.
Since when?
Since always.
Let me give you something at least.
No, it's really not necessary.
Please, let me just...
Well, anything you could spare the church would be greatly appreciated.
That wasn't too tough.
Is there anything, my son, that you would like to confess before you die and go to hell?
What?
Heaven, sorry.
Oh,
Offering you a chance to be absolved of your sins.
how do I know you won't go blabbing, though?
Well, you sort of don't.
So what are you saying?
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
You know, forget it. I'll confess.
All right, hit me with it. Chop, chop.
Well, I accidentally stole some money once.
Oh, dear. From who?
From a charity.
You're kidding.
And now I'm afraid I did. I was.
Is it gonna be
young,
from the church?
naive. I really didn't know.
Hey, everybody!
Whoa.
Guess what?
What are you doing?
This guy steals from charities!
You know, please don't.
I know!
Please don't
I
do that.
couldn't believe it either!
Please don't do that.
We never got one like that!
Hey, please.
All right, I'll check you later.
Thank you.
Man, no wonder a wall fell on you. That's bad karma.
Oh, wait, hold on. Priests don't believe in karma. Wait, what are you, Catholic?
Actually, I'm Jewish.
But I thought you were a priest.
Yeah, I do get that a lot.
Yeah, but you're dressed like a priest.
Yeah, it's laundry day. I'm down to my priest outfit. Look, buddy, we gotta split. Hope everything goes well with the wall slowly crushing you.
Okay. All right, great episode. Yeah.
Okay, so I never like had heard of the show, and you were bringing it up the title, and then I'm like, oh no, I've seen this. Like,
Yeah.
awesome.
I forget the actual plot of the episode. He does accidentally steal money from like he's that's what it was. He's supposed to do a fundraiser, and like everywhere he goes, he's like raising funds, and then Coach McGurk convinces him to go spend the funds at going to the movies with him or something, and then he ends up feeling guilty over the fact that he's like, okay, he's like, listen, I'll get there's a great bit. He's like, okay, I'll get the tickets, but that's it. And then it cuts immediately. Okay, I'll get the sodas, but that's it. Okay, I'll get the candies, but that's it. And then the can is empty. I love that show. All right, anyway, back to this. Sorry, just the concept of this guy steals from charity. All right, anyway, so where were we? It's also been claimed by Twitter users that several current VShojo members used to have VShojo in their usernames, but have removed it after this revelation, while some members have expressed their deepest love for Iron Mouse and utter disgust at VShojo. We can glean some more information from other members. Giga addressed the situation in her live stream mere moments after the video went live. An hour in, is that mere moments? After expressing her relief, Giga explained that she knew it was coming. While she left in June, she was legally unable to provide other details. So they probably had a non-disclosure clause in your ability to leave, right? Giga believed she had been misled, as Iron Mouse had, and saw the writing on the wall, but didn't want to act until she could verify what she had learned. Learning it was true, it prompted her to leave. Even then, what happened with Iron Mouse is only some of the reasons she left. She hoped her leaving helped encourage others in VShojo to do whatever they felt was best. If Giga's words could be considered cautious, Kaison's could be considered grabbing the bull by the horns. She announced a special live stream across Twitch and YouTube, demanding answers from VShojo live on air. She revealed she had been unpaid since September 2024. Prior to that, things were fine, but payments were sometimes late. We need an explanation. Please answer, VShojo. Kaison was repeatedly told she was going to be paid, and only waited as any public declaration would have guaranteed she wouldn't be paid. She had planned to leave the company on July 31st, but moved forward due to Iron Mouse's announcement. Initially, overwhelmed with the embarrassment and shame trusting a company that only cared about money, Kaison called VShojo's Japanese CEO, Koshi Makino. It should be noted VShojo is based in California, and the CEO is Justin Ignacio. Okay. So the Japanese branch of CEO? What does that mean? Makino explained in Japanese and translated by Kaison, her mods and third parties, that the Japanese side of the company handled a lot less than the English side, and despite insisting the company was doing good according to the main company's finances, he knew Kaison and other Japanese VShojo talents weren't getting paid. Then he was being paid half of what he should have been. He was also waiting for VShojo to send the money, all the while being endlessly told it was coming. While Makino didn't know a lot, and if he did, couldn't legally say, he felt VShojo's actions were the result of incompetence, and they had believed taking on more talents and making more talent would result in more talent. What? Taking on more talents and making more talent would result in more talent.
Okay, so
if I grab a box of Legos and make more boxes of Legos, I think I'll get more Legos. Like what?
Probably.
What he probably means by that. So in case there's nothing actually going over this, because I kind of got this information from Nux's coverage.
Okay.
Is the whole strategy and the reason that VShojo probably went bankrupt is because they were betting on investing in like really expensive ads in like Tokyo and all this stuff to try and cannibalize Hololive talent. That's why they constantly had auditions.
You think that, yeah, okay, so they were trying specifically to poach talent from other agencies.
Yes, and that's why they had auditions open perpetually, because everyone saw that, wow, they're just always having auditions, but we're not seeing any new
they're
generation.
always like, they were probably devastated when Gargura became indie instead of signing with him, you know.
And then you saw, what is it? There were some people who have made claims that, like, okay, I passed the first stage of auditions. Oh, I did the next stage. You know, they passed like 3 or so stages, and then it turns out after that, someone who won was someone who, I don't know if it was that they simply they didn't even apply up to that stage or anything like that, but suddenly, someone that's a big name got just thrust in. So it's kind of like, oh, here's a Nepo hire or whatever that got priority. So all of these things do align pretty well. So basically, it probably took stuff like the charity money, the merch cut, because even people who weren't part of VShojo who were collabing, so like Mint Fantome, she had like merch made with a little collab, and she didn't get paid for any of that. She didn't get any share, and she just kind of overlooked it or whatever. But the point is, every single one of their talent had that. Like the actual core talent, and then you have the charity, whatever. So all of that combined, they probably spent all that money putting ads in Tokyo saying, hey, VShojo's hiring, apply, trying to get Hololive talent. And that's where the money went, because that's what he meant when he said, I was trying to get more funding. I was investing in getting funding, and a lot of people are confused by that. It's like, what the hell do you mean? What do you mean? And it meant he was reinvesting it in trying to get talent.
Well,
and when you get the Holo talent, you're going to rake in tons of cash because, we have
but see this is the but that's the big issue, isn't it? Right? Because if you got Hololive talent, the brand does not come with them. So let's just say hypothetically that you got Gargura to sign with you. She's still going to have to become a new identity.
No, no. That's why they have the model of, they keep their IP. It's like,
no.
Yeah,
because because the IP belongs to Hololive. That's what I'm saying. They might come from Hololive and join VShojo, but they don't get to keep their Hololive persona that made them a hot ticket item to begin with. Right? So unless Hololive was willing to sell the IP to VShojo, and that number would be astronomically high, right? A big fuck you number, right? Yeah, $5 million. How about that? Right?
When you put it that way, their strategy is really bad now.
Horrible, right? Right? If you got them, they don't get to say, like, you know, everybody knows Samako Saba is Gargura.
Yeah.
But she's not allowed to say, like, hello, everyone, I'm formerly Gargura. Like, she has to pretend to be an indie. This is our first time. I've never done this before, you know? She doesn't get to, like, ride her own coattails other than the fact that, you know, in her case, she was popular enough that people could figure it out and know. You know what I mean? And it's sort of like a open secret kind of thing, right? If you got literally anybody else from Hololive to jump ship, they need not only like a ramp up time to actually become as popular as they were, but you also have to invest in their character model, you know, whatever. Maybe you get some of the stuff, like maybe they get to keep their.
You also have to, you know, pay them, because I doubt that they're going to come on board if you're not paying them.
Yeah. It seems like this was just like the way you're describing it sounds like a massive gamble that they botched. Like they bet on the wrong strategy, you know?
Oh yeah.
So at one point he he felt the company would end up being disbanded, but later on he said he was unsure. So I want to catch up on chats before we keep going here.
And then what? Have you seen Dude, Where's My Car?
No.
Dude,
wow, fail.
Where's my car? And
There's a
then
scene where they they go to the
they go
Chinese
Chinese
restaurant
place,
and
yeah.
the person taking the order just keeps saying and then. Like
You
he's
haven't
like, I'll
counted all the times I do that? Come on.
take one rice and then okay and soup and then
Yeah.
no more and then.
And then
Footnote was saying and then a lot, so that's why I added that.
Am I Chinese coded?
He
Yeah.
he pulled out the money with no hesitation. I bet all the money is gone. I'm sure they paid themselves generously. $1 for you, $2 for VShojo, $2 for you, $8 for me, etc. Yeah. Yeah, the old
The other thing is
the
that
old
they
Looney
want to pay
Tunes.
off the
One for
employees
you,
in
three for me.
Japan or whatever because whoops, I'm
What?
delayed.
No, you're
They
here.
want to pay off the employees in Japan because they're legally required to or something, but the indie talent or whatever, sorry, they're not technically indie, but they're independent contractors and trying to wiggle their way out of paying them. So that's why they didn't get paid.
Many charities pay themselves most of the donations, giving only a small percentage of total amount. They only get caught when they don't distribute any donations. Yeah, I mean, that's in the fine print of nearly all charities, that the upkeep cost of the charity itself, the managerial side, ensuring that the money gets to, be utilized in different places and gets to the places where it's going to be effective. All of that, like you got to pay those people a year-long salary, to even to just update the freaking social media page to say you've got an event coming up or whatever. Like all those people have taken a cut. And if charities aren't bringing in, loads of money all the time, then they're not going to stay afloat, right? And honestly, as a nonprofit, they don't pay taxes. Like they got their 501c3 status, all that stuff. So, I mean, it's honestly a racket all around.
We didn't cover it, but did you hear about the situation with the creator clash that iDubbbz was putting on?
No.
So they were doing this
yeah.
thing where they would like have creators / YouTubers or whatever, Twitch streamers, do a charity boxing match.
Okay.
And the proceeds were going to go to some charity. I don't know what.
Mhm.
But at the last one, they had an issue where I think iDubbbz put out a thing defending Hassan last second or something like that, and so then the whole like Israel-Palestine debate kind of like blew up the whole event.
Well, it was a content cop video on Ethan H3, which in turn was defending Hassan essentially as well.
Yeah.
But the main
So
thing was
anyway-
that he was attacking his friend who had 2 people in creator clash, and also it did bring up the whole Israel-Palestine thing.
Yeah.
So,
and then people were started looking into the last one that they did, and they said that they didn't make any money from the last one. That went to charity because they didn't sell enough tickets. So they just made enough money to pay themselves all the money.
they didn't sell enough tickets. They rented a bigger and better arena and all this stuff, which was way more expensive. The hotel was way more expensive as well. They were upsizing because they thought, oh, the first one was successful. Little did they realize, no, it's not going to scale like that. And then they also had some sort of gala after the fact as a
I
pity
was gonna
party.
get to that. So that after the whole thing came out that like you didn't send any money to the charity, and they're like, well, no, after expenses we didn't have any extra money to give to the charity. They're like, but you threw a whole gala for all the participants. You could have just not done that. And they're like, well, they flew out and they did the whole event, so we thought it was good to like reward them for that. It's like, but you gave nothing to charity then. Like what?
And then after that second one that you're talking about happened, he had a live stream, and that raised some funds, so it wasn't in the negative anymore. And everyone's like, why don't you just do a live stream? Why even put on a boxing event and all this crap? Just do that, because they're paying each fighter like $10K for training or quote unquote. And apparently there were some bonuses too or something. And then the third one, which was canceled this year, it was revealed that they get a 35% cut. The iDubbbz and his quote unquote wife. I
didn't hear about this year's, like the
in this one
of it.
Actually, maybe it was last year that was 35% as well. But anyway, so for this one, the charity was not in the ticket cost. When you bought a ticket, it doesn't go to charity. You literally have to separately go to the charity link or whatever and donate. And now, granted, they said it's because they want to ensure that it's not contingent on, I guess, the boxing event itself being successful. But the point is, it's like your charity boxing event is really like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like you're doing a lot for charity in doing that.
No, seriously. And internet charity stuff is always suspect, to say the least.
That's like every time there was a scandal with Asmund Gold and his PC company doing something with the charity and getting posed. There's Ethan Ralph issue. He didn't have an issue.
Right.
He didn't have an issue. Ethan Ralph didn't have an issue with the charity itself, but he got targeted because the charity or because of his content, and then all of the money had to get like undonated. And then there was the completionist thing. Like, this just makes me say, don't do, like, if you're gonna donate to charity, do it on your own. Don't do it as like.
Well, just in the sad thing is that so many charities have been found to themselves also be huge.
Oh, I mean, that's another big issue.
Right. Well, I mean, so basically what it is the quote from Lord Acton, power corrupts and absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely, is that like when you're in a situation where money is just flowing in and you don't have any, massive oversight or obligations on it, then it's like it just
Black Lives Matter used the money to build all those houses for themselves.
Yeah.
The money donated for the California fires this year.
Yeah.
Apparently, it just came out that none of the money went to any of the people that had their house burnt down.
I can promise you right now that the OCA podcast will never partner with a charity ever. We're not going to donate to a charity. We're not going to argue that you should donate to a charity.
Except for the donate to the OCA podcast fund.
Yeah. Well, see, we're not a charity, though. I unfortunately have to pay taxes on that. If I wanted to get in on the charity grift, I might create a 501c3 for the OCA podcast, because if we phrased it just right, over the fact
the
that so many
Autistic
of us,
Weebs Fund,
that so many of us suffer from disabilities, either mental or physical, that perhaps we could create a charity just for the sake of keeping our lives going, right? And then we would not have to pay taxes, and then we still would not be making enough money to keep the show running. Then every week is just another scandal with us, right? Just imagine a comedy podcast animated. That's what it's like. Huh. Animate us. Use AI. This is my favorite home movies clip. We all live in our own prisons. Oh, damn it. I got to click on that one. Hold on. Go to the next chat while I just get this ready so I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Coach McKirk is the same voice actor as Archer and Bob.
Yeah,
Bob
John. It's John Benjamin.
Yeah.
He also voiced the priest.
I was gonna say it sounded like that guy was voiced by Archer, but like pitched up.
This guy,
he wasn't a priest. He was a Jewish person.
A person of Jew.
Oh.
Do Jewish people even believe in confession?
What?
Do Jewish people even believe in confession?
No. They believe in the opposite of that.
So he's just like, tell me all your dirty secrets.
Yeah, my favorite thing about that clip. My favorite thing about that clip is how he takes the guy's wallet and then admits he's Jewish. That was the 4D chess move there. for the creators. Okay, I'm test uploading it, old man. All right. Oh, okay. They're trying to get new talent, which costs money with 3D assets and art costing $10K. $10K is a steal, to be honest, for the kind of work that goes into that shit. Bad idea. Shondo talked about auditioning. Shondo talked about auditioning for VShojo. Part of the interview, they asked if she'd stream with male VTubers. She said she's not against it in general, but she wouldn't. Shondo thinks that's why she failed the audition. Shondo does okay as a character. I think she dodged a bullet. Yeah, it seems that way. This is a good thing. Okay. Gabe Newell lose by doing nothing. Great. You're definitely on topic here. Gerard from the Completionist Gaming Channel stole donations to charity for years. His whole family was in on it. Yeah, exactly. If it's easy, you're talking, Randy, but you're muted. If it's easy to get away with, if it's easy to look like you are an altruistic person, but secretly you're profiting from it, it doesn't take very weak moral character to fall into that, trap.
Not only was Gerard doing some stuff with the gaming charity that he did, but his family also ran a golf charity as well. That there seemed to have been some iffy stuff on too. It's like,
so I'm about to play the clip that Old Man shared, and I just want to say I love home movies, but every time I show it to somebody, the clip never does it justice. Like, you really just kind of have to sit down and watch it. It's one of those things that's kind of like Whose Line Is It Anyway, where the jokes get funnier the longer you've sat through it. Like the further into the episode, the more like the callback humor and stuff. That shit gets so fucking funny. One of the things that I love about it is like how rapid the jokes come out because they're improvising. So there's this part where Brendan has just won an award for like a young filmmakers contest, and then the lady from the news is interviewing him, and Brendan's mom comes backstage and like just glomps him and is like, "Oh, there's my my little filmmaker," like kissing and like loving on him, like she's so proud of him. And the person doing the interview says, "Oh, is this your mom?" And then his mom goes, "No, I'm his girlfriend." And then Brendan, without skipping a beat, goes, "She's kidding, we broke up." Like, it's just like, it's the writing. It's like the kind of writing that you can only do because it's improv. Because that joke doesn't work on paper. Like, you have to just do it in the moment, and then they animate it, right? After season 2, or maybe it's after season 3, they stop improving the whole thing, and it just loses a little something. But it's only like one season left after that. It's still good. Like, it's still a humorous show, but it kind of loses the gimmick there. Also, the clip I'm about to show you, I think, is from season 1. I think the previous one I showed you was not actually from season 1, just only because they used to use the Dr. Katz squiggle vision. So it's going to look a little weird. They stopped doing that after a certain season.
Wait, he took you to a minimum security prison.
Right.
Well, that's not scary at all. Those places are like nice.
It was really nice. It was fun.
I know, they're like condos. Rooms with nice furniture and...
A couple people had yards.
Really?
Yeah. It's digital cable.
Was there a pool?
There was a pool.
Yeah. Those places are better than where I live, Brendan.
Yeah.
White-collar prison is better than where I live. That's one of the saddest things I've ever heard.
But, Coach, you'd still be, confined, and you'd still be not allowed to do anything, you know?
Well, Brendan, what do I do anyway? I leave my house, I come here, and I go home. I don't know, Brendan. Sometimes I think that we're in the prison, and the prisoners are not.
Right. That's weird.
It's like the walls are keeping us out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Kind of.
We all live in our own prisons, Brendan.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all trapped in these bodies.
Yeah.
You have to go to school, that's a prison.
It's a prison.
I have to be a soccer coach.
It's a prison. It's conversation.
It's a prison.
It's a prison. Can't get out of it.
I love that show.
This podcast is a prison.
I was just saying this podcast is a prison. Damn it,
Oh no.
Hashtag
Ready?
paper house.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry.
Oh god. God, I love that show. I bought that I mean I have the show on DVD, but just so I'd have it, I also bought it on YouTube. Just so I can watch it whenever I want. All right. Oh man, where was I? Kaison's repeated requests to be paid there and then were unanswered, with Makino relenting that to pay back what they owe, VShojo would need to make a comeback financially, which, given the circumstances, would be tough. Japanese VShojo talents Hestia Akatsuki Okamoto. One second. Okay, not that Okamoto. Just checking. Okamoto and Yutori also explained on Twitter that they were dealing with the information and loved their fans and English colleagues. VTuber Michi Mochievi, Mochievi? I don't know. Also revealed she had parted ways with VShojo and was also owed money, along with other factors that cannot be disclosed on a stream. In a separate post shared on Twitter, VTubers Amelie, Project Melody, Kuro, and Hime announced they were quitting VShojo. I'm sorry, Project Melody was on VShojo?
Yep.
Project
That's
Melody,
the
porno one, right? Like,
yeah, the infamous one.
With Henya making her future plans known through a stream. At the time of writing, the VShojo badge on all the Western talents' Twitter profiles has gone, including those who have not formally announced quitting VShojo, such as Fruit and Haruka. Whether the Japanese talents ever had them is unknown. Even upcoming talent, such as Piapi and Berrybug, abandoned the company, revealing they had successfully auditioned to join VShojo, but have since rejected it. Toriorane was set to join VShojo under a new name, but rather than joining a week after signing the contract, as VShojo assured, nothing happened over 7 months as a lack of staff pushed her debut back over and over. Tori offered to help with the costs, even all costs, after having spent money on her own model and other assets, after being told her debut was going to be more expensive. But VShojo never took her up on this offer. At a convention during this time, she heard rumors VShojo had financial issues.
It's kind of crazy that these people have not been paid since September or November, and not freaked out earlier. Like,
yeah,
the second paycheck, like, unless they were just sitting on bank money.
Yeah, I was going to say,
like,
if your paychecks are coming in the hundreds of thousands, right, per month maybe, then it's like I could go 7 or 8 months without thinking about it, because it's such an absurd amount that it's like I'm sitting on a fortune and I'm not having trouble paying my bills, right? I had
something else.
Good.
Something else. Someone pointed out was like, Iron Mouse has this one video that's called like, I spent $100,000 on a concert, and it's like, why did this cost $100,000? You got like hosed.
On when I started working my current job, there was a month that like money was really fucking tight, and when I was doing my taxes the next year, I turned out it was because like when you scan your paycheck, like to do a mobile check deposit, I guess I just didn't hit the final confirm button, and I found out that I didn't actually cash that check, right? So like, I felt it, but if I was a VShojo talent, maybe it wouldn't have been as obvious. Anyway, they say here, it doesn't end there. Other allegations came out, including unpaid commissions and a damning allegation by streamer and former adult star Shibuya Kaho, which you already read, who claimed the VShojo staff member was boasting about his new income and heard via a third party that another staff member was exposing their VTubers look like and their marital status, which I already read. Cool. All right. Good on me for thinking it was a good idea to not read them in the order that they came out on my doc here. All right. So we got some news. Who's ready for news? Everybody ready for news? Good.
By the way, to
Yep.
explain the reference, Greenline said, I come from, and then he paused. And I don't know if anyone heard me, but I said, from the net. That's a reboot reference. Thus, I am wearing the reboot pin.
Oh, I thought you were just trying to one-up my Lloyd pin.
No, I would never try and one-up your Lloyd pin.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't. Can't. Trying would just make you look foolish. All right. So, Japanese box office. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Infinity Castle first movie opens at number 1. You guys will remember that when Mugen Train, which Mugen means infinity, but Infinity Train is already an American cartoon. When Mugen Train came out, we covered the absolute steamrolling it was doing at the box office, right? And back then, we hypothesized, and maybe this is a self-fulfilling prophecy because of what happened back then, but we hypothesized back then that the reason it was doing so well is because it was the literal only fucking movie in the theaters during COVID, right? And that because it was in theaters and it was basically the only film, people just kept going back. Like, I gotta get out of my house. I gotta get out of here and go do something. So they kept doing that. And then we talked a lot about like how the show actually kind of sucks. Like, it's not that great. But it's one of those things where
that was your opinion.
Well, the thing about it though is that it's one of those shows where a lot of kids watch it, and it's violent in a lot of ways, but it's not gory to a traumatizing level, and so it has this weird like benefit where when a kid watches it, it just kind of feels like they're experiencing something mature, and that it feels like more like they like it even more because it makes them feel grown up, right?
I feel the same way 10 times more with solo leveling, but that's a whole nother.
So,
you feel like a grown up after watching it?
So the question is, was it a fluke, or does the show really have the draw? And of course, as I said, self-fulfilling prophecy, and especially when it comes to that aspect of children feeling grown up while watching it, like really feeling as though, they're almost getting away with murder, getting to stay up late and watch it kind of thing. It opened at number 1. Kimetsu no Yaiba, Infinity Castle, first movie breaks 3 Japan box office opening weekend records. The film brought in over 7 billion yen in its first 4 days. On Saturday, the movie made 1.84 billion yen, or $12.47 million US dollars, on 1.26 million tickets sold on Saturday.
This is also the finale trilogy of movies, right?
I mean, it's the second set of movies, I guess.
No,
right?
but it's the last.
Yeah, it's coming to the end. Sure.
Yeah, it's the last bit of the show. I think they've broken the last bit of the show into 3 different movies.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. So it's like,
and then undoubtedly they will then also make it a TV season.
Yeah, for sure.
So it says this is just for Saturday. I'm just looking here just for Saturday here. 1.26 million tickets sold. Right now, I want to jump over here to Utano Prince Sama. Taboo Night Quadruple X film reaches 1 million ticket sales. It had reached 1 million ticket sales. Just point this out here. 1.26 million tickets sold on Saturday. 1 million ticket sales in 77 days since its release. So just to kind of give you like some frame of reference that, the film has earned 11.5 million US dollars versus 12 million.
Yeah.
Right. In one single day, so, Sunday was Infinity Castle's highest grossing single day of the 4-day holiday weekend with 2.03 billion yen or 13.76 million US dollars brought in on 1.42 million tickets sold. The Sunday performance set a single day box office revenue record and also cemented the film as the highest grossing 3-day opening weekend of all time in Japanese theaters with 5.52 billion yen or 37.42 million US dollars on 3.84 million tickets sold. Finally, on the Monday public holiday, the film made another 1.79 billion yen, 12.13 million US dollars on 1.32 million sales, bringing the 4-day total to 7.31 billion yen, almost 50 million US dollars with 5.16 million tickets sold. As of writing, this makes this film the second highest grossing film of the year in Japan in just 4 days.
How stupid do you think the guy that was like embezzling the money feels? Because he was doing that, thinking that Ufotable was going under the table, right? As like a sinking ship, like, I'll just get this money as it goes under.
And the best part about that too is like all eyes on Ufotable by the Japan Tax Bureau, right? Like once Mugen Train did so well, they're like, well, hold on, fine tooth combing in that, right? With a magnifying glass. Yeah, so this is they're behind Detective Conan One-Eyed Flashbacks, 14.47 billion yen total.
Yeah, that's another thing I was going to bring up. And like you mentioned this other film. Well, it sold 1 million after 77 days. It's like I've never fucking heard of that film, and yet I'm sure we've covered it on podcast.
Yeah.
Whereas like, how is it doing compared to like a case closed film?
Yeah, I've been skipping the case closed ones because there's just like a fucking movie every month.
Yeah, and they still do like a billion
incredibly well. All right, anyway, so that's it with Demon Slayer, except, what's this? Pirated footage of the movie Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle Arc Chapter 1 Akaza's Return can be found on the internet. Thanks, Demon Slayer official Twitter account, for letting me know that I can watch a pirated version of it. Thank you. Filming movies in theaters without permission is a crime. We intend to take strict measures, including criminal prosecution against egregious copyright violations. We will continue to take appropriate actions so that you can enjoy Demon Slayer in theaters. So that really what you mean to say is that you can continue to pay us.
The top right image was in English. You know that, right?
Oh, I didn't realize. Even funnier that they felt the need to say it so many times in so many ways.
Well, it's in Japanese, Chinese.
I'm guessing this is in Chinese, but what is this?
Korean, probably.
Simplified
no, it's
Chinese?
not Korean. Yeah.
Probably simplified Chinese. Yeah. Sadly, piracy. Anyway, Zombieland Saga anime film drops a bombshell in the new main trailer visual. I don't know what the bombshell is. Is it? Okay. This came out. This article came out today. I didn't actually read it yet. I don't think it has any. Doesn't mean anything. But the point is that it's coming out in Japan October 24th. So we'll probably get it over here soon. After Crunchyroll Anime Nights movie program launches in the U.S. again with Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid and Overlord screenings. So October 20th. Just doing a quick look. Fuck. Oh, October 20th. Okay, wait. No, that is possible. That gives me. All right, let's if that's Dragon Maid, I'm just doing some math here. We have a podcast scheduled for October 19th. All right. That means I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks to finish the manifesto in. And then every other watch club after that has to happen in 1 week.
Better not take 8 weeks to finish.
Well, I feel good about this now because 8 weeks seems more reasonable than what I thought it was at first when I was looking at October 20 or August 20th instead of October 20th. Anyway, so we are aiming for that. In addition, Overlord, a celebration of the anime's 10th anniversary, they're going to be showing on November 17th. I don't think I'll be able to go to this. I will be in Dallas. I mean, I probably could go to this, but I'll be in Dallas on the 14th and 15th, working an event. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have the day off. We'll see. Anyway, it's going to be the first 7 episodes of the first season. So that is a great way to be introduced to the series. I haven't seen it. Hopefully, I'll get to watch them in English, right? And then they're also going to do on December 15th the Anime Nights Secret Sneak Peek, which is basically, I think, just a curated list of shows that they have that you can see in theaters, right? And it's going to be like episode 1 of like 4 series or something like that. Does that sound about right, Reese?
I have no idea.
Okay. They did something like this at Anime Expo, right? Like you could go to a panel where they're like, hey, watch like 4 or 5 different shows. I'm like, how do I do a fucking first impression of that? Do I like, I don't know how, like that wouldn't have worked. It would have gotten messy. Anyway, moving past this. Okay, you guys remember last podcast that we showed you a opening to an anime that I had to censor? Remember this?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
You remember the mustard job?
Mr. Mustard.
Nukitashi, the animation,
Is it now uncensored?
keeps it all covered up in the
more
Creditless
censored.
opening video. So I guess I got to see the uncensored one because they're showing this on like a bunch of different channels. Some of them censor, some of them not. This is the censored opening. They felt the need to really black bar that. They blurred this whole thing that previously I didn't because I didn't have a way to do it without also blurring this because I don't have the project files like they do. They did not decide that it was necessary for that phallic rock to be blurred. So that was interesting. Wasn't expecting that. And the only part anybody really cares about is the mustard, right? And it's quite something. It's basically a still frame and censored beyond all recognition. Right there. Right there. Right there. Yeah. Whatever the hell's going on. And then apparently this needed to be blurred like you wouldn't believe. And then that. And then you guys remember the mosaicked blow-up dolls, right? Yeah, apparently our mosaics weren't sufficient. Because they go way stronger with it. Coming up right after that sequence right here. And that, here it comes right there. Wow. Wow. Yeah, anyway, that's basically it. It's going to be the island, right? I don't think there's a, island. There it is. There you have it. Feel grateful for the uncensored one I gave you. Almost.
Wouldn't have missed that one.
Molest, yeah. My daughter is screaming like she just got her hand stuck in a drawer.
Sounded like a firework going off.
What happened?
Did see what he sent in chat a couple weeks back. So
The fully
I haven't
uncensored version?
technically missed out on it because yeah, that was unhinged.
Yeah.
After interspecies reviewers, they were probably like, "Can we do more stuff like this? Maybe let's bring it up a notch."
It was one of those situations where we were going through the articles before the show started, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, we look like we're on time. Everything's good." And then he's like, "I'm just gonna edit this video and put like a mustard bottle over all
I'm
of
just
the
gonna edit this thing
problem parts.
real quick.
It'll be real quick." We were late. To be fair, it wasn't that late, but we didn't start it on time.
There's no such thing as a quick edit.
Well, the thing was, after he finished, I think he got it done before, and we could have started on time, even. But then he was like, "Oh yeah, there was these other articles that weren't added to the doc," and it's like, So I didn't really think it was worth the time.
So it's your fault.
For the payoff of the mustard squirt, but you know, he decided it was
to deny
worth the
someone's
time.
squirt.
Apologies. It was
Is everything okay?
Yes, it was just rambunctiousness. Okay.
Happy squealing.
No, just poor attitudes were had. Nukitashi is the opposite of Shimoneta. Yes, in every way except for lewdness. All right. Anyway, let's get back on track here. All right, Bullet.
They just wear the dicks on their face instead of underwear.
Yes. Bullet anime unveils third trailer. Nobody cares about that. Here is the poster. It feels, we've looked at it before, but it feels to me, again, I'm going to repeat myself, Redline, right?
Yeah.
With less pompadours.
Kind of feels like Redline and a little bit of JoJo.
This character reminds me of Gundam Wing for some reason.
Yeah.
She just needs her eyebrow to be like way out here. Anyway, there's also this. This is more like you can actually see like the characters.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yes. In fact, yes.
She's a huge bitch. Jesus.
That's a huge bitch.
Yeah.
Oof.
I apologize for the nightmares you will all undoubtedly have tonight. Lance, smash your pass. More so than JoJo, it's more like Steel Ball Run, which is part.
They don't really have that Araki magic with their character designs.
No, they certainly
they
don't.
Kind of got rid.
But I mean,
it's literally just Bizarre Adventure. It isn't really like anything else.
Bizarre Nightmares, maybe.
I was saying that character on the left looks like Mojo from X-Men, the alien intergalactic TV guy.
Yeah. The design to this foot, I don't understand. Because it clearly isn't the same as this foot, right? Like, I'm not mistaken there.
What's the tabbies? What's the toe shoe, right?
Tabi, yeah.
Tabi?
Yeah.
Is like, why would they make them out of metal though?
Well, I think she's got robotic legs.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
But the idea is that on this foot we've got a big toe and all the rest, and on this foot we've got a big toe and maybe two other toes, right? Like, I just don't understand that.
So if we're living in a world where we can have robo legs, why do we have wheelchair lady?
She's poor.
She's poor. She can't even afford a haircut.
This guy can't even afford clothing that fits. All right. And this guy looks like he came out of Super Crooks. Anyway, there you go. That's it. All
Is
right.
this like a wacky races type of?
It's a bizarre adventure, isn't it? Right. I want to remind you guys, we've done this before. In 2019, Dakota Broskie said, "Okay, guys, hear me out. Bowling anime." And 2024 answered with Turkey, Time to Strike. That show that is definitely about bowling and is definitely not an isekai. What the
Spoilers.
fuck? Reese, tell me what is
Spoilers.
happening in this scene.
They're just standing.
They're the pins. Right?
This is giving Garci's wing to me.
Right? Yeah. So apparently they get isekai'd in the show, and the bowling happens in feudal Japan.
Reese caring about spoilers?
Reese is just mad he didn't get to do it. Anyway, yeah. So
the bowling club that left through time.
yeah, apparently bowling isn't a viable anime option in terms of like making it interesting. So we had to throw in all this other stuff.
Imagine
doing cute things in feudal Japan.
Imagine Garci's wing, but they advertised it as just all of the human side.
Yeah.
Like
it's a motorcycle
footage.
anime.
Yeah. It's driving anime. He drives around the city all the time.
So Mechanical Marie anime announces more cast members alongside new key visual. Do I have two about this? No. Okay. So this is the one we've looked at it a couple times here, where this character hates humans. So she gets a job working for him as a maid, but she has to convince him that she's a robot and not a human. And that's why she has these hilarious, like, robot face things. I'm just going to play the trailer. It looks really funny.
ついに完成しました。こちらがロボットメイドのマリーです。
何を隠そうこのロボットメイドはどんなに激しい動きをしても苦しい大技をかけられても表情一つ変えずに敵を倒しロボットと呼ばれた元天才格闘家マリー・エヴァンズ。ただの人間だ。
どうしよ
う。くれぐれも気をつけるんだぞ。人間だとバレたら俺もお前も命はないんだからな。
まだ信用したわけじゃないぞ。
こんなのバレるに決まってる。
まるで人間のようだな。
殺される。
すげえ。ロボットのメイドさんとかマジすげえ。赤く
信じてもらえた。
かわいい。君のことはマリーって呼んでもいいかな。学校も一緒に行ってくれるのか。膝枕してくれないか。
ちょっと待って。これ本当にさっきと同じ人物。
送り込んだ資格はまた失敗だ。
君とんでもない嘘をついてるんだね。
心拍数急上昇中。危険。
この先どんな高性能なロボットが手に入ったとしても俺の一番はマリーだ。
私はいつもご主人様の味方ですよ。
He should use her robo boobs as a pillow.
Are they posable?
They're probably bolted
You
on.
can make them posable.
All right, so there's that. If you didn't know, now you know. Okay, cool. I did have more. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Here's the thing I was trying to think of where it was. Yeah, I don't know how she has wheel feet because she is human, right? She's pretending to be a robot. What were you gonna say?
Did you not share a thing showing like a girl pretending to be a robot in like a restaurant or something? Where she like was moving robotically or whatever? That was her gimmick.
You want me to bring that in?
I was just it kind of reminds me of this.
Yeah. Let's good thinking. Yeah, thank you. That could have stayed in the unused tabs for another 10 weeks.
Wow.
Is that under? Did I put that in merch? I did. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah, we saw this during our prep time. A waitress in China began to mimic the movements of a robot, aiming to infuse a sense of futurism into her service, and she's fucking good at it.
The like crinkled up hand.
Yeah. Hope I don't get. I was gonna say I hope I don't get flagged for that song, but I realized I didn't play it with music, so I guess I'm good. Yeah.
Man, I don't know if you've. It reminds me of this other TikTok I saw. I don't know if you've seen these videos, but there's these like humanoid robots that have begun getting popular. I think it's mainly in Japan, in China, where they like walk around, and they're like 4 foot tall robots. And people are dressing them up and having them walk down the street and stuff. And there was this one that was like dancing, and it fell over. And as soon as it falls over, it like freaked out. It was pretty funny watching it.
When
it freaked out and then like gave up.
When Judgment Day happens, they're gonna come
on my back. Oh man, well that's the whole thing, right? I don't know. Have you heard the like everyone's calling them clankers?
No.
Yeah, that's the N word now for robots. Is calling the robots a clanker.
That is
hard R, right?
What's up, my clanker? Like,
so people have like recreated the Boondocks, where they're like, can my N word give me a pencil, like that, where the teacher's like saying, like the kid's always saying the N word. So they're doing the whole like, he says clanker all the time. He says clanker, can I have a pencil? Like,
let's see if I still have it. I saved something recently.
the other thing I saw on TikTok recently was that some guy had said that he got a job and his boss is an LLM.
Oh, really?
So I think a human hired him, like a human owns the company and hired him, but was like, "You're gonna report to this LLM."
I think I saved it recently. It must be on my computer.
I don't know if it was true or not, to be fair, but
yeah,
because it's just a random TikTok, but it was an interesting thing to think about. Like, eventually, we might get to that point.
Well, at least your LLM will, have more. What do you call it? They'll at least hear you out and respond to your inquiries and your emails and shit. Yeah.
My biggest thing is they never let maybe if you had a boss LLM, like it'd be different, but it would be programmed differently. But like all the chatbots, they generally always leave it open for like they're expecting you to answer it, right? Even if you're done the conversation, you're like, okay, I got what I want. They're like, okay, can I help you with something else? Like, and
feel
so
free
it's
to let
always
me know if you want to,
yeah, so it's always like if your boss was like that, that would drive you nuts because it's like, okay, well, do I need to reply?
This conversation is over. You seem upset. All right, cool. Reincarnated as a dragon hatchling. So we previously have discussed the gay dragons. This phenomenon, this anime season of every show's got a gay black dragon or a gay other color dragon. Now you get to be the gay dragon. Very strange. Also, why the fuck is the perspective on this hand like that? Is one of them way bigger? Anyway.
It looks like a Neopet mixed with a Digimon.
Yeah, it looks terrible, quite frankly. It looks like the only people who are going to get all over this are the furries that you don't want to be around your kids. The dragon selves.
Yeah.
Our hero wakes up one day in a brand new world, but his new life doesn't come with fighting skills or magic powers, or even arms and legs. He's reborn as a helpless egg, stuck in an unfamiliar forest surrounded by terrifying, hungry beasts. But eggs hatch, hatchlings grow up, and humble beginnings can lead to something great. He'll do his best to become the strongest dragon ever, and no measly shell will get in his way. Cringe! God! All right. Playing death games to put food on the table, anime reveals main cast, teaser trailer, and visual. So we've talked about this previously. It's basically Kakegurui with a slight twist. Says here, Yuki wakes up to find herself in an unfamiliar manner, wearing a maid uniform and lying on a luxurious bed. Soon, she discovers 5 more girls, all dressed the same as her. This is the ghost house. And the only way they can survive is to make it through the traps and the traps that lie in wait. Deadly games full of blowguns, buzzsaws, locked rooms, and weapons. It's a hopeless, terrifying situation for everyone there. Well, everyone except Yuki. After all, this is her career at 17. Do you think that's odd? She would agree. But that's how some people are. They earn their living playing death games. So that was the synopsis we looked at previously. Studio Dean is making this, and they've got, at least in the trailer, a very interesting art style that I want to share with you guys. Occasionally there's no line art.
Yuki って言います。よろしく。死亡遊戯で飯を食う。2026年1月放送開始。
Anyway, it's got an interesting aesthetic to it.
What was that thing on the left there?
Oh, you want to say that again?
See, Randy's cultured too. He's not gay.
There, I don't know, probably at the, ninth. Although she's like an elf. What?
Kind of, yeah. Weird. She's got elf ears on this one, but not on this one. Also, they can't draw her holding a gun or a knife to save their lives.
I mean, it looks interesting.
I'll watch it.
Maybe she's cosplaying as an elf there.
Maybe the death game, the secret to that death game was only elves survive. And she cracked the code. All right. Keep going. Yep.
Hold on. Go back. I don't know if it was the quality of the video, but at around like the 20-second mark, no, maybe a little bit back.
The pendulum in here, I don't know why, but the anchor point feels like it's moving. Talking about the bad CG?
No. Sorry, just go back and play it from like 0.
Okay, here it is, 0.
What? There was a panning shot where they were panning up the carpet, and this shot, and like different parts of the carpet are moving at different rates in the pan.
I don't think so.
That's what it looks like to me. Like if you fix
I see what you're saying. So, what you're saying is this section sectioned off here, feels like it's moving at a very slightly different rate than this section up here. If you focus on that, right? And there's more going on. I'm just saying for the audience to be able to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's more vertical bands, but then like full chunks. But
it almost feels like there's a parallax happening there.
Well, yeah, I think that's possible with the chandelier. But what I'm saying is like it looks like they're on if you imagine a wood floor, right? And there's like wood paneling, vertical wood paneling, and it looks like someone's pushing all of those wood panels down, but they're not being pushed evenly. So like that star pattern in the carpet, I mean, this might just be a visual, like a bug in the video quality, but the star pattern, if you were to trace the point of the star on the top left, well, sure,
this star?
Any point in the star, if you were to trace it, it would move further than, let's say, in the top left of the carpet, find a point anywhere, and just like it feels like there's different sections of the carpet moving at different rates. Anyway, it just looked weird to me.
Yeah,
it might just be a visual.
There's like a visual warp happening in it.
Yeah, it might just be a compression issue though.
I can't figure out where the anchor point on that thing is. Anyway, and then there it is without the
heavy textures and stuff kind of remind me, although it's like to the extreme, the Count of Monte Cristo.
Yeah.
Just because that's an anime that has a lot of texture.
Referring to like the carpet, like having like a real detailed, full-on carpet texture.
Yeah, I just mean the texture. I just mean texture in the flat areas, like on the wall there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I see what you're saying. Count of Monte Cristo is a bad example, just because there's so much. But I see what you're saying.
It's
though,
over the top
because they're putting like a wood grain. You're right.
Yeah.
They're putting a wood grain texture over the chair, and they're not compensating for the fact that the chair is at an angle, so the texture is all going vertical, right? Because this is where the wood gets a texture overlay, right? And wood. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. I'll watch it eventually. Moving past this, we've got Hono no Tokyujo, which I think is a remake of an older anime, Dodge Danko, right? So this is a dodgeball themed anime. That's all I'm going to say about it, because I don't want to say anymore. Not for any particular reason, just because I'm making this awkward. Kusunoki's Garden of Gods light novel series is getting a anime.
I'm getting Natsume's Book of Friends vibes.
Yeah, hardcore, right? Says here, with the arrival of a freewheeling Kirin and the stern Ho-Oh is Phoenix in Japanese. It's not written like that. It's H-O-U-O-U, right? Like the Pokemon. I guess this is the Phoenix. The Kusunoki household is more lively and divine than ever. The Garden of Gods changes to spring at the whim of the Yamagami, and Minato and the other residents spend their leisurely days watching the cherry blossoms and savoring seasonal delicacies. New beings wander into the garden, and Minato finds his way into other kami realms, proving that springtime truly is the season of new beginnings. Meanwhile, however, the Onmyoji find themselves run ragged, exterminating the huge number of evil spirits that always seem to rear their heads at this time of year. Anyway, yeah, Natsume's Book of Friends, for lack of better words. My stepmother and stepsisters aren't wicked. It's getting an anime. Could have fooled me. Oh, we just used the wicked lighting. Whoops, that was a mistake.
What could have fooled
Watch
you?
them
Sorry.
be like,
It says the title is "My Stepmother and Stepsisters Aren't Wicked," and then this is them. Like,
watch them be like Chinibyo-esque type of like, it's all in their head. Look, I bought you this wonderful like new dress. Try it on. Oh, it looks so hideous on you, but secretly it's like looks amazing or something.
Mia is the illegitimate child of a certain prominent family. When her mother dies, she's convinced she knows what awaits her in her new home, a life of servitude and misery at the hands of her wicked stepmother and stepsisters. Yet, when she finally meets the women she expects to treat her like dirt, they actually end up being sweet.
I fucking called it.
This is such a hairdo. Holy shit. What is that? All right, anyway, moving past that. Goodbye, Lara. Original TV anime premieres in 2026. So we've looked at this before. It's the one with the very 90s aesthetic. It's the Little Mermaid story. So we're just going to go ahead and look at the trailer. It sort of lost some of its appeal from what the original visual had, but it still looks watchable.
私愛してしまったの。
Reminder that it's Goodbye Lara, which in Japanese is Sayonara Rara.
Yeah. Also, you weren't fucking kidding when you said the Little Mermaid.
Yeah. No, it
I was
literally
like,
is.
whoa, what do you mean? Oh shit. No, he's like, I thought he's like, oh, it looks kind of like, oh, whoa.
She even, I'm guessing it's like something from the original, like actual story, but the kid version of her or whatever looks exactly like Ponyo, like the same outfit kind of thing.
Yeah.
Textures are separate from the animation. Maybe that's what was causing the parallaxing effect we were seeing, but couldn't quite describe. Anyway, Kaya-chan Isn't Scary, Ghost Day illustration. This is the one about the child that everybody at the preschool thinks is a problem child, but it turns out that she can actually just see apparitions and whatnot and takes care of them. And only when another substitute teacher or whatever is able to see what she's actually doing do they start to realize that she's not actually a bad kid. So that's that. A Mangaka's Weirdly Wonderful Workplace anime releases a new trailer and visual. So we looked at this a little bit before too. It's funny because like everything about it seems like a nice, fun, no stress slice of life, but everything about the description is Futami is a novice shoujo manga artist. With the help of her cool editor and reliable assistant, she's been able to start publishing her dream shogi manga, Subaru A. The stress makes her stomach hurt, however, so she has to push the deadline for the first chapter and is stuck at her desk without making progress on the storyboards. She also gains weight from late night snacks and can't stop having wild delusions. Will she be able to smile and enjoy the difficult life of a manga artist? I don't know. That goes against every single thing here. Like big old smiles and stuff, right? Anyway, Wash It All Away anime releases summer seasonal visual. So I think this is a movie? No, series. Set to premiere 2026. This is the one about the girl who owns the laundromat. Just a reminder for it. For 2 years, Wakana Kime has run a laundry service in the seaside resort town of Atami. Kime Cleaning is a well-loved business, and Atami residents admire Wakana's devotion to her trade. She builds a fulfilling life making friends with the locals and visiting hot springs. Although Wakana has no knowledge of her own past, her cleaning services safeguard memories imbued in customers' precious items. So I'm going to guess it's going to be like a...
Help! I got stuck in the washing machine.
No, it's going to be like a... It's going to be like a weekly, exploration of like different people will bring in an item and you're going to learn the backstory of the meaning for the item. And it's going to just sort of be a sentimental show, which, is nice. Lollipop Chainsaw gets a new anime and a new game. Crunchyroll says the new game will be made, quote, without imposing excessive creative restrictions, according to the press release. Oh, that's nice. Let's read the Sankaku Complex one. Nara Holdings Corp. and Dragami Games have officially announced a revival of the Lollipop Chainsaw franchise with 2 major projects, a new game and a full anime adaptation. The news follows the success of Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, the remastered edition released in 2024, which received positive feedback and helped push a total franchise sales over 1.5 million units. Originally launched in 2012, Lollipop Chainsaw became famous for its absurd gore, edgy humor, and the cheerleader protagonist slicing through zombie hordes with glitter and attitude. The upcoming title will reportedly retain the same bloody charm that made the original a cult classic. Importantly, the developers have stated that the new game will be created, quote, without imposing excessive creative restrictions in the name of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And yes, that is from the official press release. Here I am at Nara Holdings website where they announced this. The development process will prioritize staying true to the distinctive tone and spirit of the original work without imposing excessive creative restrictions in the name of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Everybody like that.
Shit. Boys, the pendulum is swinging. It is on its way back. However, I will say, this is the thing you have to say to immediately guarantee success. When the game comes out, that's when we will find out whether or not this was a lie. Right? And I think this particular game has the chance to not flounder and, lie about this. I think the next game that's going to see the massive sales and it's like, all we had to do was say no DEI, and they're like, quick, say something bad about black people. No, quick, say something about DEI, right? And then they're gonna think that it's going to dramatically improve sales, but they aren't actually going to change anything in regards to the game itself, right? And I think a couple games are going to try that strategy, and they're probably going to get somewhere with it. And so I'm just saying, like, buyer beware long term, right? Because I feel like this is going to become the strategy, even amongst groups that are fully devoted to Sweet Baby inking it up, right? Anyway, this line alone is likely to garner attention and backlash on social media as the industry continues to grapple with balancing artistic vision and politically correct policing. The development team includes several key members from the original game. The only problem is James Gunn is one of those original members. And I don't know if he's in the stuff for the new game, but I just can't imagine. Right now, every article I see about the Superman movie is, it's woke. James Gunn says, point to it. What part is woke? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't need this nonsense in my life right now. But the point is, I feel like he's not the same person he was when the original game got made. And if he is involved in it, I think just by virtue of catering to his liberal friends, it will still be trash if he's involved, right? There is no, so far, confirmation about whether or not he is. So far as I know. The development team includes several key members from the original game, ensuring that the new installment is not just a cash grab, but a continuation made with authenticity and fan respect in mind. The Twitter account is now live and will be used for future updates on both the game and anime. With the game industry increasingly under pressure to conform to the whims of the corporations, payment processors, and diversity mandates, the Lollipop Chainsaw revival might just be the blood-soaked middle finger fans have been waiting for. Any thoughts on this before we...
We'll wait till we see it.
Okay. In games news, Nintendo imposes stricter eShop rules for Switch 2 in Asia to combat spam flood. Reese, I need you to find out if Piss Pirates has been removed from the eShop. Can you do that for me?
Well, I mean, it says in Asia.
I still want to know. In a bid to clean
Isn't
up...
it Pissy Pirate, not Piss Pirate?
Just look it up, damn it. In a bid to clean up the Nintendo eShop for the Switch 2, Nintendo has introduced new rules targeting low-effort shovelware and vaguely defined sensitive content. While developers hope this limits the flood of spam games, others are raising eyebrows at yet another layer of censorship from a company already known for selectively sanitizing content. Nintendo has rolled out new publishing guidelines for the Switch 2's eShop in Asia, intended to combat the growing flood of cheap, low-effort spam titles. But while some cheer the company's newfound desire to clean house, others are noticing what seems like a subtle but notable increase in censorship, too. According to a Games Radar report, the updated rules restrict developers to just five bundle sales in the first year, with a cap of 8 total in the long term. This change aims to prevent developers from flooding the storefront with constant sales tactics that push otherwise irrelevant games to the top charts. But buried within the fine print are tighter restrictions on sensitive content, banning not just sexual or exploitive imagery, especially involving minors, but also politically themed content, socially sensitive materials, and messaging that touches on trending cultural issues. In other words, anything that might upset anyone. This wouldn't be the first time Nintendo has quietly implemented cultural sanitization to appease markets or avoid backlash. From altering dialogue in Western releases to censoring character designs deemed too risque, Nintendo's recent history is filled with examples of content being cleaned up to fit a new brand image. And now it appears the Switch 2 storefront is getting the same treatment. While developers welcome an improved user interface and storefront performance, many worry this will still do little to fix discoverability issues. Unlike Steam, which uses robust algorithms to organically push good games upward, Nintendo continues to rely on manually curated storefronts that can bury quality indie titles beneath a pile of corporate-safe, sanitized mediocrity. Any luck on Piss Pirates?
He's still working.
Yeah.
I just want to say I am...
I just looked up hentai, and it's like a whole page of hentai. Just keep scrolling.
We're looking specifically for Pissy Pirate, though, buddy. We don't need you looking for whack-off material.
Well, what's it called again?
Well,
Pissy Pirate.
It says we covered pirates. What the... How many podcasts ago was that?
I just want to say I am disappointed in Sankanku Complex.
Uh-huh.
The thumbnail, like header image. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Not even a girl. Come on.
How dare you?
I'll just look up pirates.
I found it. Oh, I have to put in age verification.
Yeah, I don't think they would have taken her off the American site yet.
Only $8.99. Hentai Girls Pissy Pirate. That's what it is.
The weird thing is that they say that you can't do bundled sales. I don't know what bundled sales is.
So I think the idea is that they're of the mind that if left unchecked, people are going to continually put their title back in the front line to try to boost sales.
Well, I mean, they're
bundling it with other stuff constantly as a way of putting it up as a new thing.
Yeah,
yes,
so
Hentai Girl Pissy Pirates is on the Switch 2 store in the US.
Yeah. So the keyword there is bundle. I don't know about the bundle thing. I know there is an exploit that for the eShop where I think they fixed this, but they changed the criteria. But the criteria used to allow you to put your game on sale for like 10 cents. And then it would have a ton of sales. and then their algorithm would say, "Oh, this game's getting a lot of sales. We're going to push it to the front page," and then they would raise the price. So if you keep doing that, it would allow you to stay in the front page, but no one is paying full price when they're buying it. So I think now they have to I don't remember how they do it. I think they might take into account like the total revenue earned for the game. I don't remember how they do it.
What is that, like a puzzle game?
It's a tile matching game, like a tile shifty game, whatever you call it. Where you like
the fact that they're not naked though at the end is pretty disappointing.
Well, we don't know. It says rated M for nudity and sexual themes. So
yeah, you can't.
And it's supported on the Switch too.
You'd have to buy it and find out. Greenline.
I ain't paying no $10
for AI art.
Is there actually piss in the image?
That's the question I want answered. Why is it titled this? Oh. Anyway.
I think there is an issue with shovelware, and I guess
what is the definition of shovelware? Just so I understand.
Shovelware is just the idea of like make something super like this game super quick, no effort, just to shovel it onto the system.
Got it.
So
you know the phrase "a dime a dozen"? That's what it means. There's so many that you can shovel them.
So recently, every once in a while, I will run a search on Kickstarter and Indiegogo for the term anime or manga, right? Just so that we can make sure we don't miss anything. And motherfucker, oh my God, the amount of AI shit showing up on Kickstarter. I only need $300. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is trash. The hot girl hardcover art book, all AI art. Just
so that's what I was saying. Like AI is only making shovelware worse, right? As a worse problem. But also, like, if you're gonna buy shovelware, it's more, in theory, enticing to have it be an adult game, because then you're like, there's something driving you beyond the gameplay, which the gameplay is more difficult to have a good game, but it's easy just to make some nude person theirs. So like that's no effort, but something that they can do to attract people still.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the solution should be that, because Nintendo has to review all these games.
Like literally the whole bundle thing is just that people are exploiting the existing system. So come up with a new system that makes that less exploitable.
And so the new system that I was going to suggest was, because Nintendo has to review all these games before they get put on the eShop, when you review them, if it's a shovelware, like if it's an obvious shovelware game, categorize it as a shovelware game. Like literally put the word shovelware on the game. Like it's basically the dunce cap. It's like you can come on our system, but we all know what you are.
Yeah. So when I look at this, I can tell right away that this is AI art, and it's a simple tile matching game. But I can see a situation where somebody does not use AI art. They work really hard on something, and they produce something with a mechanic similar to this, but under the surface, there's a much deeper gameplay aspect to it, just hypothetically, right? I don't want to see people get labeled as shovelware when in fact they are not, right? Or for example, like a simple game mechanic should not render something shovelware, especially if, for example, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but like the original first game that started the trend shouldn't be put in the same category as everything that's copying it. You know what I mean? Like Flappy Bird, for example, shouldn't be in the same category as the clone when it comes to the shovelware aspect of ripping something off.
Well, I mean, you open a can of worms with that too, because like Minecraft was a copy of another game that was done to a lesser good degree, right? So if you labeled Minecraft as a clone, it's like, okay, well,
it kind of was, but now it's completely eclipsed the original,
Yeah,
right?
the clone has become the original. Cool. So let's get to the next topic here. Also, if you are wondering why Pissy Pirate came up, watch podcast 305. Visa and MasterCard are reportedly censoring video games alongside Australian activist group Collective Shout. Roar!
It should be Collective Shriek, actually.
At the heart of the controversy is Collective Shout, an Australian feminist group that has positioned itself as the catalyst, pressuring these financial giants to enforce moral standards on global gaming. As of July 21st, 2025, this alliance has led to the removal of hundreds of adult-themed games, but not Pissy Pirate, sparking outrage over free
Not
speech,
yet.
cultural imperialism, and corporate overreach. This isn't just about niche content. It's a symptom of a broader trend where private companies act as de facto censors, bypassing governments and courts. While proponents frame it as a victory for child safety and against exploitation, critics argue it's selective moralism that ignores real harms while targeting fictional works, potentially paving the way for wider restrictions on creative freedom. The controversy surrounding Visa and MasterCard supposedly censoring video games ignited when Steam updated its publisher guidelines to prohibit, quote, content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors and or banking partners, as we've covered. Almost immediately, nearly 500 games, primarily Japanese visual novels and adult-style titles tagged with controversial themes, were delisted. Valve confirmed that credit card companies, including Visa and MasterCard, had flagged these games as violative of their internal policies, threatening to disrupt payment processing if they weren't removed. This wasn't isolated. Developers reported similar pressures on other platforms, with payment holds and content bans rippling through indie scenes. In Japan, where many affected games originate, lawmakers like Taro Yamada have launched investigations into whether these actions constitute unfair trade practices, viewing them as an assault on cultural exports. Nier creator Yoko Taro publicly decried the changes, stating they demonstrated how one country's standards can censor another country's free speech. Enter Collective Shout, a supposed grassroots organization founded in 2009 to combat the objectification of women and in media. Based in Australia, a nation with stringent content laws, the group has a history of successful campaigns, including pressuring retailers like Target to pull Grand Theft Auto 5 from shelves in 2014 over what they deemed inappropriate elements. In this case, Collective Shout openly claimed responsibility for Steam's purge, boasting of reducing specific game tags from nearly 500 to 82. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Reducing specific game tags? So they mean like, oh, we got rid of 30 hentai games, or like, I don't know. Anyway, this person says MasterCard and Visa are coming for Steam games despite being payment processors. If this censorship does include the coffin of Andy and Layla, it'll become personal. Okay. Collective Shout are behind the attacks on Steam and games through MasterCard and Visa. Remember them in case they come after your games next. Being based in censor-happy Australia already disqualifies them from having a say. Hey, look, it's the sphinctered butthole here, right? It comes full circle, right? They're basically saying, pucker that ass because we're going to rape your favorite games. Their strategy, bypassing platforms and developers to target payment processors directly. By flooding Visa, MasterCard, and even PayPal with complaints, petitions, and accusations of facilitating violent content, Collective Shout exploited the company's brand protection policies. Drawing on feminist theories that equate such content with real crimes, the group framed these games not as fiction, but as enablers of criminal activity. They celebrated the bans as a quote victory against porn-sick, brain-rotted pedo gamer fascists, while reporting backlash, including threats and harassment. Visa and MasterCard's role is pivotal, given their near duopoly on global payments, processing over 90% of credit card transactions. Who's left? American Express? Discover? Their policies prohibit facilitating high-risk content, even in fantasy. This financial deplatforming echoes past actions. In 2021, MasterCard imposed strict moderation on adult subscription websites, leading to content purges on Patreon and Gumroad. In Japan, Visa's local CEO justified blocking legal content for brand protection in late 2024. By threatening to withhold services, these processors force platforms like Steam into compliance, as losing them could cripple revenue. Europe's antitrust curbs on Visa and MasterCard offer a precedent, but in the US and elsewhere, their power remains unchecked, raising monopoly concerns. Their censorship wave disproportionately hits Japanese creators, whose cultural norms around fiction differ from Western ones. It echoes globalization pressures, where US-based companies impose standards on international content akin to past localization edits in anime and manga. Fears abound that it won't stop at niche games. Mainstream titles like Grand Theft Auto could be next if themes draw scrutiny. Historically, Collective Shout's tactics mirror those of Moral Panics, from the 1980s video game scares to recent pushes against harmful media. Yet, evidence linking fictional content to real harm remains debated, with studies showing no direct causation. The response has been swift and fierce. A Change.org petition urging Visa, MasterCard, and activist groups to stop controlling what we can watch, read, or play has garnered thousands of signatures. Influencers like Moist Critical and Asmongold have amplified calls for antitrust action against payment duopoly. On Twitter, users decry the moves as Australian radicalism, imposing on global platforms, with some tagging Elon Musk for intervention via Twitter's potential payment system. I want to put out there that Steam, Visa, and MasterCard's censorship fiasco aren't blameless either. They deserve criticism for pushing the censorship and removal of games, but Collective Shout definitely deserves all the roasting they get trying to implement Australian laws on us. A VTuber raised over $780 for the ACLU in an anti-censorship fundraiser, highlighting community resistance. Oh, great, $780. Gamers advocate boycotts, prepaid cards, or
the ACLU won't do shit for you.
Seriously, the American
you just raised
Union.
Not only did you raise $780, which is like pennies for them, but also they're not the same ACLU as
the
they used to
ACLU
be.
is going to say thank you. We're going to go sue Trump again. Gamers advocate boycotts, prepaid cards, and alternative processors, while developers explore blockchain or indie marketplace. The person who the VTuber they're talking about, they must have thought like, well, I got to do something. Oh, what can I use? And then ChatGPT's like, well, you can try the ACLU. It's like, all right, I'm going to raise money for the ACLU. And then all of their viewers are like, fuck the ACLU. Right? So they only got $780. As investigations unfold in Japan and petitions gain steam, the future hinges on regulatory pushback. Antitrust probes could break Visa and MasterCard's grip, while new laws might protect artistic expression from financial vetoes. Until then, Collective Shout's role as catalyst underscores a troubling truth. In a cashless world, payment processors hold the keys to culture. This saga isn't just about games. It's about who controls narrative in a connected world. As Yoko Taro warned, unchecked censorship risks erasing diverse voices, one transaction at a time. Now, Valve responded.
Hold on. Just to answer your question about the tags, when you upload a game, it has tags on it, like this is a RPG, this is a platformer or whatever. This has political themes, whatever. All those stupid the LGBT tag. What they're saying is you can search those tags and see how many games are tagged with that tag. right? So you can click on the RPG tag and say, oh, there's like 10,000 RPGs on Steam. After the removal, people noticed that like the hentai tag had like tons less games under the tag, right? So that's all that was saying.
Okay, yeah. Maybe the game developers are like, quick, call it something else. You know?
Well, I think it's implied that those games are just removed.
You know, like...
No, I think it just means that they were removed.
Yeah. All right, so Valve has responded to the crackdown on adult games. Valve has officially confirmed the adult-only titles were removed from Steam, following pressure from payment processors like Visa and MasterCard. To soften the blow, the company is now offering affected developers app credits. Ooh, yay. On the condition that their next game won't trigger the bank's moral panic. A few days ago, Steam quietly updated its rules and guidelines to include a clause banning content that violates, quote, rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks. This policy change wasn't just some legal fine print. It immediately led to the removal of a large number of adult-only games on the platform, sparking concern among developers and players alike about censorship being enforced through the back door of financial institutions. Now Valve has responded to the controversy in a statement shared with Gaming on Linux, confirming that games were indeed removed because of pressure from outside forces like Visa and MasterCard. I mean, they fucking said as much already. Valve says it had to act to prevent potential loss of payment support that would have crippled Steam's ability to sell any games. Quote, we were recently notified that certain games on Steam may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors. As a result, we are retiring those games because loss of payment methods would prevent customers from being able to purchase other titles and game content on Steam.
The really annoying thing is the key word there is may.
May, yeah.
They don't even know.
You bend the knee, you're going to be sucking dick soon, right? Like, that's the way to go about this.
Yeah. Visa and MasterCard aren't like saying, for some things they probably do, but I don't think for Steam. They were probably just like, oh, this group is bitching at us that you have violating content. Mm-hmm. And they're like, oh, well, okay, we'll take down anything that's remotely violating, just in case.
Yeah.
It's not like they're going in and saying, well, this one clearly we're going to have a little chat about it and like determine, yes, we all agree this one, but like, no, it's just, well, let's remove anything that's close because we don't want them removing our payment processing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the door that's closed. If you think it's locked, you know, that kind of thing. Like,
oh yeah.
Or if you tell someone like there's an invisible fence here, and it's like, okay, well, as long as you never test that, there is essentially, right? Yeah.
To soften the blow, Valve is directly notifying developers and using app credits, internal tokens normally worth $100 per new game submission, to help affected devs publish new titles on the platform. That is, of course, assuming their next release won't violate whatever ambiguous rules these banks and payment processors quietly enforce. Financial institutions now appear to be dictating content policy on the world's biggest PC gaming platform, much like they have been on other platforms. Bypassing Valve entirely, even worse, many developers say they were given no prior warning before their games were delisted, making the censorship feel not just forced, but sudden and disorienting. Now, itch.io also de-indexes NSFW games amid Visa and MasterCard pressure. So, following Steam's lead, itch.io quietly de-indexed and potentially removed adult not safe for work titles from search and browse pages after payment processors flagged them. The sudden purge, done without notice, has sparked outrage from indie creators who depend on the platform's laissez-faire approach to publishing. Itch.io founder Leif Corcoran announced in a blog post that all adult NSFW content has been de-indexed from browse and search following pressure from payment providers concerned about the nature of certain content, specifically a title called No Mercy, which I think was the one that is the one where you could rape a bunch of characters, including your own mother.
I think so.
Is that game, right?
Yeah.
And activism by a conservative Christian group called the Collective Shout. Here's the whole post.
I don't think they are a conservative Christian group. Like, are they? Do we know that?
They're a bunch of feminists.
It seems like they're a bunch of feminists. Like,
yeah. So this is the irony, though, right? Is that the truth is most people don't give a shit about things being censored or not censored. The only reason that they give a shit about the quote unquote censorship is that the groups they dislike are the ones calling for it. Meaning that when I was growing up, the religious right was very censorship happy when it came to video games and movies and stuff, always advocating for more Christian values and whatnot, to like decrying Marilyn Manson and all sorts of different, flavor of the week things that they were rallying to get removed, right? Because it offended them in some way. And so the left at the time would flaunt the whatever it was, and they would literally lean hard into it as a way to decry the calls for censorship coming from the right. Nowadays, the left is calling for exactly the same kind of censorship, but they're doing it because their perceived enemies now like the things that previously were being called for censorship, right? So ultimately, and I guess the right has become significantly less religious over time. So it's not that unnatural to think that the people that the left is struggle sessioning against or whatever is into the porn games or whatever it is that they're trying to censor. But the point is, right, that it doesn't actually matter censorship or no censorship. The real thing that matters is who's calling for it. And who is enjoying the thing that you're calling to be censored. Whatever side you're on, for most people, and again, I say for most people because most people are completely authoritarian fascists, right? There are very few people who actually believe in, libertarian ideals and defending other people's free speech, right? So, that's why you're right on. It's like there isn't, so far as I've seen, evidence to say that they're a conservative Christian group. They're just a group of feminists calling for the same thing conservative Christians called for, back in the 90s, right? And so it's easy to mistake them for that. So anyway, here's the update that they posted. We have de-indexed all adult, not safe for work content from our browse and search pages. We understand this action is sudden and disruptive, and we are truly sorry for the frustration and confusion caused by this change. Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io. Due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April, the organization Collective Shout, put them on blast, launched a campaign against Steam and itch.io, directing concerns to our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. Our ability to process payments is critical for every creator on our platform to ensure that we can continue to operate and provide a marketplace for all developers. On our platform. To ensure that we can continue to operate and provide a marketplace for all our developers, we must prioritize our relationship with our payment partners and take immediate steps towards compliance. This is a time-critical moment for itch.io. The situation developed rapidly, and we had to act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure. Unfortunately, this meant it was not realistic to provide creators with advance notice before making this change. We know this is not ideal, and we apologize for the abruptness of this change. We are currently conducting a comprehensive audit of content to ensure that we can meet the requirements of our payment processors. Pages will remain de-indexed as we complete our review. Once this review is complete, we will introduce new compliance measures. For NSFW pages, this will include a new step where creators must confirm that their content is allowable under the policies of the respective payment processors linked to their account. Part of this review will see some pages being permanently removed from itch.io. Affected accounts will be notified via their account's email address from our support address. You can reply to that email if you have any follow-up questions. We ask for your patience and understanding as we navigate this challenging period. I'm sorry we cannot share more at this time as we are still getting a full understanding of the situation ourselves. We will post a follow-up on our blog if the situation changes. Corcoran explained that maintaining the ability to process payments is critical for creators. The company will now conduct a content audit. I think we can already read all this. On Reddit, creators report drastic changes. Searches for NSFW or adult to now return nothing, and many paid games are effectively hidden or inaccessible, raising questions about lost revenue and ownership rights. The itch community forum, in the itch community forum, anger is boiling. One developer describes the move as a complete betrayal of trust, noting it happened without warning beyond a single emoji in Discord. Indie news outlet 61 Indie reports that the change was sudden and that no prior notice was given to creators. Itch.io has yet to clarify whether previously purchased NSFW content remains accessible or downloadable. Users worry the site is abandoning its indie ethos to appease financial gatekeepers. Many believe this censorship will pave the way towards other content being censored in games, such as something as simple as guns or violence. To which Niche Gamer had this to say: some users have even reported the offending games have been stolen from their libraries, meaning if you actually bought these games, poof, gone. They also said, we encourage anyone who's disturbed by the chilling effect on freedom of expression caused by these groups to sign the Change.org petition to help quantify support and write your representative. Senator Kevin Kramer, Republican of North Dakota, has introduced the Fair Access to Banking Act. If you choose to contact a representative, consider mentioning this bill. This bill places restrictions on certain banks, credit unions, and payment card networks if they refuse to do business with a person who complies with the law. Restrictions include prohibiting the use of electronic funds transfer systems and lending programs, termination of an institution's depository insurance, and specified civil penalties. Banks and other specified financial institutions are allowed to deny financial services to a person only if the denial is justified by a documented failure of the person to meet a quantitative, impartial, risk-based standards established in advance by the institution. This justification may not be based upon reputational risks to the institution. The bill establishes the right for a person to bring a civil action for a violation of this bill. Now, Psyche Studios...
That's one thing. Like, they're saying that there's kind of like two... We don't know why Visa is doing this, right? They're saying, well, we have this policy, blah, blah, blah. But, like, why do you care?
I think we do know why.
Do we?
I think it's obvious, right? So the U.S. government was recently trying to put forth a U.S. dollar cryptocurrency. Like, they were trying to create a central bank established crypto for the use in the United States and worldwide, right? And I think that this sort of thing is the problem that gets the reaction to find that solution. Ultimately, they want the control that you'll only give to them if the current system that is allowing you to have the freedom that you have is compromised. So I would be hard-pressed to find this is not a government-backed concerted effort to create the future that they want. Yes, I see the tinfoil hat. To create the system that they want, which is greater control over people by having a cryptocurrency where every transaction is logged into the blockchain and can be tracked.
I mean, somehow I don't think that Visa and MasterCard are trying to delete themselves from existence.
Well, I would argue that Visa and MasterCard as payment processors will still be payment processors even with this other cryptocurrency. It's just that the cryptocurrency and the effort to enact this is going to be getting sort of a quote unquote universal support due to the problem that they're creating by all of a sudden deciding that things that people have grown addicted to, in this case pornography, is now illegal effectively they're entering. And again, this is like what's going on in the UK with what we read earlier about Pornhub kind of blocking everybody and everything. Like they are trying to create a restriction on your freedom so that the reaction will put you in a place where you will accept the change that they're going to propose that you otherwise would not have accepted. Pressure is necessary to create the change.
You know what happens when you pressure when you push pressure onto something?
My tea, I know very well what happens.
If you take a thing of Jello and you try and squish it, what happens to the Jello?
Squeezes out the side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You get around things.
Yeah.
Pressure doesn't work.
Sure.
But what I was going to say was, we don't know why they're doing it, or we can guess. We can make guesses.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Oh, excuse me. I tried to mute. Was not fast enough.
That is going in the thumbnail.
So one aspect could be their reputation, right? Well, we don't want to be seen as the payment processor that supports pornography, and that's fine.
Why all of a sudden does that matter?
Yeah,
I think that there has been a long issue.
There has been an issue with porn in the past, but only because of the rate of chargebacks. They don't want to be usable on Pornhub or other sites like that because the amount of people buying porn and then claiming that wasn't them and their card was compromised is dramatically high. Right.
Yeah.
And so they want to avoid even having to give those chargebacks by not having business with the companies that are creating the content that people are ashamed to have on their bank statement and all that stuff.
That would make way more sense. And there's this issue of like, oh man, I have to like pin like an example because I always think of an example that perfectly fits what I'm trying to say here, and I always forget it. But there's this whole thing of like, you keep doing something so often and you kind of forget why you're doing it, and then the thing that you're doing is what gets like pedestalized as like, we must do this, and it's like, but like we're not doing like I don't know, putting red on your door, right? Like people used to do it because it was for religion, because like God during Passover, right? God would come and kill all the people firstborn that didn't have the red on the door. And so it's like, okay, now God doesn't do that anymore, but people still put the red on the door. So it's like, and then what you'll find is sometimes people will forget why they're doing it, and it's like, well, we put red on the door, and then they'll get mad at you for not putting the red on the door, and then the whole issue becomes, well, you're not putting red on the door, you need to put red on the door. And it's like, but we don't put red on the door anymore. Why are you caring? Because God doesn't kill the person. Why do you care if we put red on the door? You know, so you're getting mad at the wrong thing, essentially. And so that explanation as to why Visa and MasterCard would care about porn, as opposed to just a purely like puritanian, that might be the wrong word, but anyway, puritanical version of like, well, we don't want porn, makes sense because it's financial, right? So, but now if they've done that enough, like, well, we don't like porn games, where they've done it so much, they forget why they don't like porn games anymore. And now they're just, well, we don't like any porn games, even if they don't have the issue of the chargebacks.
Have you heard of the concept called Chesterton's fence?
Not. The name
maybe not by name. Okay, so it's because the principle I'm looking. I asked ChatGPT to give me the lowdown on this old saying. It says that the principle is attributed to G.K. Chesterton, often referred to as Chesterton's fence. In the military or other strategic circles, it's a commonly invoked in a phrase, don't tear down a fence unless you know why it was put up. And the meaning is a warning against removing rules, systems, or defenses without first understanding the original purpose behind them. In a military context, that might apply to actual physical defenses, protocols, or strategic decisions, reminding personnel not to assume something is obsolete or unnecessary just because its function isn't immediately obvious. Chesterton's original formation was the more modern type of reformer goes gaily up to it and says, I don't see the use of this, let us clear it away. To which the more intelligent type of reformer will do well to answer, if you don't see the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. It's used in the military policy, software engineering, and legal discussions. Probably doesn't fit quite the same.
Well, I mean, it's not a perfect thing, but it kind of goes along with what I was saying. But so, with the bill saying specifically, like, no, you have to rely on
Reese. Your eye is your Sasha's eye.
You have to rely on the specific risk profile of the person that you're dealing with, right? You can't say, well, just on reputation, we know reputationally the risk profile would be bad or whatever based on past things. So now we're just banning that whole category. No, you have to do it on that specific thing. That risk profile has to be for that specific thing. So that makes sense. It wouldn't get around their if their issue was purely reputational. They may find other ways to retain service, right? Like you can make up a reason if the risk profiles are something that they do themselves, right? So all they have to do is then make up the risk profile.
Sure.
Right. So I don't know how well it'll do to fix the problem. Hopefully it does. I don't know.
We have other solutions. The only problem is I feel like a lot of these solutions fall into the same category as the central bank issued cryptocurrency.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people's like, oh, well, let's just go Bitcoin is the solution to everything. It's like, no, there's so many problems with Bitcoin.
Let's see. So coming back to here, Psyche Studios has put out this statement. It's currently pinned on their Twitter profile. Was your game delisted from itch.io? Contact us at psychestudios.com or on Discord at ID Psyche, and we will get your game ready to sell in less than 24 hours. Games that are still in development are welcome too. No extra fees and no BS. So the Jello, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that they're stupid. This isn't the Jello getting around it. I mean, this could be a quick a quick version of it, but it's like the Jello moving from under the thing to under where it's going to be in a second, right?
Yeah,
because
Psyche will be next. We'll cover next week that Psyche banned a bunch of games for the same reason because they also use the same payment processors. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. All right. So moving past this here, Elon Musk responds to censorship by payment processors. I don't know what this is a picture of.
Angel Beat?
It does look like it, but why is this? I don't know. The headline doesn't seem to go with it. After a resurfaced article about Visa Japan's censorship of legal adult content began circulating again on Twitter, a user criticized the move as monopolistic brand damage. Elon Musk responded with a pointed remark that may hint at his ambitions to launch a censorship-free payment system via X. Now that's the problem. He wants, X. He wants Twitter to be the everything app, right? So you'll show up there. Not only do you have Grok, but you'll have, your social media with Twitter. You'll have video streaming on Twitter at some point. Eventually, you're going to be able to watch movies that you pay for off Twitter.
And you'll be able to verify your Pornhub on Twitter.
They'll probably have a marketplace, like Facebook Marketplace kind of thing on Twitter. So the controversy reignited when an article blatant overreach ended up causing Twitter owner Elon Musk to reply. So Mark Kern said it's trashing their brand. Actually, they know this, but they don't care because they have a virtual monopoly. Absolutely true. Who's gonna shred their credit card for Visa or MasterCard just simply because of this? Nobody.
That's what I was saying about that. That's also what I was kind of getting at with the reputational thing. It's like, if they do care about their reputation, like Visa and MasterCard's reputation, it's like, how is it going to affect your reputation to have porn games? Because everyone has to use Visa and MasterCard.
Yeah, here's where
it's not like one's going to be like, oh well, your MasterCard, they accept porn. Visa doesn't. Visa's pure. Like that's not going to happen.
Well,
right?
so but that's the thing is like what's going to end up happening is that Visa and MasterCard, the way that they will, no person is going to give up their Visa or MasterCard just because they can't buy stuff on Steam. The stuff is gone regardless if they're using Visa and MasterCard. What's going to happen is a new payment processor, possibly the X payments and stuff.
They have proxy payment too.
Is going to show up on the other platform, and then people will start using that. The problem is that it's not going to replace the credit card because it's probably going to be like Apple Pay or something. You know what I mean?
Well, the other issue with all of those processors,
if you actually wanted to disrupt the payment processes of Visa and MasterCard, is you need a new credit card company. That
what the workaround is they have services like SegPay where they charge you like 10% or something, and it goes through them and they pay the websites or game process or whatever, and it shows up as SegPay on the MasterCard, and so it's like MasterCard's none the wiser.
Yeah, but
something like that might.
The problem with that though is that the only reason a person would ever do that is to hide what they're buying. So Visa and MasterCard will eventually say, hey, wait a minute, and just get rid of that too.
Yeah. The problem with alternative credit cards is a lot of them use Visa and MasterCard. They'll use the back end of Visa and MasterCard's infrastructure to do business. So it's like It's like cable companies. Like here in Canada, we have Rogers and Bell. Those are the two, like broadband internet cell phone providers. And then, but if you look at I want to get cable internet, what companies around? It'll say like, oh, there's like 4 or 5 of them.
But they're all just basically the same. The parent company's all the same.
It's not even. Some of them are fully independent. But they buy
use the infrastructure
from Rogers or Bell, and it's like, so if Rogers goes out, your internet goes out because it's not a separate line, right?
So Mark Kern replied and said, "Yeah, this group pressuring Steam payment processors and Vice magazine owners is fast and effective beyond normal measures. Some very high connections, it seems." The timing of this comment has raised eyebrows, especially in light of Valve's recent removal of adult indie games from Steam, due to new policy language that aligns with the demands of payment processors and banks. Though Steam didn't directly name Visa or MasterCard, the parallel is striking. Third-party financial institutions are increasingly dictating that what content can and can't be sold, even when that content is perfectly legal. Visa and MasterCard's enforcement of nebulous brand protection standards have recently been targeting adult content in Japanese media. Musk's response suggests he is not only aware of this issue, but possibly preparing a solution. Should X payments materialize, it could represent a rare opportunity, a financial platform that doesn't cater to woke moral panics or puritanical overreach from corporations pretending to protect their image, so long as they don't dare criticize a certain group.
Well, and also, like, they went after, was it Carl Benjamin?
Sargon
of Akkad? His Patreon, right? The Patreon CEO, I think it was him. The Patreon CEO came out and said, like, yeah, it was MasterCard. They told us we got to kick you from the platform. So it's like, those were like the canaries And it's like it's just been getting worse, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Just a heads up, we're going to skip the next article after this one for your timestamping. Visa escapes punishment despite antitrust watchdog confirming monopolistic practices in Japan. Visa has been caught pressuring rival credit card companies into using its own overpriced infrastructure, yet Japan's antitrust commission has let it off the hook with a friendly warning and no penalty. Japan's Fair Trade Commission has taken its first ever administrative action against a credit card brand, and unsurprisingly, it's against the global monopoly known as Visa. But before anyone celebrates, there's a catch. Despite confirming that Visa forced competitors into using its own credit reference system by slapping them with higher fees, the JFTC isn't issuing any fines or punishment. The move stems from the behavior of Visa Worldwide Pte Ltd, the Singapore-based Asian-Pacific division of Visa Inc., which controls nearly 50% of Japan's credit card market. From at least November 2021, Visa altered its preferential fee structure to effectively force Japanese card companies into using its network, even though cheaper alternatives existed. According to the JFTC, this strong-arming caused multiple companies to switch to Visa's more expensive system just to stay afloat. Rather than slapping Visa with penalties under Japan's anti-monopoly law, the JFTC has simply accepted a reform plan. Visa promises to return its conditions to what they were before the coercive changes and has agreed to third-party monitoring over the next 5 years, something that sounds more like a PR band-aid than a true regulatory correction. And make no mistake, Visa didn't just manipulate back-end fees, it's used its near-monopolistic grip to make sure smaller card companies couldn't compete on fair terms. The underlying goal? Blocking competitors from the Japanese market and consolidating even more power. Despite the scale of the misconduct, the JFTC concluded the situation didn't technically violate the anti-monopoly law. It's the regulatory equivalent to being caught robbing a bank and getting away with a pinky promise not to do it again. Visa processed part of Japan's 116 trillion yen, $785 billion US, in credit card transactions in 2024. And with this latest non-punishment, it looks like they'll continue doing so without serious resistance. Why worry about the law when you're big enough to bend it? Was it a payment company, or was it, I think it was JP Morgan, right? I've talked about it before. There's a clip with Elizabeth Warren just reaming a guy in the Senate or whatever from JP Morgan, and his smug response was, then fine us. We can afford it, right? Effectively meaning, like, if the only problem that's going to come from what we did is that you're going to fine us, then we're going to keep doing it, right? It's the saying, when the punishment of a crime is a fine, it means it's only illegal for poor people to do it.
Yeah.
All right, I want to catch up on chats. I've been saving them for this point. Old man says, I played Lollipop Chainsaw a little bit. It was fight enemies until you can't progress, defeat enemies, move forward, repeat. Yeah, I don't know. It never really seemed up my alley.
I enjoyed it just for the novelty, but yeah.
Most of those tile games are NSFW, at least on Steam. It's probably the same games. They are probably making too much money to label them shovelware. They are reducing searches for incest games. How dare they? There is speculation that the credit card companies are using Collective Shout to do what they want to do anyways. They also make a useful scapegoat in case things go south. Yes, exactly. If you have something that you want to do, but you know you're going to get shit for it, but you can make somebody else the object of
the ire.
Yeah, I guess, right. If you can direct the hate somewhere else and still get to do the thing, then it takes the heat off of you. You know,
it is notable that like they, Visa has targeted various other things before, like,
yeah,
what was it? Tumblr, right? Tumblr said that this
Which
That
is
was why
hilarious.
they were
Tumblr didn't
removing.
really have like a payment thing, right? Other than maybe like advertisement.
Yeah. No, I think there were like paid Tumblr things that you could do. But
Like kind of
anyway,
like Patreon or whatever.
yeah, I think so. But the point is they've targeted things before, and no one's ever brought up this group before, right? This is the first time they're like, this was us. It's like, was it you? And was it you before? Has it always been you? We don't know.
So, Old Man said, I wouldn't be surprised if governments are in on this attempt at censorship. The U.S. government leaned on Twitter for years to outsource the censorship. Yes, absolutely. This censorship is just to get their foot in the door. Once they can get stuff pulled, they can increase the scope of things not allowed.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, right now, it's porn games. Is it going to be LGBT stuff later? Like, is it going to be conservative right stuff later? Like, oh, you said that you don't like illegal immigration. Oh, we can't support that. Like, where's the line on this bullshit?
Yeah. Your game takes place in Russia. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're Ukraine simps. Can't let you have that.
Imagine they blocked Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 because of that.
Precisely.
Airport scene.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't give a fuck about adult entertainment. If they did, OnlyFans wouldn't be a thing. This is about exerting power and increasing the ability to censor. One of its members supported no birth control.
I think that's in reference to them maybe not being Catholic, but or like maybe them being Catholic, I should say, or Christian. I don't know. I'll just say that I looked up their website and it does say that they are specifically not related or affiliated to any political organization or religion. So,
Old Man says, "Oh no, we are being forced to censor. Don't blame us. It's the activists." Is Random 11 referring to Cargo Cult?
I quickly Googled that. It's like a group of people that put like bloody crosses in lawns or something. I don't know. No.
He's doing what the Chinese are doing. Jordan Peterson had his entire Google account deleted. There was such a huge outrage, he got it back the next day, but he was locked out of everything for a while with no way to fix it. Yeah, and that's the scary thing. Because if you lose your Gmail, right, every single password for every single website you use that's connected to a login with that email is gone. You've lost every fucking account. If you lose your Gmail, your YouTube channel's gone. Your Google Docs, your Google Sheets, every spreadsheet you use, right, on a daily basis, all that shit is fucking gone, right? Visa is not the police. Blue and Rosie, good to see you back. The moral debate is beside the point. I think it's a matter of global competition in the adult market. Honestly, it really should not be this hard. You know what I mean? Like solving this problem should not be this hard. We should not have to rely on the world's richest man to be based. You know what I mean? Like that's an absurd scenario we've run into, right? We finished this article. Okay, I'm going to skip the next one, and we'll save it for next podcast. I've been putting it off for like 4 weeks already. Final Fantasy fans now average 42 years old, sparking worries over aging fan base. The Final Fantasy series has officially entered its 38th anniversary. Goddamn.
Imagine they make the like main character in Final Fantasy like an 80-year-old man. Like,
yeah.
We're appealing to our target demographic.
The Final Fantasy series has officially entered its 38th anniversary, and according to a recent survey by GEM Partners, the average age of its fans is now 42. That's fucking crazy. How old are they? Like, what's the high end of that? Since the release of the original game in 1987, Final Fantasy has remained a cornerstone on the JRPG genre. producing a vast number of mainline titles, spin-offs, and remakes. While the series has enjoyed broad support across multiple generations over the years, this latest survey reveals a noticeable trend towards an aging fan base. The study, conducted exclusively in Japan and involving 180,000 participants, found that the average Final Fantasy fan is 42 years old. Similar patterns have also been observed in other long-running JRPG franchises like Dragon Quest, suggesting a wider generational shift within the genre. The same study conducted last year shows the average Final Fantasy fan's age was just under 40. While these numbers can be seen as proof of the series' enduring popularity and strong fan retention, they also point to challenges in attracting a younger audience. Despite efforts to appeal to younger demographics through smartphone games and remakes, the average fan age continues to rise. So the problem you're running into is that your game is called Final Fantasy 16. People don't want to start a game that they're like, oh, I got to start at the beginning. Oh, I don't even know if I can get that. Is that on the App Store? Like, you know what I mean? Like, your problem is that you've created, and these games aren't even connected, most of them, right? Yeah, that's a big problem. Well, the numbers
Final Fantasy 16, the really, really Final Fantasy.
Yeah. Well, that's funny because the whole reason they called it Final Fantasy is they didn't think they would get to make more than one. And then they just kept going. They also point out the challenge in attracting younger audience. Despite efforts to appeal to the younger demographics through smartphone games and remakes, the average age continues to rise, including the influx of new fans which is slowing. The trend is also reflected in sales data. Although Final Fantasy 14 has become the best-selling title in the franchise with over 24 million units sold, the top-performing single-player entry remains 1997's Final Fantasy VII with over 15 million units sold. Oh, single. Okay. So they're saying
wasn't 14 the MMO?
Yeah, I think they have this. Well, that's what they're saying, right? This one sold well, but the best single player one is Final Fantasy VII with 9 million less, right? More recent titles such as Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are reportedly underperforming relative to Square Enix internal expectations. Such a pattern is often seen in long-running media franchises.
Catchphrase for that company.
What?
It's under expectations. Like,
yeah,
I think they did it with Lara Croft, Tomb Raider. They've done it with a few games where it's like the games come out, it's like, oh, it sold so much copies, and then it's like, well, the game did under expectation. What?
Such a pattern is often seen in long-running media franchises as part of a natural life cycle where the aging core fan base outpaces the rate at which new, younger fans are brought in. Honestly, this is the problem with churches. This is the problem with, like so many different things have this issue where if you aren't constantly refilling the bottom of your funnel or the top of your funnel with new people, then eventually your customers age out and die,
I don't want to fall out of the bottom of the funnel.
However, considering rising development costs and the fact that the average gamer age globally is around 35, Square Enix may increasingly feel pressure to reverse this trend. And they're just not the same company they used to be, though.
35-year-old gamers rise up.
Meanwhile, you know what 35-year-old gamers want, Square Enix? Porn games, right? Zenless Zone Zero swimsuit bug unintentionally sexy. All right, someone playing Zenless Zone Zero has discovered a bug regarding Rin's swimsuit, leading to a rather lewd result that can also affect other characters, and sure to have many regarding it as a feature. The player uploaded a video on Twitter showing off how it works, explaining that clothing with semi-transparent material can potentially vanish. So effectively what's happening is Minecraft had this issue for a long time. If you have a semi-transparent rendered object behind another semi-transparent rendered object, it basically doesn't exist. Not sure I consider this super sexy or anything. So all that he's losing are the sleeves, right? I don't know what she's losing, if anything. Something on the side of the backpack, maybe? Nothing. Oh, just the cleavage.
The boob window.
Oh, it's too sexy. All right, continuing.
Yeah, the only one who lost anything of value was Belle. No.
Azure Lane X Atelier Yumie collaboration characters and sexy skins revealed. So I'm looking at this and I'm just like, yeah. Yawn. Nothing. Why are we looking at this article? Who cares? Huh? And then boom, what the fuck? Oh, Jesus.
Making cakes.
My brother has been so pissed that they haven't had a summer event, and it's like they're taking their sweet ass time, and then it's like, oh, here's a collab.
Bakery.
Yeah.
How are these ships?
Yeah.
How is the furry girl a ship?
Well, hold on. This is a collab, okay?
Yeah, it's a collab with Atelier Yumie. Yumiya.
Yeah, so they didn't call it ships.
These are the ships, right? Like, no, I guess it's not because this is Yumiya. I don't know. That's a light aircraft carrier. That is definitely a ship.
No.
Oh no, they're still ships. These are the. Okay, I don't know.
They
so she's a character from Atelier Yumiya, who they made into a ship.
Yeah, all of them.
Okay, got it. All right. The first descendant spawn animation slides along the pole. The first descendant has continued to cater to those who love traditionally sexy women, as a new spawn animation has a female character sliding along a pole and sure to leave the usual suspects fuming at the thought of catering to straight white males.
I don't know how they missed the first descendant's spawn animation has a hot babe descending on a pole. Like obviously you could clean it up, but like descend on the pole. Yeah. First descendant, descend on pole. Like it was right there.
The rather lewd spawn animation, which many lament is not an actual emote, can be seen here.
She disappeared. What the fuck?
Yep. Anyway, moving past that. Can I get the baby on screen?
No.
I need the baby.
No.
Give me the biggest baby.
Can't even find it in this new thing. What
you are taking way too flipping long. How about that? Boom.
Oh, it was in a different brand. It wasn't my fault.
All right, you guys ready? Street Fighter 6 art contest winner disqualified after AI use discovered. What are you doing, you fucker? All right. The baby can now be safely discarded.
You can eat the baby.
I kind of want to take the if I ever find the PNG of the baby. Hello. Would you like to bring me a slice of pizza or 3 and a jalapeno cheese?
I know I don't.
Okay,
but I'll do it.
I'll get
anyway.
it during the right stuff.
So
wait a sec, I gotta get close.
Okay. The thing about the baby, if I ever find the PNG that I've got in there, I want to give it to ChatGPT and ask it to generate the baby holding a sign that says YouTube compliant baby, so that from now on it's not like, what is the baby, right? Like,
so was that Chun-Li? Just out of curiosity.
Yes,
I thought so.
The second official Street Fighter
Soon
6
to become Lee.
illustration contest has stirred controversy after it was revealed that at least one of the winning entries violated the rules by using AI-generated content, prompting disqualification and the artist's sudden disappearance from social media. Capcom held its second Street Fighter art contest, New Challenger Edition, on Twitter, where fans submitted their original work for a chance to have their illustrations showcased. Out of many entries, 26 winners were selected and announced on the official website. However, shortly after the results were published, fans began to raise eyebrows at one particular entry featuring Kimberly, with sharp-eyed users alleging that the piece contained traces of AI-generated content and possible plagiarism. The suspicions escalated quickly, and Capcom later confirmed that certain winning entries had been invalidated due to violations of the contest rules, specifically citing the use of generative AI. Which character is Kimberly? This isn't that. They're not talking about this one, right? Kimberly's blonde, right? Not StreamYard. What am I doing? Street Fighter.
I am not a Street Fighter connoisseur.
She's definitely not blonde. I think that is her, though. That's meant to be her. Kimberly is the
Pink Power Ranger. Pink Power Ranger.
Let me get a non-postage stamp sized image of it. There we go. All right. I think you'll know which one's Kimberly because it's not Chun-Li. That's Kimberly. So I don't know. Maybe that's it. If that's the winning thing, then like, God, really? Are we for real?
Also, it's kind of, I don't know. Maybe they did it too, but isn't the whole like new challenger thing a Smash Brothers motif?
I don't know.
Like it seems a little like a slap in the face to be like, we're gonna use the motif of a competitor fighting game.
While the official announcement did not name the disqualified artist or identify the specific artwork in question, the Kimberly illustration quickly became the center of scrutiny. The user behind the piece has since deleted their Twitter account, effectively fleeing the scene and leaving behind a trail of digital embarrassment. I mean, if they labeled who the winners were, and then all of a sudden one of them disappears, you fucking know which one it was, right? Like, according to the contest submission guidelines, all entries must be original works created by the applicant and explicitly forbid the use of generative AI, making this an unambiguous breach of the terms. Capcom has yet to state whether a replacement winner will be selected or further entries will be reviewed for AI violations. Oh. All right. Continuing. Smartphone. Yep.
It's getting tough to tell AI. Like, we're going to get to a point where you won't be able to tell.
I agree, but I also think that I was thinking about this today, and I think that what's going to end up happening once AI makes people indistinguishable from each other in terms of like their ability to generate artwork that they otherwise would have had to spend, decades developing the skill for. I think what's going to end up happening is that you will still, like, I was thinking about it like this. My daughter was watching the My Melody and Kuromi Netflix show, and we were watching it all together as a family. And every time they show like the town square, the establishing shot that they use is up high, but it's up high from a specific angle, and the entryway into the town is lined with these two like towers, but they're the only thing in the shot that I notice each time it pops up that are very tall. So the shot is specifically framed in such a way where like the corners of the image are drawing your eye in with the towers, right? And I was thinking about the fact, like, with the use of AI, people will be able to copy the ideas that other people have already had, right? But I was thinking it's a design choice that I wonder where, like, that kind of thing gets developed as like the best practices for creating what you're creating in terms of media, specifically because people have experimented and tried out a bunch of different stuff. And eventually they started to learn the visual language of film works well when you do certain things versus other things in terms of color theory and, you know what I mean? Like in terms of making visual interest and all that. So what I think is going to happen is that artistry is going to get elevated to the next level with AI, because you're going to have a bunch of people who can make a prompt and get something. And then you're going to have people who understand how to push it further, right? Either manually drawing something based on what your generative AI output gave you, or tweaking it or adjusting it, or knowing how to specifically say, what you've given me is good, but it's not good enough. Let's do this, right? And that's going to be the separating factor between the AI artists and the real artists, right? Even though real artists might be using AI to help accelerate the process of creation, it's the design sense and the instincts that an artist develops that take things to the next level. And so we're going to have, like, you know, the training data is going to be like the baseline for what everybody has starting at, right? But you're not going to have the tools necessary to utilize it as effectively as somebody who does have a more keen eye and design sense and understands sort of the reasoning behind color theory and whatnot. You know what I mean? And so I think that what we'll see is that once artists get over the fact that other people get to play in their sandbox, they're going to start to also see like a dramatic benefit on top of that regarding their ability to produce what they're producing, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure. I do think that people are going to be also just like, an artist will be able to use AI to help what they can already do, right?
Yeah.
So those people will also be able to do better, usually, you would think, than someone without artistic skill trying to use AI. But the reason I brought that up about not being able to tell is I saw this video, and I've seen the video before of this seagull landing on a car and this person eating fries in the car, and he throws the fry on the dashboard.
Oh, and it breaks through the
yes, the new video has the seagull smashing his beak through the windshield and like eating some of the windshield, or like pecking at it, I guess. It looked so real, and I was like, holy shit. And the when you go back and you look at it again, there are still tells.
But nothing. And see, this is the crazy thing about.
I was just gonna say, but it helps a lot by starting the video of a real video and then extending it, right? Yeah. So your brain kind of hits this is real, and then after it switches to the AI stuff, and then when you're not really paying attention as much.
Yeah. So when I was growing up, you know, being in a family that is in the motion picture business, especially with, you know, my dad being a stuntman, when we would watch movies we would rent from Blockbuster, my dad would pause and rewind and show certain things. Like I have a distinct memory. I don't remember what movie it was, but it was a guy, like, it was in, you know, like a modern, like 90s at the time, city, right? Like in the actual city, like LA or New York kind of city. And I can't remember if he was on a horse or something, but the character gets thrown off of the thing and goes through a window, right? Into like a department store or whatever. And my dad paused it and pointed out, you could see the guy's wearing a suit, and you could see underneath his pant leg that there was a knee pad that he was wearing underneath it.
Yeah.
Right. And so the idea is, if you pause and go frame by frame, even on a real movie, you can notice the filmmaking mistakes or things that weren't hidden perfectly that will break immersion once you see it, right? But similarly with AI, it's like, yes, if I watch that seagull video and I go frame by frame, I'd probably notice that when it breaks the glass, that the glass that ends up on the dashboard won't necessarily, like, it might morph into different shapes before it lands, right? Or whatever. But in the moment, watching it, just like not seeing the knee pad for that, split second that it's on screen, you won't know, and you won't scrutinize it, especially when it's being used in movies and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
There was a movie recently, I don't remember what it was. I think it was a Netflix series movie or whatever, where they did all their VFX with AI instead of with the VFX team. So we're getting there. Like, things are moving that direction. And ironically, that's just going to look way better than CGI in movies usually does, because you only notice CGI when it's bad, Anyway, do you guys have anything more you want to say before I move on? I'm going to address some chats.
I think we're good.
Final Fantasy wouldn't be falling into irrelevancy, but they keep chasing Western RPGs. The only game that appeal to most people are the remakes. Yeah. Genshin Impact is the next big RPG right now, right? I don't know. I don't play it.
Can you even call it a role-playing game?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't have a choice?
It's a gacha game, right? I don't care about a game following a bunch of dude bros set in a Western fantasy. They look like a Game of Thrones RPG, not a JRPG. Ufotable's next animation project is Genshin Impact. Oh, yeah, that's right. So that's probably the next big RPG franchise for the kiddos. Many teens and young adults would cosplay it and go to my bookstore job. Huh.
Do you not have a skill tree in Genshin?
You do, but it's not like your typical. It's just a basic skill tree. It's just a basic level up of your skills. There's no really.
It's stat boost essentially. Yeah.
Basic stat boosts.
Will AI degenerate once new art is no longer being made? Once there is no new art content made, AI will start consuming its own content, eventually degenerating into a copy of a copy of a copy. So I do think that there will be a feedback loop with AI, but I also think that there will be enough existing artists who are still generating content from scratch, or taking the AI artwork and adding on top of it, that the new stuff getting fed into it is going to still continue to improve, right? I do think there will be some weird hiccups, though. What were you going to say, Randy?
I was going to say, I do think that they will probably try and do, because I've already seen it, where I forget what it's called, where they'll train on generated images.
Mm-hmm.
There was a specific word used for that kind of thing, but anyway, and sometimes it helps reinforce a specific style if you're going for that. But just like how CG didn't erase
practical
stop
effects?
motion. Well, I was going to say stop motion.
Okay.
Like for CG animation. I don't think that AI will stop all art. Like, people do it for fun, literally, right? So it's people who are using AI to make art are generally using it as a utilitarian thing. It's serving a purpose. Whereas a lot of people just like drawing.
Yeah,
so I don't think there will
that's actually
be
precisely what I was thinking when I said that there will still be people who are producing it from scratch. Because for a lot of people, growing up as a kid, I had a sketchbook because it was a way to pass the time, and I got good at it because I enjoyed creating, right? And expressing yourself in a creative manner is a dopamine hit, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there will be people who that is their fun, and generating an image from scratch isn't as fun as the process. Or sorry, generating an image with generative AI is not as fun as the process of bringing something to life, because for some people that's the drug, right? That like the actual process of starting with something and drawing a couple of lines on the paper. I don't even know what it's going to be yet, right? Like that's part of the fun for some people, you know? So you're right. It's going to be largely for utilitarian effort. Like, you know, I need something quick. I'm going to generate. Oh, that's good enough. Whatever. Use it, you know, for sure. So anyway, let's, I got more AI stuff here real quick. Smartphone games AI advertisement, a total laughing stock. I thought this was pretty funny. Gay Dragon. An advertisement attempting to raise attention for a smartphone game has gotten notoriety of a sort different from what they were intending, as the ad made use of AI art and contained a slew of errors typical of AI generations. Can you tell the obvious ones?
The obvious one to me, right off the bat, is the wobbly power lines.
Well, what about the fucking train that's not on the tracks?
I hadn't even got down to that yet. The power lines is what stood out to me the first.
Does that horn girl have like an after image of her own dress?
You talking about this girl?
Yeah.
What do you mean, this and this?
Yeah, like
I think that's just another tassel from the other side or something.
Yeah, the train's a big one.
The train is the only thing I could see at first.
There's also the sign.
The sign that looks ridiculous. Yeah.
The perspective on the lines is also off. Like
the characters, actually, like this character seems to be composited in. Like there's like all this jankiness around it compared to everybody else. Like this character and this character not so much, but this character especially feels much more grounded. The shadows all look like they're photoshopped.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Generated.
I would say the green and the red one look like they're maybe there, but the purple hair one and the pink haired one, I think those two do look.
Well, the reason I think that this one doesn't look the same is this one looks blurry to me. This one looks pixelated. This one looks blurry. This one seems to have the most visual fidelity and matching with everything else.
Yeah,
and
but the
this one
shadows
feels like it's falling. Yeah, I agree. The shadows all seem photoshopped in. So I think the people were all added in post.
Yeah, could be.
Oh. All right. One user believed they found the real world location used to generate the AI creation. Many Japanese
The
users
internet's scary, man.
were naturally quick to criticize the ad. I mean, if you see something like, wait a minute, that looks like that place I live near. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess.
Everyone's so focused on the artwork that they haven't noticed the kanji in blank has an I where it should be. What? Is it in this text? Did they put the maybe this one right here? Yeah, okay. So I think what they're talking about is that, well, I don't know, actually, that doesn't look wrong. Yeah, I think they're talking about these two symbols here. I think that the reason they're saying that is because it looks like this is connected, but I think it's just too close to this part. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know what that's about.
I feel like
Anyway.
the text is something that you wouldn't
You wouldn't
100%,
AI, right?
Yeah, you would just composite it on top.
This is awful. What I hate most about AI art isn't the tech itself, but that there are companies and people who just shamelessly put out stuff like this with zero care. By the way, where the hell is that railroad track going? Did they feed a ton of Hoyoverse characters into the AI or what? The background is definitely AI, LOL. Why the hell are the crosswalk lines drawn perpendicular to the street?
Isn't that how crosswalk lines kind of are in places?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. But these lines don't seem to be perspective-wise. They're kind of going in a weird direction. I think that they photoshopped this whole section on. I thought it was going to be another smug train otaku nitpick, but this is just on a whole different level. What's even going on with these power lines across the sea? They were probably trying to recreate Enoshima, but it fails on every level, LOL. The track is at a right angle to the train. The area around the crosswalk isn't that open in real life. Since I mess around with AI art, I can spot it. I can instantly spot it. AI always.
I think anyone can spot it. I don't think you need to be an expert for this one.
It's like
some of them are like, okay, you know, as someone who does AI, I kind of recognize this pattern.
Yeah, some people would look at this and go, I don't know. The characters all seem to have 5 fingers. You know. All right, let's see.
Yeah, to be fair, that was me at first. I was looking at it. I'm that type of person, though. I'm that type of person that will look at a specific detail before looking at the bigger picture.
The train is crossing the crosswalk. The second person from the back is wait. Even the way the second person from the back is walking feels off. Second person from the back. You mean this one? Yeah, I guess. He feels like he's falling, like tilting to me. The weight in the move should be further forward for the leg extension, I think, is what I mean.
Is that a guy?
I think so.
I thought they were all girls.
That looks like a guy to me.
I don't know.
That's why he's in front. He's the leader.
He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well.
This image might go down in history in a bad way. What even is that crosswalk-looking thing in the front of the fence? Why would there be a crosswalk there? Maybe they're not crosswalks, but ground markings. Even then, the fence placement is weird. There's no overrun zone. It's got rubber tires instead of actual wheels. No way. Not quite. I don't know.
Bicycle tires.
If you look in the distance, there's a crosswalk right in the middle of the road. The distance of the train is clear.
It's generally where they are.
Shadows of various
in the
things
middle
are
of the
completely
road.
messed up. Tracks heading straight into the sea. Sagging power lines that just end. Train, oh no, right before the crosswalk covering the T intersection. Truly another world. The common sense here is completely different from ours. I kind of wanted to see how they'd handle the pantograph train roof connector. From what I've checked, it doesn't even seem like this world has trains, and most of the characters aren't present either. So they're probably they probably don't actually appear. Wow.
You know what I want now? I want like a proper anime group or like studio to animate a world that would be the AI world. Right? Like
in another reincarnated in an AI world.
Yeah. Just have like wacky like 3-fingered people and like
I stand out here because of my 5 fingers. I have to cut one off.
And like as you move, like you gain a finger or something. Like, you know, in this orientation I have 3 fingers, but don't worry, if I go down here I have 5 fingers. Like
the crosswalks don't match perspective. You should be able to draw a horizon line from the lower crosswalk to the upper one. Oh, you mean like you should be able to, it wouldn't technically be a horizon line. This is the horizon line, but you should draw to the horizon line point, and this should match. Like this one should be like much more like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't even match the side of the road, right? So.
No, not even close. Yeah. Anyway, do you guys remember last podcast we talked about King
Ironically, if with it cropped like that, it's better. They should have just left it cropped.
They cropped out all the nonsense.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the last podcast we talked about the Candy Crush company that made their team develop an AI to generate games, and then they fired their team to only use the AI?
And then they told them to cope by using that AI?
Yeah. Xbox promotes new roles with gutter slop AI art after layoffs. King employees reportedly replaced by AI they helped create. Xbox has started using AI after Microsoft unleashed massive layoffs. Many had theorized Microsoft were aiming to replace employees with cheaper AI. And now poor quality AI art is promoting new roles, with King employees claiming they were being replaced by the AI tools they helped create. There's been little good PR for Xbox after Microsoft laid off hundreds of employees. Amid the sea of disgruntled former employees, Romero Games, who many speculated had Xbox as their mystery publisher, had to assure gamers they weren't shutting down. Things were only made worse when an Xbox executive recommended laid-off employees turn to AI chat programs to help reduce the emotional and cognitive load that comes with job loss. This, along with Microsoft investing $80 billion into AI data centers at the start of the year, only encouraged rumors Microsoft were aiming to replace human workers with AI. Now, staff of a subsidiary have added to the claims, alongside yet another blunderous executive LinkedIn post adding fuel to the fire. Another one? In a now deleted LinkedIn post, Mike Matzel, Xbox Graphics Principal Development Lead, advertised job positions detailing the Xbox graphics team is hiring folks with experience with device drivers, GPU performance, or related validations or engineering systems experience. Matzel even welcomed people to message him if the positions were closed. However, Matzel included a piece of art which many suspect, no beyond a shadow of a fucking doubt, was generated using AI. Was generated using ChatGPT specifically, obviously. Apart from the simplistic art style, there are errors typical of AI art. While one could forgive the lack of cables behind the monitor as part of minimalism, it appears the screen is on the back of the monitor. Other professionals weren't shy to call out Matzel, including those working for PlayStation and Ubisoft. Oh man, that would be an easy employee to fire back at, though.
When you posted that image, I thought it was like a satirical, like, this is what Xbox is now, because they're all like retarded because they laid off everyone and they're relying on AI.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was an actual person hiring
So this is
for Xbox.
this is
Neither did I.
They're just retarded.
When I saw this article and said, yeah, let's toss it in, I thought that this actual real game from 2013 was using art generated by AI and it was trash. But no, this is what is considered top quality human talent. I had no idea this was going to be the focus of the article. Other professionals weren't shy to call it Matzo, including those working for PlayStation and Ubisoft. Many highlighted the irony and poor taste of using an AI-generated image to promote a graphics-based job, not to mention applying for a job under Xbox after the layoff. Honestly, if you don't have any graphic designers left, who are you going to get to draw the image but AI? This shit is just embarrassing, prefaced Ubisoft board. You've got no room to talk, Ubisoft. AI gutter slop image. The screen is on the back of the monitor. He has to put as though nobody noticed to advertise a graphics post. Do fucking better. Another user ironically asked, is writing code on the other side of the monitor a plus? Not to be mean, but using an AI image to get people to apply for a job feels exceptionally tacky. Pointed out yet another user. Noting the poor job that had been made designing the advert, another user asserts, quote, "Not only is it a bad look to resort to AI when you're the lead dev of the graphics department, but not double checking it before posting it is laughable. LOL. Many of those thousands who are fired would have caught it." Yeah, okay. Adding insult to injury. Shay Casey, Xbox. Wow. X PlayStation? What is X PlayStation? Shay Casey, X PlayStation Associate Art Director at Bend Studio, weighed in, declaring, "Crappy AI art? Check. What a dream to work for Microsoft and then get laid off because management doesn't fucking get games. Where do I apply?" AI isn't just helping hire new staff, but ousting them from their jobs. Mobile Gamer Biz reports that Candy Crush is preparing to lay off 200 employees, mostly from middle management, UX, and narrative copywriting. I feel like this is all the stuff we already know, basically talked about last podcast. Yeah, cool. All right, I guess this was the topic. Still funny. All right, are you guys ready for this next one? Oh, hello. Thank you. I thought you forgot.
I did.
Can I get another water?
Water?
Yeah.
You want that bubbly?
Yes, and hot sauce. That's right. Don't worry about it.
You can have that bubbly right there next to my water.
Thank you. All right. Are there any comments? No. Yes, one.
Corporations fire artists. Why is there no new art for our AI to consume? Corporations.
That's pretty good.
Help! I can't walk. AI, bring me to the kitchen.
Fuck that. Bring the kitchen to me.
Just bring me a sandwich.
Digimon is already an anime set in an AI world. It's a digital world. It says it on the tin.
All right. Nintendo reportedly using legally ambiguous language to modify Pokemon patents amid ongoing Pal World lawsuit. Nintendo continues to move legal goalposts in their case against Pocket Pair, yet again adjusting their Pokemon patents despite the patent infringement case being ongoing. Combined with the language used reportedly being unfitting for a patent, and it appears Nintendo is growing desperate to prove Pal World guilty. I want to live in a world where Pocket Pair ends up owning Pokemon after this, right? Like, I think that would be the funniest outcome. You flew too close to the sun, bitch. You know.
I don't see that happening.
You really just want Pikachu to pull out a Glock. That's all you want.
I just want to see a world where the Pokemon become slaves.
Just really want to just see Pikachu pull out a Glock.
I want to see Pikachu work the field. Pick the cotton.
I already have a Pokemon called Cottony.
Is it really?
Yes, and it is the cotton.
Also, Pikachu wouldn't be picking it because they don't have opposable thumbs. It'd have to be like a Machop or something.
Ash's mom already had a house, Mr. Mime, right?
That's his dad.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
He was destined to become a Pokemon master. It gives it a new meaning, guys. Pokemon master. That joke took on a second meaning as I was saying it. All right. GameSpray reports Nintendo's latest legal documents have sought to amend their patents in their patent infringement case against Pocket Pair and Pal World. It should be noted the date of divisional patents doesn't matter, but the date of the original patent they are based on, they are subsidiaries designed to further explain a patent. While completely legal, Nintendo has previously been accused of lawfare by adjusting their patents to better apply to Pal World. In response, Pocket Pair has removed and adjusted mechanics from the game, causing Nintendo to adjust their patents yet again. You can't make a game that starts with a P. You know? Correction. 2025-390051 requests for 4 claims pertaining a patent for riding a creature and smoothly switching between them to be modified. This includes summoning a swimming creature if the player falls into water and so forth. The 4 claims are adjusted across 3 corrections. The first essentially rephrases that the player can summon a flying creature and immediately begin flying from the first input when in midair. Correction 3 adjusts a game program according to any one of the claims 1 to 3 to a game program according to claim 1 or 2. Correction 2 at 301 words explains claim 1 is about fall damage, and claim 2 automatically makes the player board a flying creature when they have another selected, even when other flying creatures can be used. It should be noted that in Pokemon Legends Arceus, only one Pokemon can be chosen to fly, Breviary, and other Pokemon games with multiple flying partners use flight more as a quick travel feature or launch in a different manner, like Latias and Latios in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Nonetheless, the corrections were approved by the court, as they do fall under Article 126 of Japan's Patent Act, which allows patentees to make modifications to their respective written applications if they limit themselves to restrictions of the claims.
In Pokemon Let's Go, basically any flying Pokemon could be rode as a flying Pokemon. So, and that came out in 2018.
Let's Go Eevee, Let's Go Pikachu, that one?
Yeah.
Correction of errors or mistranslations. Clarification
and,
of an...
Just to clarify, what they're saying for Ruby and Sapphire is if you use Fly for like Charizard or whatever, it would just have like a little animation where Charizard would pick you up and then you'd like get dropped off. So you're not actually like flying on Charizard. Whereas in Legends Arceus, you would actually fly on Braviary as like a mount, right? But they are missing the Let's Go games, which did let you fly on Charizard as a mount to fly around the area. So, just to be clear. And that included riding Pokemon too. That would be...
I'm curious what other games this would target if they keep continuing
World of Warcraft.
To change their patent.
World of Warcraft definitely would have the mount thing. The only thing is, I don't think they're saying that they own mounts. I think they are saying they own the ability to switch terrains with the mount.
Yeah.
Which that was first implemented in Legends Arceus.
That hit the spot. Thank you. So Japan's Patent Act, which allows patentees to make modifications to their respective written application if they limit themselves to restrictions of the claims, corrections of errors or mistranslations, clarifications of an ambiguous statement, and rewriting a claim that cites another claim into a claim that does not cite that other claim. It should be also noted that per GamesFray, gliding with pals, currently removed from the game, was first shown in a June 2021 trailer. This was 6 months prior to the original Nintendo patent application. Even so, Pal World still has pals that players can ride that truly fly.
I hate when people say that. It has nothing to do with when the patent was filed.
Mm-hmm. Licensed attorney Andrew Esquire, Legal Mindset on YouTube, cast his own doubt on Nintendo's chances. He explained, in a hypothetical U.S. case at least, Pocket Pair changing their mechanics would frustrate any good faith infringement claim Nintendo makes, and essential as the U.S. market is key to Pocket Pair. Esquire also felt that Nintendo added, how do you not become a lawyer when your fucking last name is Esquire? Esquire also felt that Nintendo added.
I think Andrew Esquire. His name isn't Andrew Esquire.
Okay.
They've just fucked that up. He introduces himself as Legal Mindset,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he calls himself Esquire, which is like a Mister. It's a
Esquire.
title.
Is a title that they give to lawyers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're seemingly using it as a last name, which is weird. But
Andrew Esquire also felt that Nintendo added in the Japanese patents. Felt what Nintendo added in the Japanese patents were superfluous legal gobbledygook, and also took issue with the use of ambiguous terms like even when. While rare to modify a patent mid-litigation, Esquire believed Nintendo intentionally did so, as they know they're not doing good, and know their case will struggle. Should Nintendo lose in Japan, they would lose their Pokemon patents. Oh, shit. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So because of that risk, they're trying to throw out confusion, some ambiguity, some delay. Esquire elaborates. As a litigation tactic, Esquire explains it's a common tactic with larger companies with deeper pockets to drag litigation out longer than the other side can afford. Win or lose, this also scares other smaller companies into avoiding legal battles with Nintendo. Things aren't doing much better in amended claims in the US, likely building up for a case in the States. The claims explain mounting a flying creature, being able to mount ground-based and swimming creatures, fall damage, displaying miniature visual objects representing the flying mounts. Several claims appear to emphasize the same point again and again, mounting a sometimes flying creature from those available and then moving around with it. Some list different ways a player can ride a creature, dangles from, or hold on. Each has their own separate correction. Others are outright redundant, like the phrase selected based on the selection operation. That didn't go anywhere. Sorry about that. Thought that was going to be a big topic. All right.
Well, I'm about to go somewhere because I don't have someone who can make food for me on the fly, so I'm going to go make myself.
But get one of those. They're pretty handy.
You should get those AI kitchen movers. Right?
Kitchen movers?
Yeah, you must not have been here for that. All right. Okay. The Exiled Heavy Knight knows how to game the system. Manga Omnibus is coming from 7 Seas. My cat's aura is strong today. You going to read this full color manga? My cat's aura is strong today.
When is a cat's aura not strong?
Trapped in a dating sim, Otome games are tough for us too. The babe at my back has her eye on me. I'm done for. The Exiled Heavy Knight knows how to game the system. Doggo.
Emu. what it says, right?
That doesn't look like Inu.
It doesn't say I and
That's I, but that's not.
No,
Oh well,
the
yeah,
English
yeah, yeah.
text.
The English says Inu. Yes. Sorry, but this says E, but this doesn't look. This looks like Su and what is that? Ta? I don't know.
What's Itsuta?
Uh-huh. It would be Ita. Ita, right?
Can I show you something?
All right.
Sorry.
All right. In other Seven Seas news, Gladiator Battle Life, the Scum Laugh manga and more coming from Seven Seas. So we got Venus Mission from former assassin and mercenary middle-aged man reincarnated into another world to assassinate the hero. Working the night shift at Akumart. I'd read that. That's adorable. Disciple of the Lich, or How I Was Cursed by the Gods and Dropped into the Abyss. The Scum Laugh. Yikes. That has given me the worst furry art vibes. Oh, God. Gladiator Battle Life, right? And then over at Kodansha, they've announced the Attack on Titan Definitive Hardcover Collection and Blue Lock Omnibus.
And more.
And Tepu and Blade Girl and Love, that's an understatement. Art not final on this hardcover. I don't know that I want. I don't know. Like, it's such a long series. I don't know that I'd want. I don't know. The artwork isn't spectacular in the beginning either. So, you get.
It'd be like the Berserk Deluxe Edition.
Yeah, if you got One Punch Man Yusuke Murata to redraw, yeah, sure, I'll buy the shit out of it. Blue Lock Omnibus, Cat Life Balance.
Wait, what?
It's called Cat Life Balance. Everyone at work loves Mamoru because Mamoru never says no. Replacing light bulbs, carrying boxes, taking over an impossible client from a retiring colleague, he'll do it all. And it's earned him the nickname Prince of the Office. The glittering extrovert opposite at work is Kurone, a quiet woman in another department who soaks up her boss's senseless mood swings with a blank stoicism. After one particularly long day, Mamoru is thrilled to be walking home alone, sipping a beer because all his colleagues went drinking and left him to work overtime. When he encounters something strange, the usually glum Kurone is in the park, gleefully playing with stray cats. This secret seems silly, but it brings Kurone joy. It's the start of an unlikely relationship that will lead Mamoru to start reflecting on his life and who he really wants to share it with. Is work really all there is, or can he strike a balance with the help of these fluffy new friends and a human who might become something more? Wow. I thought it was going to be about a person who was too addicted to cats, right? And I want to read that story where the addiction to cats is slowly ruining their life. Also, Cheese Sweet France. Wow. We're going to continue Cheese Sweet Home into France. And Dragon Circus. Lonely Deaths Lie Thick as Snow. Magical Karina. Stella Must Die. After losing her father, the king of Hill Valley, Princess Stella is thrown into the middle of a succession crisis. Her stepsister Elusia wastes no time in trying to assassinate Stella and seize the throne, but all her attempts mysteriously go awry. Little does anyone know that the young princess has a hidden protector in the most unlikely of places. Oh. Is it?
It looked like Migi.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It looks like
From
me.
Parasite. That's
Yes,
not
from
love.
Parasite.
Whoever you are, I love you. Which had Atelier Grimoire edition.
Hold on, scroll up. That one. Her reflection it looked like her, like in the reflection, her nose was like giant.
Oh,
Like, whatever, is that her hand? Someone else's hand?
that's somebody
I guess.
else's hand. It's the hand she's
Yeah.
holding up at her face. Yeah. All right. Moving past that. Also, exclusive Old Boy Manga Deluxe Edition debuts in January 2026. I was today years old, or maybe yesterday years old, when I learned that the Old Boy movie is actually based on the manga and not the other way around. Apparently, I am a fool and assume that the media I experienced first is what came first, right? Yeah, so apparently the manga came out in like 95 and the movie came out in 2003. And then it got butchered by the Americans who remade it. Now that I think about it, I have to own it. It's based on a manga. All right. What do we got here? Anything I need to do, or are you going to take over?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I also sent you a link that you neglected to add to the doc in the private chat.
Called out. Damn. What did I do?
Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 5.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to cover it. All right.
So,
Overlord Steelbook Bundle.
Yeah, just the bundle. We covered the individual releases. There's a bundle now.
Do you save any money or?
Just a little bit, that much.
And only for seasons.
Done yet.
Yeah, if they're doing the same thing as Attack on Titan, you only get the first 3 seasons. It would be crazy to give you more. Were you dumb? Like, all right, so yeah, they're bundling it. Previously, you could have paid $47.98, $47.98, $47.98, and now you just pay $142.15. Calculator. $47.98 times 3. Wow. You're saving like $1.50.
I said it's like barely anything.
Minus $142.15 equals $1.79. Damn. What a steal.
It's a steel book.
Yep.
Oh!
And a bunch of trash. Arcane Season 2.
Yeah. This says 4K.
4K.
It's just 4K only.
Season 2 non-4K. And Season 2
4K Steelbook.
What is this one?
Steelbook.
Are they not?
That's a Steelbook.
Okay, I see. So it should have gone like this.
That's a Steelbook.
This has a much better picture on it than this one, but I also don't care and don't want it. Anyway, and then
remember we covered the first season, so I figured we had to cover the second seasons.
Guess what? It's only $150 for your 4K UHD collector set of Arcane. Fucking no.
Does it come with season 1?
No.
Nope. Yuck. Don't want. All right. If you guys like to support the OCA podcast, you cannot shop at Stealth Weeb right now. Sorry. We'll try to work on it soon, but it's just not happening right now. I mean, you can. If you want to email me, at stealthweebstore@gmail.com, I can put the orders in manually. So you can still shop here. You just can't check out here. I'm going to blame the payment processors for that. That's the problem, right?
Visas are censoring us.
All right. But you can apparently shop at the OCA podcast store. So get yourself the Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist shirt. It is wonderful. Do we have it down here? The print quality is incredible. Looks super good. Highly recommend.
10 out of 10.
Yep. Julie wore it to Anime Expo and everybody loved it. All right. Nintendo and Lego team up for an awesomely accurate The Lego Game Boy kit. Okay. Did I put that? Did I upload those? I don't think I did I? Get it together. I need this, and I need the actual video, which is in my downloads because it was a Twitter video instead of my 4K video downloaders. Is this it? Okay, I got it. All right, so here we have it. What do you think, Reese? You gonna buy one?
No, I'm not. I was actually just gonna step away.
Okay.
I'm not interested in it. No. I had a Game Boy Color. I never had a Game Boy.
I also never had a Game Boy. But one of the things I always thought was cool about it was that they had the little notch in the games, and when you flip the console on, the little lever thingy would go over that so you could no longer pull the game out to avoid breaking it. I always thought that was such a great design idea. I couldn't believe they didn't, keep that going afterward.
Yeah, I've accidentally pulled a game out before, not Game Boy, an N64 game.
Oh.
When the thing was on. Locking it in would be good.
How do you accidentally pull out?
Did you do the thing that I think it was a Nintendo Power, they talked about how if you pull the thing up just right, when you're playing Mario, his legs disappear?
No.
You don't remember that? Did you ever see that?
No, I know there's definitely some tilt cart or cart tilt glitches out there. I've never done them.
Yeah. Well, apparently
too afraid to wreck my system.
The Nintendo Power article said something to that effect, like it will probably damage your console, so probably don't do it.
Yeah.
They
So, Reese,
specifically referred to the way Mario looks as reminiscent of Robin Williams in the scene from Jumanji where he gets sucked into the floor. That's a core memory of mine, unfortunately. That article.
Did you get a... Yeah.
No,
Did you...
What? Sorry.
Okay. Firstly, my question to you was, would you get a Game Boy Color Lego set?
That's what I just answered. No, I would not get a Game Boy Color one.
You know why? Because they aren't going to make it in
teal.
Well, I was gonna say in crystal blue. The transparent ones.
That is a question as to what color. Like personally, I had a yellow one, so I would want a yellow Game Boy Color. But
I had a red one.
There's so many different colors, and I don't think there was like a definitive like. This was the game. Like
if
with
this
Game Boy Advance,
sells like hotcakes, they're gonna do it.
But with Game Boy Advance, the definitive one was the purple one, right? The first purple one. But with Game Boy Pocket, and I'd even say the Game Boy Pocket, the definitive one was probably Atomic Purple.
Yeah. So there was no definitive for Game Boy Color because the whole thing is that it's in color, right?
Yeah.
They'll just make it rainbow gay.
Although I think I had the red Game Boy Pocket actually, because the Pocket was the color had like the rounded back around the. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I had the purple one for that.
The Pocket was square at the back.
Was there a definitive color for the Game Boy Advance SP?
I would say the silver one, but I don't know.
That's the one I had.
Anyway,
I wanted the blue one or the sapphire one, whatever, but they didn't have it when I went to.
For the Game Boy SP one, I wanted the Famicom limited edition, but
so they have these lenticular cards that you can put in, obviously. So when you look at it and rotate it, it animates a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
The only thing is it's kind of like inset a little bit too far back.
Yeah, probably a little bit too far. And you can actually read it which is a problem because the real Game Boy, if you didn't have the light from the actual sun on it, like you can like if it was even a little dim, forget it, right? Or at least the Game Boy Pocket was like that. I don't know about the Game Boy. Anyway, so
did you adjust the contrast?
No,
They
they didn't have that shit on the Game Boy Pocket.
Yeah, they did.
Did they?
Yeah,
that didn't help. I just remember it being extremely hard in most conditions to see.
I'm pretty sure they did. Anyway,
I don't remember. So anyway,
I'm gonna step away up here. I can
they included this video on the Niche Gamer one, which I'm gonna play for you.
They said it wasn't possible, but now you can have all the power of the brick in your hand. Wow! Lego Game Boy comes with brick-built game packs, Super Mario Land, and The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening. Its brick-built games are interchangeable and not playable. Behold the revolutionary lenticular display pieces.
Lenticular.
Now you're playing with power. Brick power.
Wow.
So here's the real question: are they going to be releasing the Cyborg Man set at some point?
Yeah. So I didn't know what that was. I didn't realize they were riffing on the original commercial. IGN put out this video. I'll just play it. Whatever. Fuck it.
They said it wasn't possible, but now you can have all the power of the brick in your hand.
Yeah. So whatever that thing was.
Wow. Lego Game Boy comes with brick-built game packs, Super Mario Land, and The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening. Its brick-built games are interchangeable and not playable. Behold the revolutionary lenticular display pieces. Now you're playing with power. Brick power.
Wow. So that's something.
I feel like they could have made the box look more like the original box too. But
I liked how the Lego robot guy.
He's made of Lego.
Yeah. Well, I liked how he was like staring at that guy at the one part where he's just like looking at like, what the hell are you doing? Like,
so
at the very end when he blows up the thing.
Yeah.
I can say with full certainty that there is absolutely no way this would have worked for them, because that does not look like a Lego.
Yes.
And it will be false advertising to pretend that that's what you're going to get, and it won't be easily identifiable as a Game Boy.
Yeah, that would be the big.
It might as well be. It might as well be one of these, like, doohickey things.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest issue is that it's not quickly identifiable as Lego. But yeah, I don't know. I think you could have made it like, even like keep the background though, like and
they
the
could have
placement.
at least kept that,
added the hands. I don't know.
Can you go back a bit further? When he blows up the thing, because I wanted to.
It's not that far back. It's right at the end.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, look at my lenticular thing, and then like, wait, he blows up the thing, and he's like, yeah, he's the top guy's just like, wait, what are we doing?
What are we shooting?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
I will be getting it.
Will you be getting this?
Oh.
Whoa.
No.
Free Rind figure offering immense underboot.
I would say that's a statue more than a figure, but
nobody cares about what it's called. They want to know if you're going to buy it, Greenland.
I've got other purchases in the pipeline, man. I'm still debating on other Freeman statue you guys showed me in chat, wherever the hell that is. Let me just look for that again.
I think her face is a little off too. It's like
they're always a little off.
It's a little off, but it's not terrible in the face. Anyway, moving past that, Why is self-censoring tape appearing all over Tokyo's host club ads? Since we had such a wonderful finish under 6 hours last podcast and ended up covering that one topic, I'm curious.
We're not finishing under 6 hours today.
Oh, good thing there's nothing that needed. So far as I know, we didn't get what happened last time. New law means that one of the host club industry's standard marketing ploys is now illegal. In May, the Japanese government passed a new ordinance regarding bars where women pay for the privilege of having handsome men sit, drink, and chat with them. It's
Guys do it too.
Like a strip club for women, huh?
I mean, aren't there women host clubs?
Yeah.
I guess they're more maid cafes for guys.
Do they have strip clubs in Japan? I never really thought about that.
I would imagine they'd have to.
Huh.
Like it seems like something so ubiquitous that I can't imagine someone wouldn't have it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never actually gone to a strip club, so I can't imagine really specifically what you might see. But do you think they have mosaics strip clubs to make sure you don't see anything naughty?
I could see them doing bikini strip thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would have
a dance.
Yeah, fully naked strip bars.
We're gonna find this out at some point. All right. The changes were prompted by recent increases in instances of women falling into heavy debt at host clubs and then being pressured to take on work themselves at hostess clubs or other sexual entertainment providers in order to pay back the money they owe. I just what are we doing? America bails out the banks and Japan bails out the women. You need to suffer for your irresponsible financial decisions or you'll never get over them, right? This wasn't a case of politicians punting the issue into the far future for other administrators to deal with either, as the amendments to the entertainment business law are already in effect. As of June 28th, it is now illegal for hosts to exploit customers' romantic feelings as a means to coerce them to spend more money at their club. So what do you think they put all the blur over? I love you. I want you to be my only, or stuff like that.
I mean, it looks like they put the blur over everything.
Right? I can't quite figure it out, though. I mean, obviously this was done in post. All of it, right? More concrete amendments to the law also make it illegal for host clubs to allow customers to drink on credit, thus going into debt to the club. And the system of scout-back payments, in which host clubs would receive payments for referring in-debt female customers to hostess club owners, adult video producers, or other adult entertainment employers. There's one major change to the law, and it affects how host clubs are allowed to advertise. As it so happens, Sora News 24 headquarters in Tokyo isn't that far from the section of the Kabukicho neighborhood that has one of Japan's largest number of host clubs, and as one of the densest concentrations of host club billboards. Really? The host clubs now, huh? So now that the entertainment business law revisions are in place, so now that the entertainment business law revisions are in place, we decided to stroll over and see what's changed. And sure enough, the place is looking different these days. We've blurred the faces and names of the hosts/host clubs in these photos, but the large and numerous blacked out sections, that's not photo editing on our end. That's how host club ads in Shinjuku actually look right now. Dang. The above photo was taken at the Ekolo Park Kabukicho 21 parking lot corner, which has been covered in host club ads for many years. About a third of the space now is solid black, with entire advertisements entirely removed or completely covered. Damn. I love how they had to, instead of giving us what they normally give us, where we can actually see it, they still had to blur it out. So why the change? Under the new laws, it's now illegal for host clubs to publicize an individual host's earnings for the club, either in numerical terms or relative references like our club's #1 host in its advertising. References to things such as being the club's most often requested host from customers is also banned, as are both titles and pseudo titles such as the million yen a night player.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Like, you got to imagine like the layer of like one-upmanship, right? Like, you're not allowed to say how much you earn. Okay, well, I'm not going to say how much I earn. I'm just going to say I'm the #1 host. Okay, you can't say you're the #1 host. Okay, I'm not the #1 host. I'm the $1 million like a night player. Okay, like we can't, like you can't even hint to like here's the lawyers going down the list of like all the things that you cannot do because you're.
Can I
hinting
say
too much.
that I'm the least
Notice my
repulsive
Rolex?
to women? Even men want to date me. Like, you know.
They call him Mr. Krabs because he gets around so much and he has all the money.
Oh. Broadcasting an aura of success has long been a major part of host club marketing, as creating the mystique that a host is in high demand makes time with him feel like a previous commodity. And a host who's then skilled enough to make the customer he's talking to at the moment feel like he's especially fond of her gives her an additional ego boost by making her feel like she stands out from the rest of his admirers. It can also act as a lucrative leverage in convincing customers to spend money beyond their budget, because of course they don't want their favorite host to lose his status as one of the club's brightest stars, do they? What the fuck? What is that? They had to censor his biggest lips in Kabukicho. Right? Like, now that all this is off the table in terms of of allowable advertising, though.
Wait, what's that last picture down there?
It's the lips, right? Biggest lips in Kabukicho.
Crazy frog.
Now all of that is off the table in terms of allowable advertising, though, which means that there's a lot of stuff that needs to be covered if host clubs want to keep their existing signups. While wide strips of black tape is the most common way host clubs are complying, some have picked other colors. I think it should say two, to try to blend into the ad's background better, or tried to do a street style paint over. Number one. With the short time between when the new ordinances were announced and when they went into effect, odds are all the self-censoring tape is just a temporary response while waiting for new signs to be printed that are compliant with the new law. But host club advertising is going to look a little different going forward. Dang, that was interesting, I suppose. What do we got in terms of comments? I sold all of my Witch Hat Atelier volumes since I'm excited about those deluxe hardcovers. Oh, nice. Yeah. I had a translucent lavender Game Boy color. Got his Christmas present along with Pokemon Blue. Well, I had Pokemon Red, so I don't want to hear it. No.
Pokemon Blue was clearly better. The only problem with Pokemon Blue is that the name for the main rival, or the main character and the rival,
is Red and Blue.
Like,
so you got to be the bad guy, right? You aligned to the bad guy.
No, well, so the official name for the main character is Red, right?
Mhm.
Obviously. Well, maybe that's not obvious, but also Ash is the character's name in the TV show.
Mhm.
And so the way when you create your character, they ask you what your name is, and they say, here are like 4 options or 3 options, I think, and then you can create your own. And so the 3 options are like red for Pokemon Red. It's like red, ash, and then some like I don't know, some other thing, and then
Satoshi.
Create your own.
Yeah.
And then for the rival, it's the same thing. It's blue, Gary, some other thing, and then create your own. But for Pokemon Blue, for whatever reason, they flipped them. So the main options for your player character in Pokemon Blue are blue, Gary, some other thing. And for the rival, it's red, ash, and some other thing. And so every
other thing send out Pikachu. What will you send out?
So every time when you're making when I start the game, I want to be called Ash because I'm like, well, I'm going to be playing as Ash. So instead of just being able to pick Ash, no, I got to go in and write Ash. And then for the rival, I can't just pick Gary. I have to go in and write Gary. And the worst part is, when I was a kid, I always sucked at spelling. It's just like I don't know how to spell Gary. Is it with an E or an A? Anyway, so that was the worst part of owning Blue. But in all other aspects,
you don't even know your own grandkid's name.
In all other aspects, Blue is better.
No. I love how he's like, Blue is better. They're basically the same game, but there's this one really annoying thing that only happens to Blue. Yeah, but Blue's better. Blue and Rosie says that they got Blue for Vulpix. Remains one of my favorite Pokemon to this day. Vulpix, that's nice. Do you evolve it to Ninetales, or or do you let it dominate as Vulpix? Level 99, bitch. or is
level
it
100.
They go to 100, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought that was so stupid. You've got, like, even as a kid, I'm like, you've got enough room for the full gambit of integers here. You could go all the way to 999, but no, 100.
Well, actually, I don't think so.
Depends upon my mood. Don't test me, Vulpix.
They cheated to get to 100. Like they use there's the
it's like a
level.
special symbol that is like half of it's the first half of 100 and the second half is the other half of 100.
No, the first thing in the when you see the Pokemon, it says LV for like level, and then it's your level. But for level 100, they swapped that LV out for 1, so it just says 100. If I remember correctly, it's something like that. Anyway,
I don't think so.
But if you go above level 100, it starts glitching out the counter. So, because using the missing node cheat, you can go above level 100.
Didn't know that.
Oh, maybe you can get a 200 without it being glitched. I don't remember, but maybe it's 255 that it starts glitching out. It's definitely not 999. It wouldn't be able to go that high. I was going to say something though. Not Vulpix, because Vulpix levels up with a stone. If you went to level 100, you could still level it up to Ninetales at any point with the Firestone. But the weird thing about Pokemon is if you level up,
you can't turn it back.
No, you can't. If you level up a Pokemon that evolves by leveling up, like Charmander, if you have a level 100 Charmander, you can never evolve that Pokemon, because once you hit level 100, you can't evolve, you can't level up anymore, and you need to be able to level up in order to trigger the evolution.
And there are some Pokemon where they will level up or they will evolve if you let them before they could have learned a certain move, right? So you needed to get them 5 levels beyond it to get the move and then let them evolve if you wanted that move.
Usually you don't get locked out of the move. It's just the evolved Pokemon takes longer to learn it.
I remember there was the one episode where when Lieutenant Surge's Raichu didn't have the sprint. I don't know what the move is.
Quick attack.
Quick attack, yeah. Whatever, because he evolved it right away. And Pikachu and Ash's Pikachu knew it, and that's how he won.
Oh, that's true. There are some Pokemon. I think Raichu might be one of them, where they stop learning moves. And then the idea is you'd have to teach any extra moves through TMs.
Blue and Rosie's comments over your shoulder there. I was like, why is that one icon so much bigger? It's because your pin is right behind it.
What's that pin for again?
Reboot. All right. Yakiniku restaurant erupts in flames after staff pours disinfectant alcohol into grill.
Nice.
Very
nice.
Oh yeah. No video? Come on.
I know. I was sad too.
You get a good looking header image though.
On the evening of July 25th, a violent fire broke out in the Kyoto Yakiniku Enen Shijo Kawaramachi restaurant after a staff member poured disinfectant alcohol into a grill being used in the restaurant's rooftop beer garden. The incident, which occurred around 9:15 p.m., was reported via an emergency call stating that an explosion had occurred after alcohol was added to the grill. So, like, you just clean it while it's on, huh? Like, nice. According to the Kyoto
you're supposed to just put water on it when it's still hot and then scrape it off.
According to Kyoto Prefectural Police, a 21-year-old female employee added disinfectant alcohol being used as fuel to a grill to cook food. The alcohol immediately ignited, causing a large flare-up that engulfed both the employee and a nearby 27-year-old female customer. The customer sustained severe burns to her right arm and shoulder and left shoulder, while the employee suffered serious burns to both thighs. Both women were rushed to the hospital with significant injuries. Or maybe you could take the skin from the one girl's thighs and the skin from the other girl's arms. Now you're both fucked. Authorities believe the alcohol being used was intended for disinfection purposes, not as fuel, and are currently investigating the matter under the possibility of professional negligence resulting in injury. The restaurant may face legal consequences if found responsible for using inappropriate materials or failing to follow safety protocols. Dang. All right. North Korea cracks down on breast implants, calling them rotten capitalist acts.
I'm shocked.
I didn't even know they
North
had
Korea.
them.
Yeah, I'm shocked North Korea had doctors to give breast implants.
Yeah. North Korea has launched a sweeping crackdown on illegal breast augmentation procedures in its capital, Pyongyang, denouncing them as symptoms of decadent capitalism infecting socialist society. According to sources speaking to Daily NK, the Ministry of Social Security, North Korea's national police, issued an emergency directive on July 13th to the Pyongyang. I just love that. We're in a state of emergency. The amount of fake tits is too damn high. You know, like,
The concubines got infection from getting fake breasts.
They're bigger than our leaders.
Oh, great leader determined he likes them flat-chested, and the rest had to go. Like, according to sources speaking to Daily NK, the Ministry of Social Security issued an emergency directive on July 13th to the Pyongyang City Security Department to begin immediate enforcement. The ministry cited a rise in medical complications caused by unregulated surgeries, especially in affluent districts like Jung and Potonggang. I don't think of any part of North Korea as affluent, to be honest. Right? Where women in their 20s and 30s have increasingly sought more voluptuous body types. Those South Korean women are just flaunting their plastic surgery all over the place, right? Authorities lamented what they described as a troubling trend among women indulging in bourgeois behavior. Noting they had previously tolerated procedures like double eyelid surgery and eyebrow tattoos, but now consider breast implants to be an unacceptable capitalist deviation. The
So
crackdown...
You're going to chase down everybody who has fake ones?
Seriously.
Like, oh my god.
They're going to forcibly remove them. Right? The crackdown comes amid rising demand for cosmetic surgery ahead of summer, with more women wanting to show off their figures in swimsuits. However, due to the regime's stance, such surgeries cannot be... The prison walls are to keep us out. Oh, the crackdown goes amid rising demand for cosmetic surgery ahead of summer, with more women wanting to show off their figures in swimsuits. However, due to the regime's stance, such surgeries cannot be legally performed in official clinics. Instead, black market surgeries are being conducted by underground doctors using Chinese imported silicone in unsanitary makeshift environments, greatly increasing the risk of infection and botched procedures.
Called it.
One such case occurred earlier this month in the Potonggang district, where a woman in her early 30s suffered serious complications after 2 surgeries. Authorities arrested the man responsible, who turned out to be a dentist, not a certified surgeon, revealing he had performed the operation for profit.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
She had complications after 2 surgeries? What, did he put one in at a time?
Who knows? So, yeah, why don't you try that one on? See how you like it. You know? Oh, I thought you were saying that. Good night, I love you. I'll be up there soon. Authorities arrested the man responsible, who turned out to be a dentist, not a certified surgeon, so really he performed the operation for profit. In response, the Ministry of Social Security has created a special enforcement unit known as strike teams. Oh my God. Stop that boob! You know?
The Silicon Strike Team.
The Silicon Strike Team. Delta Force? No. Silicon Strike Team, go! Go, go!
What's their insignia?
Something we will probably be selling on the podcast store soon. Because we can make embroidered patches. We just got to come up with a good design. What do you think? It's like boobs with a like a no smoking symbol?
Yeah, like the circle with the slash through it, and just
Yeah.
like the mound of silicone.
Does the slash go through the boob like cleavage?
I don't know. I don't know. Somebody come up with an idea. We'll make it happen.
I'm thinking just like the implant itself, the blob of silicone.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that's going to read well as an embroidered patch, young man.
I know.
I always thought the 101st Airborne Division patch. Have you seen that?
No, I probably have, but I can't.
Let me. Fuck! Why are these images so goddamn small? I always thought that this looked like a. It's just the silliest fucking patch. Hold on. Open image, a new tab. Here. I always thought this looked like an eagle getting head, right? Such a fucking awful patch.
I mean, if we can do colors, I think, just have the implants be kind of like translucent blue,
Blue?
and then have it, blue, like just because it's filled with kind of with liquid-ish.
Fuck,
really.
they're not blue, bro.
I know, but blue to imply clear. Like translucent blue to imply clear.
Ay. I think just actual titties. Nipples and all. With the big band through it.
Just a pair of obvious bolt-ons.
Bolt-ons, yeah. Just a freaking blow-up doll. With a big circle under it. All right. In response, the Ministry of Social Security has created a unit, and special enforcement units known as strike teams. We're going to call them the Silicon Strike Team, to root out non-socialist behavior. It's amazing, right? The amount of effort necessary to make socialism work.
Yeah, to be on that team and to have to sort out who's natural and who's not.
You just know that they're showing up. There's going to be one guy on this team. He's like, all right, I'm here to take those boobies. Please, no, I'll do anything. Anything? That guy's getting laid a lot. All right, anyway, so to root out the non-socialist behavior, two primary methods are being deployed: sending undercover agents posing as patients to catch illegal clinics, and conducting street patrols in coordination with neighborhood leaders to identify large-breasted women for questioning.
See, and to be the guy who has to test whether they're fake or natural.
All right.
Take it off, jumping jacks.
I got it. I'm reading an article about a North Korean task force known as strike teams, whose goal is to go undercover posing as patients looking to get boob jobs in order to catch illegal clinics, and conducting street patrols in coordination with neighborhood leaders to identify large-breasted women for questioning and physical examinations. Please, for the love of God, generate me the fictitious silicone strike team military emblem that can be made into a embroidered patch. I just got to see how creative AI is first, in case it nails it right away. Watch it fail. Sorry, I can't do that. If surgical scars are found, seriously, the responsible practitioner is then identified and prosecuted. Those caught face potential re-education through labor. Oh, you got to put those titties to work, ma'am. A short-term prison sentence reserved for ideological transgressions. As of now, plainclothes units have already been deployed throughout central Pyongyang. The campaign is set to run through the end of summer.
You just gotta stay in hiding until the end
of summer. Yes! No, it lost it! No! I can't generate the image!
You remember what it started looking like, right?
I just saw the boobs. Try again.
Without nipples.
Jesus, I'll put the nipples on in post.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was looking good too. I should have started screenshotting it. All right. Did I finish this? I think I did finish this. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's great. I love that. That was far better than I ever thought that was going to be. Yes, that is what I am asking for. I don't understand why it's so difficult.
They take that silicone to make breast implants on one conveyor belt to pour into cheap toy molds on another.
Just repurpose the silicone.
Never a dull moment. You're right. All right. Bumping men are a uniquely Japanese class of criminals that are hard to deal with. Yeah, the cheap China silicone. You mean cheap toy molds as in sex toys?
I was initially
That's
thinking
a
like,
capitalist
what?
idea too.
I was thinking like, what toys use silk? And then I was, it did take me a second to
Do
glean
they
that.
have those kinds of toys in North Korea?
You know what? I need to ask a very famous special person to generate me an image. His name is Grok, and he doesn't talk back. All right. It's the Chinese way. The peculiar Japanese crime leaves its victims wondering what to do. Although Japan is widely considered a safe country, there is a violent crime going on that goes underreported but has been caught on social media for years. The perpetrators are called Butsukari Otoko, or bumping men, because they do just that, bump into people in crowded places like train stations or on the street. The severity of the bump, or in some cases even a punch, can vary quite a bit, as does the purpose. Whether releasing some sort of aggression as a form of molestation or in an attempt to claim the victim damaged an item of theirs. In most cases, they take advantage of ambiguity. They take advantage of the ambiguity of whether their actions are intentional and the general passiveness of Japanese society to get away with their attacks. A news report that opens with a video of a real bumping man and that shows bumping women are also known to happen. What? No, that's impossible. Boom! Oh, dang. Took her out. I gotta see the bumping woman. Show me the bumping woman. I'm sorry, what? Suiseki. Okay. Sorry. I thought they just name dropped the character from Rose and Maiden, Suiseki, right? Boom. When I go to Japan, I want to wear those like 80s punk jackets that have like the studs. Yeah. Right. So when somebody comes up and I see them bumping, I'll be like, oh yeah, come get me. You know,
I'm not trying to shine.
All right. I didn't see a bumping woman. Show me that. Oh! Damn, women are aggressive bumpers. Oh shit. Get fucked, lady. Like right into the street, this bitch. Wow. All right.
Did she steal that whatever that went flying? Like,
I think it fell out of her own bag when she hit her with the bag. A relatively high-profile bumping man incident occurred in Fukuoka City early last April. Police had gotten reports of a bumping man in the Nishi ward.
you know what this
area.
reminds me of? Psycho
Pass?
Psychopaths, yeah, with the baseball bat guy.
You're thinking of Paranoia Agent.
Yes, you're right. I am thinking of that.
We both start with P. It's a patent thing.
A relatively high-profile bumping man incident occurred in Fukuoka City early last year. Police had gotten reports of a bumping man in the Nishi ward area and were staking it out when they spotted a man in his 50s bumping into a high school student who was riding his bike. The man turned out to be an associate professor at Seinen Gakuen University and denied the charge, claiming that the student bumped into him. I love that. It's like the kid's riding his bike. You like try to get in his way, like, oh yeah. Fucking, how dare you bump into me? Police seem to disagree, though, because on the 28th of May, the professor was rearrested for the third time on new charges of assault. The investigation is still ongoing, but according to the police, reports of a bumping man in the area go back to December 2024, which means there may end up being a large number of assaults in total. It would seem that in cases like this, the bumping men may see themselves as the victim in some psychological way that harassers sometimes do. In the same psychological way that harassers sometimes do. That's only speculation, though, and online comments about the news were just as baffled as everyone else about why bumping men do what they do, while also sharing some experiences about dealing with them. I'm surprised the university hasn't fired him yet. What kind of mental state do you have to be to do that? These guys are just letting off stress, but they need a good butt kicking. I once intercepted someone who was running at me by putting my knee up. Was I wrong? If my parents had money, that's the university I would have gone to. Oh.
My first guess wouldn't be a stress relief thing. My first guess would be they're in a situation where like they don't have human touch, so much so that they're like, I'm just gonna bump into people to get like the ability to touch people. Like human contact. They don't have human contact.
They must not have one of those Soapland like massage things nearby.
Or they just don't want to go to them. Why pay for something that you can get for free on the street?
You know, the nipples.
Oh, they don't want that far. They just need to touch someone.
We should just put all the bumping men in the country in one place and let them battle to be the king of bumping men. Bumping man battle! I'm a big guy and often bump into people, but I always make sure I'm the first to apologize. I caught one once, but he started crying and begging for mercy. I let him go, but I wonder what he was thinking. That happened. You know, there is some anecdotal evidence that bumping men tend to shrink when confronted. A report by News Post 7, interviewing people in places where bumping men are known to lurk, mentioned that incidents involving them may have decreased significantly with the rise in foreign tourism in Tokyo. One restaurant owner in an underground shopping area recalled seeing a known bumping man there attack a Chinese woman, who then quickly berated the man and demanded an apology while her friends took video. He hadn't been seen since. According to the legal experts in Bengoshi.com, since bumping is a form of assault, people are entitled to defend themselves and others, and citizens' arrest is also permitted under Japanese law. However, doing these things would put yourself at risk with the law if excessive force is said to have been used.
I would think of like, I'm just going to stiff shoulder this person. But if I go to Japan,
when I'm in Japan,
I don't want to.
That body cam is going with me. You aren't going to get away. Like I'm going to have video proof that you're a dumb bitch. Right?
See, if I stiff shouldered someone that was about to, if I saw someone bumping people and he was about to come up to me and I stiff shouldered him, I would be afraid of, now I got to deal with the cops. That would be the only reason why I wouldn't do it. Right? Because it's like, I don't want to deal with the cops in Japan, right? The rule number 6 or whatever it was.
No.
Don't get arrested, right?
Number 4.
Was it 4? Okay.
No gay sex, no karaoke, no bathing together, no getting arrested.
All right. Rule number 4. But if you did have a live camera feed that you could prove that, like, then it would be easier, I guess. But
yeah, who's gonna bump?
Still don't want to deal with. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, to Japanese people, like, we're gonna be giants in the land. It's like probably not gonna, okay, most of us. So the odds that people are gonna bump into you are probably less.
Nothing to you, Randy. I'm just dead weight.
Reese is gonna ride on Footnum like Yoda. Like,
I don't think Footnum would handle me. I probably weigh more than Footnum.
He'd be like, Reese, put that anaconda away. It's digging into my spine.
That's just your neck.
All right. Since bumping is a form of assault, people are entitled to defend themselves and others. However, doing so will put you at risk to law enforcement. Said to have been, if force is said to have been used, anyone who encounters a bumping man would best to stay clear of them and report it to the police, while taking video evidence if possible. Oh, you bet your ass. All right. Kuwana City officially outlaws making staff get on all fours to apologize. But is a strongly worded letter enough? The problem of customer harassment appears to be on the rise in Japan, with people taking advantage of the country's famously accommodating customer service as a target of their abuse. It can come in many forms, from repeated phone calls to making clerks shave their heads. How is the repeated phone calls linking to another article, but not making clerks shave their heads when we covered that article? But one peculiar form is forcing workers to assume the dogeza position of prostrating themselves in apology. Apparently, there's an image that's supposed to be here or something. A few months ago, the issue was highlighted by a viral video, oh, it's gone now, of a security guard at the World Expo getting into a dogeza position in front of an angry visitor. However, the official response from the expo is that the guard voluntarily bowed down in this case. Yeah, that video's gone. Last April, the nation's first customer harassment prevention ordinances went into effect in Kuwana City in Mie Prefecture, as well as Tokyo, Hokkaido, and Gunma prefectures. What makes Kuwana's ordinance unique is that it includes actual punishments for customers who harass staff. First-time offenders will get a warning letter, and if their behavior doesn't improve, their names will be made public as an official harassing customer. Wow. I don't want that. You know, like notorious. This only leaves the issue of what exactly constitutes customer harassment. According to the ordinance, businesses must submit an incident to the mayor's office of Kuwana, which will then consult with a customer harassment countermeasure committee to determine if it should be considered such. Okay. All right. We got a shit one and a great one. That's a great start, right? Like
the second one looks like an ass. Boobs.
It's close though. Like that's not a bad start. If I cleaned that up, right? That could be our winner. I don't know what those things are on the left and right of it. I also don't know how that guy's arm has a third bend in it.
That's someone else. That's not his arm. Someone else's arm.
Somebody's grabbing his snake. Oh. All right. Oh man, where was I? So this only leaves the issue of what exactly constitutes customer harassment. I read that. Such a matter was decided on the 30th of June when Kuwana City announced that a case where a customer demanded a courier get down on all fours to apologize constituted customer harassment. As a result, the customer will be sent a warning letter and now faces a public naming and shaming if it happens again.
Isn't like another name for kowtowing, or am I wrong about that? I could have sworn that was the case too.
Is it?
Or is that just a different kind of bow where they're like
I didn't really think about
on their hands and knees and like their heads down on the floor?
Mm. Online comments about the news largely felt that the punishment was far too light for treating another human being in such a way. Just a warning? Does making people bow down make them happy? That person should be arrested. I can't even imagine if someone told me to get down on all fours. I can't imagine somebody actually fucking doing it. Right? Like part of me is giddy over the idea that when we go to Japan, somebody tries to mess with us and we're just like, and what are you going to do? Like, yeah, you owe me, you scuffed my shoe. Give me your money. Act all tough. It's like, I'm just going to steal your shoes. Like, yeah, fuck off. I can't even imagine someone told me to get down on all fours. I wish they'd arrest those jerks who yell at convenience store clerks in the morning. A written warning, LOL. Is that assuming the first time might have been a mistake? They need to crack down on customer harassment more. These people are getting too bold. The city should also post their photos and offenses so other businesses can identify them. If I were the courier, I guess I could see that just bowing down and apologizing might be faster than sitting there listening to someone complain on and on. Give the delivery companies their address too, so they can blacklist them. It's already a crime. It's called coercion. Coercion, a crime that might go by names like extortion or duress in other countries, is the act of making someone do something against their will through the threat of violence or other intimidation. In the previous case of the clerk who was made to shave his head, there's the link. The customer made several suggestions that he was capable of violence and thus was arrested for coercion. But in this case, there appears to have been no threats of violence, which most likely means the courier would have to have felt his job was in jeopardy by not bowing down for it to be coercion. The problem is that would need to be demonstrated in court, which would look really bad for the company as a whole. So it's understandable they might pursue this as customer harassment instead. It's probably best that a lot of legal tools are available to handle the different nuances of criminal and antisocial behavior so people can get the protection they need. Is it? Where? Well, you didn't mention any of them except for this one. Anyway.
I'm not seeing it.
Make them as a print file that says
Silicon Strike Squad?
Silicon Strike Team
I thought it was supposed to be Squad.
on them. No. But that has SSS, which I also like. So maybe we will change it to that. Okay. All right. Last article. Japanese idol criticizes backlash against professor who performed CPR on a woman. That is how I do it. Tomoka Igari, a wheelchair-bound idol and member of Kamen Joshi, voiced her concern on Twitter about the public backlash against a male medical professor in China who saved a collapsed woman using CPR. The professor is now being criticized online for touching her chest despite saving her life. According to a Hong Kong media report, Igari cited, the woman collapsed on the street and was initially helped by a nearby female doctor. However, as the female doctor became fatigued, she called for assistance, prompting a 42-year-old local medical university professor to take over CPR efforts. Thanks to their combined actions, the woman regained her pulse and breathing. However, after a video of the scene spread online, the male professor became the target of criticism for performing chest compressions, a standard part of CPR, with some accusing him of inappropriate touching. Oh my God. Do you see anything inappropriate here? I got my eyes locked on that dick to see if it gets any bigger.
He's going way too fast.
Is he actually doing CPR or is he miming CPR?
I mean, he's doing chest compressions and no like
He's not doing any breathing.
Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to anymore. But
we're going way too fast. You're supposed to go.
Why are you not supposed to?
Because you're not supposed to. They I don't know. They stopped recommending that.
Well,
I don't know why.
Is it really only important for if you drown versus just if you collapse?
How are you supposed to get air into the lungs?
Well, I think the compression actually causes a vacuuming.
You're not. Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah.
And it's also pumping the heart, but also when you blow into someone's mouth, right? One, you don't know if it's going down the esophagus or down the air pipe. But then also two, you're blowing carbon dioxide, right?
There's a special technique there's a special technique where you're not supposed to breathe that CO2 in there. You're supposed to close your mouth and push the air oxygen that's in your mouth into the airways.
Yeah, so what Reese is saying is you're not actually inhaling it into your lungs and then exhaling it. You're inhaling it into your mouth and then releasing the oxygen into the
that hasn't gone through your lungs.
Yeah.
Because that would be so retarded. What would be the point of exhaling into somebody else's lungs?
I don't know. I've never been trained on breathing into someone's. Well, actually, I did take CPR training once, but I don't remember if we were told to exhale
Pump
or.
up your cheeks without inhaling, and then blow. That's what
I
you're
get the idea, but I don't think we were ever taught that specifically. But either way, the new recommendation, as far as I understand, is no breathing. It's just to
Fucking
check chest.
Brock is goddamn useless.
Hold on, go back to the top one. Go scroll up again. It made him lopsided.
Now it looks like it's an ass walking. It's walking away.
I wanted it to go here, you stupid shit. They added. I like how the stethoscope is also a syringe.
Just added 2 of them. And then a second one on the other side.
All right, back to.
Also, I've been told that the rhythm that you're supposed to be doing the compressions at is to staying alive.
Yeah, the drum.
Da,
I
da,
was trying to
da,
say.
da, staying
Thanks.
alive.
That's also
staying alive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember that
that's
from
why
the
I'm saying
office.
he's going way too fast.
All right, hold on. In China, though, they might not have staying alive. You don't know.
I'm sure they have a Chinese
not,
knockoff.
It's not the guitar rip, it's the drum beat.
My understanding was it was just the word, the lyrics, not the guitar or the drums.
It's the drum beat.
That's weird because no one knows the drum beat.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's very consistent.
Sure, but no one has the song that they can just put on next to them. Like, okay, I'm gonna
If
do
you
the
can
drum
play
beat.
it in your head, then why would you say
I can't even. Are there drums
You
in
can
that
sing.
song?
Yeah, you can sing the lyrics because you can remember the lyrics. You can't remember the drum beat. Who remembers drum beat? I've played the drums before. I don't even remember the drum beat from that song.
It's just a very consistent rhythm, not.
Drum beats that I remember. The Genesis. Doodum, 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 doom. Da-na-na. You know that one. It was a Cadbury commercial.
Think the drum machine. That's in.
We Will Rock You. You know, dum, dum, sh. You know, there's very rare drum beats that I would remember as like, yeah, that one.
Yeah, can I CPR you and We Will Rock You?
Think of the drum machine it's seen in Scott Pilgrim. It's just a single, solid, consistent beat without any varying intervals.
And therefore, you don't know the time. You have no context of the timing of it as a layman. So it makes no sense to say the drum beat of that song.
It's basically a second and a half apart.
And you don't know how long a second is. That's why the lyrics are what everyone trains
I don't know
on.
how long a second is. Are you?
You're sitting there freaking out as a dead person is sitting, almost dead person is sitting beside you. You're going to say, I know exactly how long a second and a half is. That's why they put a lyric. They're telling people to use the lyrics of the song as a way to check themselves.
Drum beat.
Oh my god.
All right. Anyway.
Can you play Stay Alive? Yeah, I can. Please.
However, after a video of the scene spread online, the male professor became targeted criticism of performing chest compressions, a standard part of CPR, with some accusing him of inappropriate touching. Igari expressed his belief that the incident sparked outrage, even though the woman herself did not complain. Quote, so this kind of issue is happening outside of Japan too? Why is it that people who weren't involved are making a fuss when the person who was rescued didn't complain?
That's the worst.
Yeah.
People
she
who are
emphasized that the
complaining on
professor
other
deserved
people's-
praise, not condemnation. Yeah. If men hesitate to help because of fear of accusations, women could die because no one acts. If lives are lost due to people attacking rescuers, what then? She also criticized those who filmed the CPR. Isn't it strange to be filming a life-saving act in the first place? Granted, it could be argued that such recording could be used as proof to counteract such absurd claims of inappropriate touching. Igari recalled her own traumatic incident in which she suffered a spinal injury. It wasn't with an AED, but when I was injured and trapped under a signboard, a man helped rescue me. If he had hesitated because of these kinds of attitudes, I might not be alive today. In a previous post, she lamented seeing comments on social media like, don't help women if they collapse, and using an AED on a woman is too risky. Just ignore it. She concluded, if I ever need an AED, please don't hesitate to use it. That's an automatic, whatever device?
Electronic device, I don't know.
Electronic defibrillator?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So besides Staying Alive, another one, Bites the Dust, also works.
That one I wouldn't recommend doing.
Ignore the guitar, think of the drum beat.
Also, another one Bites the Dust.
Drums don't exist.
Another one Bites the Dust has a gap in it. Dun dun dun.
I said ignore the guitar.
Yeah, but there's
ignore the guitar.
Okay, I'm gonna go look. I bet you there's a gap in the drums too.
But keep that same pacing consistent. That's how it is.
Was that suggestion from ChatGPT?
What? This is Grok.
No, I'm talking to Reese.
Oh, Reese, are you asking ChatGPT's never heard music, just so you know.
I'm not talking to ChatGPT.
Okay. I'm just confirming where you got this recommendation for another one Bites the Dust.
It's got the same space drum beat as Staying Alive.
Okay, but who told you this?
My ears.
Oh my God, Reese.
I think it might be time to end the show. Old man says goodnight. It looks like the tatas have not been done yet, referring to these. Defeats the point of the scars. All right, good night. All right. We're doing
Good night. Bye, guys.
All right, fine. We can do this one, whatever this is.
I love you, bro. No, bro-sama. I love you. No, I love you, bro. I love you, my nigga.